to Rick Fenton and Gordon Lundrigan, my companions in spiritual, moral, and philosophical searches, and my exemplars in shepherdry. Chapter 1. Flying Children. On a certain day in November, in the early afternoon, if you had just parked your car at Kenny's Burger Place in Buena Vista, Virginia, or maybe you were walking into Nick's Italian Kitchen or Todd's Barbecue, you might have cast your gaze up the hill toward Parry McClure High School. It could happen. You have to look somewhere, right? You might have noticed something shooting straight up out of the school, something the size and shape of, say, a high school student. Arms waving, maybe, legs kicking, count on that. Definitely a human being. Like a rocket, upward until he's a mile above Buena Vista. He hangs in the air for just a moment, long enough to see and be seen. And then down he goes, straight down, and not falling, no, shooting downward just as fast as he went up, bound to kill himself at that speed. You can't believe you saw it. So you keep watching for a moment longer, a few seconds, and look, there it is again. Too far away to be sure whether it's the same kid or a different one, but if you've got someone with you, you grab them. You say, "Look, is that a person? Is that a kid?" "Where?" "In the sky, above the high school. Look up." "I'm saying straight up. You seeing what I'm seeing?" Down comes the kid, plummeting toward the school. He's got to be dead, you say. Nobody could live through that. And there it is again, straight up. That's one hell of a trampoline, somebody says. If you noticed it early enough, you'd see it repeated about 30 times. And then it stops. Do you think they're dead? I don't know. How could anybody live through that? Should we go up and see? I'm not even sure it was people. It could have been like dummies or something. We'd sound so stupid. Hey, you got a bunch of kids getting catapulted straight up and then smashing down again? It can't be what it looked like. Maybe we'll see it on the news tonight. 3 different people got it on their smartphones. Not the whole thing, but the last 5 or 6, and one guy got 15 of them. High-quality video it wasn't, but that actually made it more credible. All 3 videos got emailed to people. All 3 ended up on YouTube. Lots of comments. Fake. Why do people bother making crap like this? You can see that the lighting's different on the flying dummies. Cool. Something new and fun to do with your old G.I. Joes. The usual. The local news stations aren't all that local. Lynchburg, Roanoke, Staunton. They don't give a rat's ass about Buena Vista. The town never amounted to anything even before it died. That's what people think in the big city, if those are big cities. And the footage is so implausible, the flying figures so tiny, that it wouldn't look like anything on TV screens. Besides, the flyers were so high that at the top all you can see is a dot in the sky, not even the mountains. So it's sky, clouds, and a dot. Makes no sense. Has to be a bird. Has to be a trick of the light. So it doesn't get on the news. But scattered through the world, there are a few thousand people who know exactly what could cause those kids to fly. Straight up, straight down, incredibly fast, and yet no news stories about dead kids at a Virginia high school. Oh yeah, it makes sense to them, all right. It's an act of a god. No, not an act of God, to use the weasel-out-of-it words in insurance policies. Not God, a god. Or at least people used to call them gods in the old days, when Zeus and Mercury and Thor and Vishnu and Borvo and Mithra and Pekelnik were worshipped wherever Indo-European languages were spoken. Nobody called them gods anymore, but they were still around. Weaker now because they could no longer pass through the great gates that used to carry them from Earth to Westel and back again, greatly magnifying their powers. Only a gate mage could send someone from one place to another instantaneously, But there hadn't been a gate mage since 632 AD, when the last Loki of the Norse destroyed all the gates on Earth, disappearing through the last great gate and closing it behind him. In the North family compound, only a few miles away from Buena Vista, one of the kids spotted the longest YouTube video only a few hours after it went up on the web. And within 20 minutes, the most powerful mages in the family piled into a pickup truck and headed for the high school. They knew it was Danny North who had done it. Danny, the son of Odin and Gerd, a boy who had seemed to be Dreka until one day he up and disappeared. Now they knew that he hadn't gone as far as they thought. Now they knew he wasn't Dreka at all, but a gate mage. And a strong one. Because the video didn't show somebody suddenly appearing in the air, which is how gates usually worked. No, the flying figures could be seen as they moved upward. They were moving fast, yes, but it wasn't instantaneous. They rose into the air, visible the whole way. That meant it wasn't just any gate. It was an attempt at a great gate. A spiral intertwining of many gates at once, rising straight up from the surface of the earth. And even if it only reached a mile into the air, it was one more mile of great gate than had existed in nearly 14 centuries. Here's the thing. Some of the gods on that pickup truck were heading for Parry McClure High School in order to find Danny North and kill him, because that's what you did with gate mages. They brought nothing but trouble down on the family, and if the Norths had a gate mage and allowed him to live, all the other families would unite against them, and this time they wouldn't be allowed to survive the war that was bound to start. The Norths had to be able to show Danny's dead body to the other families. It was their only hope of survival. If history had taught them nothing else, it taught them that. But other gods on that truck had a different plan entirely. Danny's father and mother had known perfectly well that Danny was a gate mage. It was in hopes of creating a gate mage that Gerd and Alf had married each other back before Alf became head of the family and took the name Odin. The two most powerful mages in generations, light mage Gerd, with her power over electricity and light, stone mage Alf, with his strange new talent for getting inside the workings of metal machines. Everyone expected a child of theirs to be extraordinarily talented. But Gerd and Alf had studied the genealogical tables, and they knew that gate mages, rare as they were, came most often to couples with very different affinities, like stone and lightning, or water and fire, and never to beast mages. So they hoped. And when Danny showed no sign of being able to do magery, or even raise a clant, even the most minimal abilities, they hoped even more. Because yes, he might have been Dreka, worthless, devoid of power, but he might also be a gate mage, unable to raise a clant because his outself was fragmented into all the potential gates that he could make in his life. And a year ago, when Danny ran away, Thor had used his clant to converse with Danny before he got too far away, and had confirmed that yes, Danny was making gates, and yes, Danny finally knew what he was. So the gods on that truck were evenly divided between those intending to murder Danny before he could make a gate and get away, and those determined to enlist his power in the service of the family. They got there too late. Danny had already made a great gate, and the gate thief hadn't eaten his gates. Danny had friends, orphans who didn't belong to any family, and some of them had passed through the great gate and returned. It made their power irresistible. The Norths were sent home in utter and ignominious defeat. But none of them had been killed. It was a good sign that Danny and his friends had refrained from doing any serious damage. They still might be able to work something out, especially if they eliminated the faction of the North family that still wanted Danny dead. Times have changed, Uncle Zog. We can't kill our gate mage, Grandpa Gish. We have to get Danny to let us pass through a great gate. You saw how powerful his friends became. A cow sister took your eagle right out of the sky, Zog. A mere cobble friend was able to open up a rift in the ground and swallow our truck. Imagine what Odin will do with his power over metal and machinery, what Gerd will do with electricity when they pass through a great gate. And imagine what the other families will do to us if Danny lets any of them through a great gate before us. No, that's not a reason to kill him. How will we even get near him now? He's warned, he's ready, he'll just gate away from us. You know the stories. The winged feet of Mercury, 7-league boots. Gate mages can be gone before your attack comes close to them. Or they can suddenly appear behind you and kill you before you turn around. Gate mages are slippery. Once they come into their power, you can't kill them. Even if you sneak up on them somehow, passing through a gate heals any wound. We're no threat to a gate mage. We need him, alive and on our side. So we have to talk to Danny, appeal to his family loyalty. And if you can't stop trying to kill him, then we'll have no choice but to put you in Hammernip Hill, for the good of the family. You understand? Yes, you do. You do it yourself. There's a gate mage in the world, one who created a great gate and wasn't destroyed by the gate thief. And that gate mage is our own Danny. He knows us. He grew up among us. He has roots in our garden. We need to play that up. We need to bring him back to us, not irritate him with foolish attempts to murder him. Get it? Are you going to leave him alone? Keep him safe? Make friends with him? Yes, you say so now, but can we trust you? Stay away from him. Let Odin and Gerd do the negotiating, or Thor, or Mook and Lummy, people he likes and trusts. Don't let him see you. We want him to forget all the nasty things you did to him growing up. The Norths weren't the only family that spotted those YouTube videos. They were just the closest. The Illyrians, for instance, were already aware that there was a gate mage in the North family. That's why they were spying on the Norths constantly. And when their own gate finder, Hermia, went missing, their suspicions were confirmed. For a while they thought the North's gate mage had killed her, gated her to the bottom of the ocean, for instance, or out into space. But then one of their clans had spotted her, still very much alive, and she was using the gates. Now the YouTube videos confirmed that the North's gate mage was powerful, a gatefather able to raise a great gate all by himself, or perhaps drawing partly on Hermia's abilities. And it was time to get Hermia back under family control. Chances were good that the North's gate mage could be recruited to the Argyros family. Hermia was their tool to accomplish that, to get Illyrian mages to Westel and back again. Once mages were restored to their full power, who could stand against them? Left to themselves for 14 centuries, the Drekka had made a mess of things, and they were only getting worse. It was time for Earth to be ruled by gods again. Chapter 2. The morning after. It was early morning, and Coach Leader was still at home. Danny had run here from the tiny cottage where he lived alone. He could have created a gate, but that would have made a mockery of his decision the night before, after confronting his family, not to make any more gates at the high school. Technically, Coach Leader's house wasn't the school, but since his promise had been made only to himself, who would he be fooling? Besides, he had hardly slept last night. He needed the run in the brisk, cold morning air. It was better than coffee when your goal was to become alert rather than jittery. He knocked lightly on the door, avoiding the doorbell in case someone in the house was still asleep. He also waited patiently before giving another couple of raps. Then the door opened. Coach Leader stood there in all his half-dressed glory. Apparently, he slept in boxers and an old t-shirt. No one would change into such an outfit first thing in the morning, and he looked bleary-eyed, tense, worried. This surprised Danny, since at school, Leader usually showed only two emotions, contempt and anger. Now Leader seemed vulnerable somehow, as if something had hurt him or might hurt him, as if he were grieved or expected to grieve. "You," said Coach Leader, and now the contempt reappeared. Danny expected Leader to say something about the rope ladder incident yesterday in the gym, but he just stood there. "Sir, I know it's early," said Danny. "What do you want?" Well, if he was going to act like nothing happened, that was fine with Danny. Only now he had to have a reason for being there. Instead of doing damage control from showing off his godlike powers in the gym, what else could plausibly have brought Danny here? "I wondered if you could time me?" Leader looked puzzled, suspicious. After all the months in which Danny had taunted him by never letting Leader time his fastest runs, it was natural that Leader would suspect a trick. "I'm tired of the game," said Danny. "I'm in high school. I should care about high school things." And even as Danny said the words, they became true. It might be fun to be a high school athlete, even if Leader was a complete jerk. "Like waking up your teachers?" asked Leader coldly. Had Leader really still been asleep? It was early, but not so early that someone coaching the first team of the day at 7 shouldn't already be up and dressed. "I stepped off 100 yards, said Danny. Actually, part of his gift was a very good sense of distance, with reliability down to a foot in 100 yards, or a 20th of an inch in a foot. "Do you have a watch?" Leader held up his left wrist. "I'm a coach. I wear a stopwatch." Danny jogged easily down to his starting place. "Ready?" he called. Leader, looking annoyed, put his finger to his lips. Then he put his right hand to his watch, looked at Danny, then nodded. Danny took off at a sprint. 100 yards wasn't that much. It's not as if he had to pace himself. He gave it everything, or at least everything he had at 6:30 in the morning after a night of no sleep. When he came parallel to the walkway leading up to Leader's door, Danny burst through imaginary tape and then jogged to a stop and faced Leader expectantly. "Can you do it again?" asked Leader. "Do you want a couple of miles?" asked Danny. "Just those 100 yards again." So Danny jogged back to the starting point, waited for the nod, ran again. This time he let his after-race jog take him up to Leader's porch. "Do I make the track team?" asked Danny. "On probation," said Leader. "Because I'm only marginally fast?" asked Danny. "Or because you want me to suffer a little for being such an asshole so far this year?" "Everybody starts out on probation, till I see whether you'll listen to a coach." "So I'm not fast after all?" "Even the fastest can get better," said Leader. "The fast ones are worth the time you spend working with them." "Just tell me, am I any good?" "You'll be starting for us," said Leader. "Now can I finish my breakfast?" Danny grinned. "Knock yourself out," he said. Leader closed the door behind him. As Danny headed back down to the street, Leader's door reopened. "Have you had breakfast?" "I don't eat breakfast," said Danny. "From now on you do," said Leader. "My athletes eat." "I'm not an athlete," said Danny. "I'm a runner." Leader stood there, looking angry, but hesitating. "I have to stay light if I'm going to be fast," said Danny. "You're either on the team or you're not." Leader glanced into the house, then faced Danny again, looking like he wanted a fight after all. Danny could see that Leader wanted to yell at him. Something was keeping him quiet. There was someone in the house he didn't want to wake, or someone he didn't want hearing him yell at a kid. "Listen, Mr. Leader," said Danny. "I want to do my bit for the team, but I won't belong to you. You just timed me. If the speed you clocked for me is good enough for me to compete, then I'll compete for you. I'll listen to your advice, and I'll try to get better. I'll try to get stronger and build up stamina, stuff that makes sense. But you don't control what I eat, and you don't control my time. I come to practice when I can, but when I can't, I don't. No questions asked." "Then forget it," said Leader. "I don't need a defiant little asshole like you." Your call, said Danny. I offered and you turned me down. Now I don't have to hear any more complaints from Mr. Massey. You didn't offer shit, said Leader, getting even quieter as he took a step down from the door. If you're on the team, then you have to play by the same rules as the other kids. So Leader still wanted him. Danny must have been pretty fast. I can see how you wouldn't want to have one student getting special treatment, said Danny. But I don't have any choice. My time isn't my own. I sometimes have to pick up and be somewhere. It's not my call, and I don't want to have to put up with crap about it if I miss practice. So go then. Thanks for waking me up, you little prick. Cool, said Danny. He turned away, headed back to the street. You haven't heard the last of this, said Leader. Danny turned around and came right back up to the porch. Yes, I have, said Danny. You're a student. Unless your parents provide you with a note for each and every absence, you aren't going to get away with disappearing whenever you want. I stay throughout the school day, said Danny. I don't miss classes. But before and after school, there's stuff I have to do. I offered to share that time with the track team as much as I can. That wasn't enough for you. I get it. I even agree with you. I shouldn't be on the team. But that's it. No more crap about it. I let you time me, and you didn't want me enough to take me on the only terms on which I'm available. Who the hell do you think you are? Asked Leader, the bully in him at last coming out, his voice rising. You sound like you think you're some world-class star, negotiating with a pro team. You're a minor and a student, and the law says you belong in school, and the school says I'm a teacher with authority over you. What is it? Asked a weak voice from behind Leader. A woman's voice, barely. It was such a husky whisper that it would have been hard to tell if Leader hadn't whirled around, revealing a little old woman in the doorway. A small woman, just the right size for bullying, thought Danny. But no, Leader had been trying not to disturb her. And now that Danny looked closely, he saw that the woman wasn't old, just faded and sagging. Not his mother, as he had first supposed. Nor was she small, or at least she wasn't short. Average height, and since Leader was no giant, they looked about right together as man and wife. Except that she was wasting away. Something was seriously wrong with her. The robe hung on her as if she were a child wearing a woman's dress. Cancer, thought Danny. At home, Leader deals with a wife dying of cancer or something just as bad. Then he comes to school and takes it out on the kids. On Danny's tall and skinny friend Hal. It was because Leader was humiliating Hal that Danny had made a series of gates to help Hal get up the hanging rope to the ceiling of the gym yesterday. A series of gates that intertwined and turned out to be the start of a great gate. It was too easy to think that a dying wife was the reason Leader was a bully. It came too naturally to Leader, a habit, an aspect of his personality. He was probably always a bully. Only now he's a bully with something else to worry about. It's all right, Nicky, said Leader. Why don't you invite this boy inside? Asked Nicky. He looks cold. I'm fine, said Danny. He's fine, said Leader. Come in and have some cocoa, said Nicky. He has to get to school, said Leader. And so do I. Danny had been willing to shrug off the invitation before, but the woman was insisting, and the trickster in Danny couldn't help but enjoy the fun. Plus he was tired and cold and pissed off at Leader. Actually, said Danny, I don't have to be there till 8:30. I'm not on one of those teams that practices before school. But cocoa's not good for my athletes, said Leader. I think of it as an energy drink, said Danny, and I could sure use some warming up. Come on in, then, said Nicky. As Danny came past him heading for the door, Leader gripped him harshly by the shoulder and whispered fiercely in his ear, You're not coming into my house. What? Said Danny loudly. I couldn't hear you. Leader didn't let go. You heard me, he whispered. Danny gated himself just an inch away. Yesterday morning he couldn't have done that. Created a gate and passed it over himself so tightly that it took only his own body and clothing and not Leader's hand. But the gates he had stolen from the gate thief last night consisted of the outselves of hundreds of gate mages, and every one of them had been a trickster during his life, and every one of them had had more skill than Danny. He had managed to contain them in his heart hoard, his stash, but wherever that was kept inside him, he was able to access some of their knowledge, or at least some of their experience and reflexes and habits and talents. He must have absorbed these things unconsciously, because he hadn't thought of doing it. He had simply done it. If I had known how to do this last year in Washington, I wouldn't have had to drag that murderous thug with Eric when I gated him out of the back room of that convenience store. But there was something else that happened, something Danny hadn't expected. When he gated himself an inch without moving Leader's tight-gripping hand, it moved his own body into space that Leader's fingers occupied. Leader's fingers were ejected from that space at such speed that the bones didn't just break, they were pulverized. Danny heard the gasp of pain, then saw the limp and empty-looking fingers, and realized at once what had happened. Before Leader had time to turn the inhaled gasp into an exhaled scream of agony, Danny passed a gate over Leader's body, which healed him instantly. That meant Leader no longer felt the pain, but he still remembered it very clearly. "Don't ever touch me like that again," said Danny. "Come in and join us, Daddy," said Nicky from the other room. Apparently they were one of those married couples who still called each other Mommy and Daddy long after their children were grown. "You have time. The kids will just run laps till you get there." Danny knew that the kids would sit around, chatting or napping, but he had no reason to disabuse Nicky of her fantasy. He had to deal with Leader, whose face was still showing the shock and horror of that pain. "Don't you learn anything?" asked Danny softly. "When I tell you that there are some things I'm going to do, whether you like them or not, it's a good idea to believe me and step aside." "This is my home," whispered Leader. "And that was my shoulder you were gripping," said Danny. "Boundaries, Coach Leader." Danny walked into Leader's house. Leader stayed outside for a while, no doubt trying to figure out what it was exactly that Danny had done. What had it felt like to him? Agony, yes, but had he understood that for a moment his finger bones had become tiny shards inside limp sacks of skin? Had he felt Danny move by an inch, instantaneously, or had he registered it only as Danny pulling away with incredible strength? Danny walked into the house and quickly found the kitchen, where apparently the cocoa was already made, for Nicky was pouring it into 3 cups. She moved slowly. She held the pitcher with 2 hands. It trembled in her grip, if it could be called a grip. Danny half expected it to slip out of her fingers at any moment. No wonder Leader didn't want his wife trying to show him hospitality. It was not deliberate, not planned. More of a reflex, as if Danny had seen the pitcher slipping from her grasp and lunged out to catch it. Only the pitcher was not slipping, and he didn't lunge with his hands. Instead, he sent out a gate, passed it over her, around her, and brought her out of it without having moved her more than a hair's breadth from where she stood. She seemed to register it as a shudder. "Oh, someone stepped on my grave," she said, with a tiny laugh, and then flinched as if she expected to cough, only she didn't cough. Because passing a gate over her had healed her. It always did. Whatever was wrong with a person, passing through a gate always healed it as long as their body parts were still attached and they weren't fully dead. Not that she immediately became strong and hale. She looked completely unchanged, except that her hand didn't tremble holding the pitcher. And there was color in her cheek, and she didn't seem so fragile as she continued pouring. "Isn't that odd?" she said. "I felt a chill, and yet now I'm suddenly warm. I'm never warm anymore, but I am right now." "Furnaces are like that," said Danny. "One minute you're cold, the next you're hot. But remember, you're holding a pot of hot cocoa." "Of course," she said. No wonder I'm warm. I should feel downright hot. It's nice of you to give this to me, said Danny. I don't usually eat breakfast, but it's cold enough today that even a good run didn't warm me up the way it usually does. She laughed as she set down the pitcher. The cups were full. Then covered her mouth. I don't know why I laughed, she said. Nothing you said was funny. But I said it in a funny way, said Danny. You say everything in a funny way, she said. I lived in Ohio for a while, but I didn't think I picked up an accent. No, not an accent, she said. You talk as if you got the joke, but didn't really expect me to get it. Only just now I think I did get it. Isn't that funny? Danny smiled. And as he looked at her, he realized that the hand to the mouth, the way she was looking at the cups instead of at him, this woman was shy. Not really shy, just sort of generally embarrassed. He saw this all the time, but not with adults. No, he saw it at high school. He saw it with girls when some guy talked to them, a guy she kind of liked or maybe liked a lot, and she couldn't believe he was paying attention to her. This isn't Coach Leader's wife, thought Danny. This is his daughter. She called him Daddy, not by the habit of a husband and wife, but because he really was her father. Do you mind if I ask how old you are? Asked Danny. How old do you think? She asked. But her face showed that she hated the question. I'm deciding between 16 and 18, said Danny. What's wrong with 17? She asked. But there was relief in her voice. Nobody had guessed so young an age in a long time. How could they? 17 is a nothing age, said Danny. 16 is driving and 18 is voting. You can get into R-rated movies by yourself at 17, said Nicky. Not that I go anywhere. Not that there's a theater worth going to, said Danny. Not in BV, said Nicky. But there's a theater in Lexington. I just don't go out much. I don't even watch movies on TV anymore. I lose interest somehow. I fall asleep. No point in renting a movie just to sleep through it. You've been sick. Oh, I'm dying, she said. There are ups and downs. Right now, I think today might be a good day. A very good day. But probably that's just because of the company. This is very good cocoa, said Danny. Daddy buys me only the best. There's not much he can do for me, but he can get me first-rate cocoa. He's so gruff with other people, but he's really very kind to me. I like to think that only I get to see who he really is. She looked at him over the cocoa cup as she took a sip. I know he was angry with you. That's why I came to the door. Thanks for saving me, said Danny. I think your father has a low opinion of my team spirit. He cares so much about his teams, said Nicky. He wants everyone to do their best, but Parry McClure High School isn't noted for the ambition of its students. Then she touched her mouth again. I can't believe I said that. I haven't been sarcastic in years. Then you're probably overdue, said Danny. I think everybody needs to say something sarcastic at least once a week. Of course, I'm years ahead. And I'm years behind, said Nicky. But it's getting late. I don't want you to be called into the vice principal's office on account of me and my cocoa. I'm far more afraid of Coach Leader than of any vice principal. Besides, when I get in trouble, I end up talking to Principal Massey. Only the best for you, she said. Or else it's only the worst for him, said Danny. She laughed. So did he. But he also got up and carried both their cups to the sink. Coach Leader's cup remained untouched on the table. I'm sorry you only know my father in his grumpy moods. I'm glad to know that he has any other. I'm assuming you've seen non-grumpy moods yourself and aren't just repeating a rumor. That would be gossip, said Nicky. A moment's hesitation. Will I see you again? I doubt it, Danny answered truthfully. I think your father is very unhappy that I accepted your invitation this time. But if I invited you again? Does your father own a gun? Yes, but he doesn't know how to use it. I think he bought it to make a political statement. Or because he was afraid of some student coming to assassinate him some dark night, thought Danny. Thanks for the cocoa. I'm very warm now. "Me too," she said. He made it to the door unescorted, but Coach Leader was waiting outside by his car. Danny expected to be yelled at, but instead Leader only said, "Get in. I'll drive you to school." Danny tried to assess what Leader was planning. Was he only speaking softly because he was afraid Nicky could hear him? But then he thought, if I don't like what he says, I can always gate away. Then he rebuked himself. I've already made 3 gates today, and it hasn't been a full day since I vowed never to make another here in BV. Except the one that would take him to Marion and Leslie in Yellow Springs, and the one that Vivi used to get back and forth between his house and Naples, Florida. He'd reconstructed those last night when he got his gates back from the gate thief. Inside the car, Coach Leader was strangely silent. But when he spoke, he sounded as menacing as ever. "What do you plan to do with my daughter?" Danny wanted to say, "You mean besides healing her of whatever was killing her?" Instead, he answered, "I don't plan to do anything. She invited me in for cocoa. I drank cocoa. We talked. That was it." "She likes you," said Leader. "I liked her," said Danny. "But no, in case you're worried, I don't like her that way. She's just nice, and we had a nice conversation, and that's it. Nice. So you don't have anything to worry about." Leader was silent for a long time. Not till they were going up the last steep hill to the school did he speak again. "I've never seen her talk so freely with anyone." "I guess she was having a good day," said Danny. Silence again until the car came to a stop in Leader's parking place. Apparently, even coaches who didn't have a lot of winning seasons still got their own named parking space. "You haven't asked me what's wrong with her," said Leader as Danny opened the car door. "Nothing's wrong with her," said Danny, letting himself sound puzzled. "She's obviously sick," said Leader, sounding annoyed. "It wasn't obvious to me," said Danny, lying deliberately, since by the time he got home tonight she would be markedly improved, and in a week she would probably look fantastic compared to before, and Danny wanted Leader to think it had already been happening before Danny even got there. "Then you're an idiot," said Leader. "Oh, I'm pretty sure of that," said Danny. "Thanks for the ride." Then he was gone. It occurred to him as he walked into school that Leader was thinking that Danny might be useful to brighten his daughter's spirits during her last weeks of life. While it might be amusing to watch Leader try to be nice to him, it was clearly against the man's nature. It wouldn't be fair to Nicky, especially because Nicky was not going to die. At least not of her disease, whatever it had been. When Leader realized this, when the doctors told him she was in complete remission, he'd very quickly want to be rid of Danny. So Danny would spare them both the trouble and never go back there again. The real problem today was going to be dealing with the kids in gym class, who had no doubt spent the whole evening last night telling everybody they knew about the experience of going up the magical rope climb and ending up viewing the whole Maury River Valley from a mile high. Whatever Leader had seen yesterday, he hadn't mentioned it today. Yesterday he had seemed to blame Danny for the whole thing. "They're riding it like a carnival," he had said. "You did this," he had said. But today he hadn't mentioned it at all. And as Danny walked through the halls and went into his first class, he didn't see any unusual excitement and didn't hear any mention of the magical rope. It bothered him. How could high school kids not talk about such a weird experience? But he wasn't going to bring it up himself. It wasn't until he saw Hal in his next class that Danny was able to ask about it. "Are you kidding?" asked Hal. "Nobody's telling anybody about it because they'll all think we're crazy. Hallucinating. On something. But you know it really happened." "I do now," said Hal. "'Cause you apparently remember it. What was that, man? What happened?" This was so weird. People claimed miraculous things happened all the time, even though nothing happened at all. But this time, when it was something real, they weren't talking about it. It's as if when something really scares people, the blabbermouth switch gets turned off. "I don't know any more than you do," said Danny. One of the gifts of gate mages was that they were good tricksters, which meant they were good liars, since it's hard to bring off any kind of trick if you can't deceive people. Hal looked hard at him. "You look like you're telling me the absolute truth, But you're the one who told me to hang on to the bottom of the rope and spin, and then I shot up to the top. You're the one Coach Bleeder told to get me up the rope, and so what am I supposed to think except that you did whatever it was?" "And if I did," said Danny, "what then? Who would you tell? How far would the story go?" "Nowhere, man," said Hal. "You saved my ass all over the place. You think I'm going to do anything to hurt you? But you took off yesterday. You went outside when the rope trick stopped working, and when I went out after you, you were gone. Vanished. What are you, man? Are you like an alien?" "A Norse god," said Danny. "What, like Thor?" Hal laughed. "More like Loki," said Danny. "Is this your final answer?" asked Hal. "Am I really supposed to believe this one?" "Believe what you want," said Danny. "Class is about to start." He went to the door, and Hal followed him into the classroom. Hermia was sitting in the Applebee's on Lee Highway, looking out the window at cars pulling in and out of the BP next door, when her mother slid into the booth across from her. "Have you already ordered?" Mother asked. Hermia felt a thrill of fear. She was too far from the nearest gate to make any kind of clean escape. Mother was a sand mage, which should have meant she was powerless in a place as damp as Western Virginia. But as Mother often pointed out to her, her real affinity was for anything powdered or granulated, from snowflakes to dust, from shotgun pellets to salt and pepper and sugar. The table was full of things that Mother could use. Besides, wherever she was, Father would not be far away, and he was a water mage, a dam ward, able to choke her on her own saliva if he chose. If they wanted Hermia dead to punish her for running off and not reporting to them about the gate mage she had found, she could do nothing to stop them or avoid them. So apparently they didn't want her dead. Yet. "They're getting me a hamburger," said Hermia. "There's not much you can do wrong with a hamburger." "They could leave it on the counter for 20 minutes, letting it get cold while the bacteria multiply," said Mother. "And then they bring it to you without apology, assuming that you're the mousy little thing you seem to be and won't utter a word of complaint." "I'm not mousy," said Hermia. "They don't know that," said Mother. "And you look so Mediterranean. They know you don't belong here in this hotbed of Scotch-Irish immigration." "So you've made a study of American demographics and genealogy?" "I study everything," said Mother. "People are like grains of sand. From a distance they all look alike, but when you really study them, each is a separate creation." The waiter came over and Mother ordered a salad. But before the waiter could get away, she said to him, "What do you think of a daughter who suddenly disappears and doesn't tell her mother and father where she's going and whom she's with? What would you call such a girl?" The waiter, who had flirted with Hermia a little when he took her order, answered instantly, "Normal." Mother laughed, one of her seal-like barks. "Hope springs eternal, doesn't it, dear boy? But I assure you, you're not her type." The waiter, looking a little baffled, muttered something about putting her order in and left. "You do enjoy toying with them," said Hermia. "Observing them," corrected Mother. "Seeing how they respond to unusual stimuli. I'm a scientist at heart." She was Clytemnestra and Medea rolled into one. That's what was in her heart, thought Hermia. But she knew better than to say it. "So you found me," she said. "Oh, we've known where you were the whole time," said Mother. Hermia didn't bother to answer. "I know you think we couldn't possibly have traced you with all your jumping through gates, but you see, when we first realized you might have gate-making talent, we implanted a little chip just under your jaw. We track it by satellite. We Illyrians are truly godlike in our prescience, don't you think?" It had never crossed Hermia's mind that they might have installed a tracking device in her body. She had given Danny away every time she used one of his gates. Or maybe not. When she made a jump through one of Danny's gates, it would take time for them to get to where she was. Knowing where she was wasn't the same thing as being there to observe her. But last night they'd had plenty of time to get to Parry McClure High School. "You spent the night here?" asked Hermia. "In the Holiday Inn Express," said Mother. It has a nice European feel to it, meaning that the rooms are tiny and have no space to put your luggage. We didn't make ourselves known during the festivities, but we saw some of the Norths challenge you, and watched as a couple of mere orphans brought old Zog's eagle down and then cracked open the earth and swallowed up their truck. They gave it back afterward, said Hermia. Or did you fall asleep before the end? From these actions we cleverly deduced, in our Aristotelian way, that somebody had passed through a great gate. I think it wasn't you who made the gate, because if you were able to make gates, you would have disappeared the moment I sat down. No, I can't make gates. You know I can't. I know you have always said you can't, but now I believe you. Maybe. I'm not telling you who. It's Danny North who's the gate mage, said Mother. Don't you dare lay a hand on him. No habanero powder in his eyes or up his nose, asked Mother. Why must you always spoil my fun? He's not just a gate mage. He's a gatefather, said Hermia. In all the history of the world, there's never been a gate mage like him. The world has a lot of history, and there are two worlds for that matter. He beat the gate thief, said Hermia. Isn't that nice? What do you want, Mother? My darling daughter to tell me she loves me, even if it's a lie, and to pretend she's glad to see me. I'm not reporting to you anymore. You don't have to report, as I just explained, said Mother. Danny and I and the other gate mage, so you are a gate mage and not just a finder. I'm a lock friend, said Hermia. And the other gate mage, Victoria von Roth? A key friend? How lovely. It's like you're twins, born 30 years apart. The next time Danny makes a great gate, we're going to make sure all the families and the orphans have equal access to it. Even the Drowthers? We aren't going to let a great gate give one family an advantage. But you already have, silly girl, said Mother. That cow Leslie now has the power to snatch other people's heart beasts away from them, and Marion can crack open the earth without causing so much as a 3.0 on the Richter scale. They could take down every family right now. And yet they haven't done it, said Hermia. Doesn't that tell you something? Doesn't the fact that we didn't kill you tell you something, too? It tells me that your hope of getting through a great gate is greater than your desire to keep anybody else from getting through it. It should have told you that we mean to play nice, said Mother. We're going to let you and your boyfriend Danny and his aging mistress Vivi set out the rules, and we'll play along. Till you see a way to get an advantage, said Hermia. Wasn't it nice of me to come and inform you? Some of us wanted to kill you, and then deal with Danny North separately. We would pretend we didn't know where you were. They're very angry with you for betraying us. I didn't tell him anything, said Hermia. You didn't tell us anything, said Mother. But water over the dam, isn't that what they say? You got your physics degree at Stanford, Mother. Don't pretend to be uncertain of your English. We're going to station an observer at the high school, said Mother. And we're going to expect you to stay there, too. I'm too old for high school, said Hermia. But you're such a little slip of a thing, they won't doubt that this is your senior year. I don't have to be at the high school. I can gate in and out whenever I want to talk to Danny. As long as he keeps gates available to you, said Mother. No, we want you there where we can watch you both, and where you can threaten to do violence to me in order to get him to do what you want. Would that work? Asked Mother. I don't think so, said Hermia. But with Danny, you never know. He's not in love with me. I don't think he particularly likes me. But he's a compassionate kid. You could probably just point a gun at a puppy, take a picture, and then send it to him along with the threat, do what we say or we'll shoot this dog. Well, we aren't going to threaten to shoot you or a puppy. We think, some of us think, that now that you know that we've known where you are all along and didn't interfere with you, you'll return to us with renewed trust and loyalty. Are you among those who think so? Asked Hermia. I'm only one vote among many, said Mother. but it's pleasantly needy of you to ask for my reassurance. You know that whoever you send, Danny can just gate away." "Oh, I hope he doesn't do that," said Mother. "We'd have to shoot the dog."
Cedric Bird stood in a circle of tall standing stones on the brow of a grassy hill. Sheep grazed on the gentle slope below him, but Ced saw no sign of a shepherd. He had meant to do what the others did. Step into the great gate, and then, the moment he was in Westal, take the next step and go back to Earth with his power greatly enhanced. Only in the moment they arrived, in daylight on Westal instead of night the way it was in Buena Vista, he felt a touch of breeze on his cheek. And as a wind mage, he couldn't go, not without first feeling the movement of the air, getting a sense of the way the sunlight warmed the air and the grass moved in the breeze. It was only a moment, a second or two. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the other step forward and disappear, and then he stepped forward and felt the grass brush against the cuffs of his pants. The great gate was already gone. And just like that, Ced realized that he had decided to stay on Westal. He felt a momentary thrill of fear. All the bedtime stories his mother had told him about the faraway world their ancestors came from, the place where the gods of legend lived. It was a terrifying place where huge storms could be conjured by the anger of a sand mage, where stone fathers could fashion copies of themselves in stone, where a lake could be swallowed up in stone, or an island be overswept by a tide father's wave. Yet, he could also feel the wind. He had always felt the wind, even in his sleep. It would wake him by whistling through the eaves and trembling the windows, and he would get up and open the door and go out into the wind. Mother would hear him and rush out after him and gather him up and say, "The wind is a terrible thing, Cedric. It carries birds far from shore and sweeps nests out of the trees." But Cedric would say, "It never hurts me, Mother. I love the wind." Yet he had never really felt the wind until now, today, as he stood in this gentle wind on a grassy hill in Westal. He felt it shape itself around the standing stones and sensed all the eddies within the circle. He was aware of the play of the breeze in the wool of the nearest sheep, and the sweep of it through the grass exhilarated him. "It's not the breeze of Westal that's different," Ced realized. "It's me. I've been through the great gate, and now I have all the awareness of the wind that I ever wanted. And now I'm the mage I always was in my dreams." He couldn't resist the temptation now. It wasn't enough to feel the wind. He had to shape it. He had been studying with Norm Galeotti, an orphan gale breath in Medford, Oregon, and he had raised his abilities from making tiny whirlwinds and raising a slight breeze on a still day to the point where he could direct a breeze, narrow it like a dart, blow out a candle from 100 yards, change the flight of a ball in midair. But here, just by thinking of doing it, it happened. A whirlwind rose all around him, spinning inside the circle of stones, whipping his hair and clothing, and it was so much larger and stronger than anything he'd ever been able to do before that he laughed aloud, then cried in joy. "Oh, Mother, can you see me? Oh, bird of my youth, oh, my hummingbird, Calliope, are you watching now? See what I can do." The whirlwind created so much suction inside it that he rose up into the air, but he was in no danger. This was no tornado, snatching up creatures and flinging them here and there randomly. No, the air that spun around him knew him, cared for him, carried him. The wind rejoiced in him as much as he rejoiced in it. "Here you are," it was saying. "We are sheep too long without a shepherd, cows with udders full and no dairyman to ease us, till you came." "Carry me," he thought. "Carry me away from here. Show me this world." The whirlwind raised him higher, and he could see now over the nearby groves of trees. There was a shepherd's hut just beyond the river, and out of it stepped the shepherd, looking upward, it said, as the whirlwind bore him along the river's course, downstream because that's what Ced felt like. But the wind might have carried him anywhere. Now I know why people called us gods. If we mither mages of Westal could pass through great gates and to this... When they painted Hermes with wings on his feet, was it a wind mage like me that they remembered? Ced had only to think of going to the crest of a rocky outcropping, and the whirlwind bore him there and gently set him down. What had once been such a labor to him, just to make a whirlwind go where he wanted it to go, was now effortless, and he could ride within it. Here is how a magic carpet flies. This is the wheel Ezekiel saw in the middle of the air. But now that he was on solid ground, Ced stretched out his arms and gathered more and more wind into the vortex. He moved it away from himself and made it spin and spin and spin. The top of it rose up, and at the base it began to gather dirt and dust and bits of grass and old leaves and insects from the ground. And now the whirlwind became darker, more visible as a column, more like the television image of a tornado, only it wasn't in the distance. It was here, and he was in control of it. This is the real God, thought Ced. No. In his mind he was speaking to the wind itself. Thou art the God, O whirlwind of my making. I have wakened thee. With the realization that the wind was alive and could hear him, Ced crossed a threshold. His out-self went into the wind. It became his clant. It became his heart's blood, and he was riding in the wind the way his mother flew in hummingbirds, riding it and guiding it, both as companion and controller, passenger and pilot. He never left his body. He still stood watching the tornado from the tour. Yet he also was the tornado, not seeing through it, for tornadoes have no eyes, but rather feeling it with the kinesthesia of his body, the way a person can sense with eyes closed just where the hands are and what the fingers are doing. He could feel the location and dimension and speed and strength of the tornado just as he could tie his shoelaces in the dark, the fingers moving smoothly through well-remembered patterns. He rode the tornado for 100 miles before he was sated with the joy of it. Enough, enough, enough. He let go of the wind, and immediately felt it slacken and fade, the air also rejoicing with the memory of such rapid, powerful flight. His out-self returned to him. He stood, whole again, and yet bereft because the wind was just a gentle breeze again. He had been a giant. Now he was only a man. He climbed down from the outcropping of rock. It wasn't easy. A wind mage can fly to a place where a goat can't climb. But there was a grassy way, a step here, a jump there, that let him get down from peak to riverside. Then he began to walk downstream, looking for people. But he found none. Instead, he met the wreckage of a village, the houses torn up by their roots. He had to raise a little whirlwind to lift him over the tumble of a broken forest, with trees uprooted and cast upon each other like a game of pickup sticks. And then he came to a city where the trapped cried out from inside collapsed walls, where men and women keened aloud over the bodies of the dead, and children wandered looking terrified and lost. He could not understand their language, though he recognized that it sounded somewhat like the language his mother sometimes spoke to him in snatches, the language she spoke to the birds that gathered around her when she fed them or sang to them in the yard. None of them seemed to think anything of this stranger among them. They were too caught up in their own misery and fear, in the struggle to release the victims trapped in the fallen buildings. Ced joined in, helping to pull away the wreckage, to lift the broken bodies, to carry the living to safety. I need you to heal these people, Danny North. I should not be here alone. I can't be trusted. It's too much power. Look what I did without even realizing it. I felt the devastation of this town as a kind of crunching underfoot, like tramping over fallen acorns on the pavement near a city oak. But it was these buildings I was kicking aside, and in the wind of my passing, I never heard my victims' pleas and cries. For the wind sings and screams, but it has no ears and never listens. I have ears. I have eyes. Yet I was far away on a rocky hill, standing there in the ecstasy of power. It was a drug. I have been a god for only an hour or two, and look what I have done. Yet as Sed struggled to save people in the aftermath of his tornado, he also felt a dark and terrible pride. On the one hand, he wanted to weep and beg forgiveness, to take responsibility and bear the consequence. I did this. I will help undo the damage as much as I can. But the most powerful feeling deep inside him was much simpler and filled with the fire of pride. I did this. Look what I can do.
Chapter 3. Intervention. Danny thought he was going to Lorette's house that night for a birthday party. Not the teen movie cliché of a party so huge that it overflows the house and infests the neighbors' yards and results in the police being called. It was just a get-together at Lorette's house in honor of Zena, Lorette's friend, and since he arrived at Parry McClure, Danny's. But when Danny showed up at the house, and the door opened at his knock, he knew he'd been had. His friends were all there, the girls Lorette, Sin, Pat, Zena, and the boys Hal and Wheeler. But a big banner high on the wall, plainly visible from the front door, said nothing about birthdays or Zena. It said intervention, and Danny knew at once that he was the target, the patsy, the subject. "What am I supposedly addicted to?" he asked. "He doesn't even get the How I Met Your Mother reference," said Sin. "He doesn't watch television," said Hal. "Wow, we should have intervened about that," said Zena. "When are you going to intervene with Lorette about always showing off her cleavage?" said Danny. "It scares the teachers. They think they're going to fall in and get lost." "Let's stick to the plan," said Lorette. "It's not my plan," said Danny. "You're not going to dodge this one," said Sin. "You still haven't told me what you're intervening about," said Danny. "Maybe I'll agree with you, and we can move on to the party portion of the evening." "We want you to stop hiding who you are," said Hal. Danny turned to him. "I'm President Obama's love child with a Chicago waitress. I'm actually black, but I act super white and it fools everybody." "We know you have powers," said Sin. "You're a fairy," said Zena. "The Tolkien kind." "Elf is a better word," said Pat. "No, it's definitely fairy," said Zena, "because it's more fun to say." "I'm not an elf and I'm not a fairy," said Danny. "These days I'm on the track team. I'm going to get a letter and be an athlete, and then I'll be too cool to hang out with you." "We know you healed us," said Pat. "My complexion has cleared up totally, and Sin's infected piercings got uninfected." "You didn't do anything for my weight problem," said Zena, which wasn't very nice. "Maybe he likes you the way you are," said Wheeler. "I'm trying to think how I did this magical stuff," said Danny. "It all started happening after you got here. That's point A," said Zena. "Post hoc ergo propter hoc," said Danny. "He's talking logic," said Hal. "I wish Ms. Schrader hadn't done that unit on fallacies." "Point B," said Zena, "is the tripping place." "So I heal people and I make them clumsy," said Danny. "Sounds like a contradiction." "And there's that flying thing with the rope climb," said Hal. "You're the one who set it up. You told me to move my hands as if I was climbing. That means you thought I'd somehow get up there without actually climbing." "Is that how you remember it?" asked Danny. "Notice how he's not actually denying it," said Hal. "I would deny it if I knew what you were accusing me of." Danny realized once again that it's always a mistake to equivocate. If you're going to lie, then just lie. Don't try to make it technically true or almost true or true-ish. I didn't think we should call it an intervention, said Hal. I thought we should call it an ultimatum. He seemed really angry. Admit to this crazy stuff you're accusing me of, or else, said Danny. That's what an ultimatum is, all right, said Hal. What's the else? Asked Danny. Or else you're not really our friend. Danny knew they were right, but also they were wrong. They couldn't possibly understand what telling them would mean. It's one thing to think your friend has some connection with mysterious stuff, but if they found out what he was, they either wouldn't believe him or they'd pressure him to demonstrate it, and he wasn't going to make any more damn gates at Parry McClure. If you were really my friends, said Danny, you wouldn't decide what the answer is and then threaten to ostracize me if I don't tell you that you're right? Then what's the answer? Asked Sin. We're not going to tell anybody. Let's say I admit I'm some kind of fairy. You promise not to tell, but since you already think you know it and you also promise not to tell, then how would my telling you change anything? You don't trust us, said Wheeler. What if I'm some kind of magical guy? Have I done anything evil with it? Hurt anybody? I think Coach Bleeder landed on his ass a couple of times because of you, said Hal. Did it ever occur to you that if I had these powers, maybe I was keeping secrets from you for your own good? There are some things that humankind is not meant to know, intoned Lorette. If I tell you, I have to kill you, quoted Xena. Let's put the shoe on the other foot where it belongs, said Danny. If we're such good friends, why would you threaten to stop being my friends if I don't tell you something that, if it's true, I clearly want to keep to myself? Sin stuck out her feet. How does that put my shoes on the other feet? These are the only feet I have. Nothing he did was going to help, because Danny knew from the family history where this led. You tell Drowthers what you are, then you have to show them, and once they see it, they get scared of you, and either they avoid you or they try to become your servant because it's human nature to want to be close to power. Danny didn't want to find out which way his friends would go. He'd never had friends before, and now he was going to lose them no matter what he did. Better to lose them without their knowing for sure what he was and what he could do. I accept your terms, said Danny. They leaned forward expectantly. I'm not going to admit to any of this stuff, so I guess that means we're not friends. Danny walked back to the door. Wait, said Lorette. We didn't mean it, said Xena. I did, said Hal. He sent us a mile into the sky, and if he says he didn't, it's bullshit. Danny opened the door and stepped outside. He could hear several people rushing toward the door. He didn't want to play out this scene on the front lawn. So he gated back to his house and pulled the gate in after him. Had he even closed the door behind him? For all he knew, they had seen him disappear. But he was pissed off at them. Why would friends try to force him to tell what he clearly didn't want to tell? They weren't his friends. He barely knew them. So why did he have this gnawing feeling in his gut? Where did you gate from? Asked a voice. Hermia was sitting in his living room. How did you get in? Asked Danny. I used Vivi's gate, said Hermia. I was visiting her, and I wanted to visit you, but you weren't here, so I waited. Danny looked at her steadily. What are you doing here? My family came to me, said Hermia. My actual parents. I was so honored. Was it a happy reunion? Asked Danny, sitting down across from her in the only other chair in what passed for a living room. It was all about you, said Hermia. They want you to trust them. They say they won't try to control you. They don't want a war, but they think you need training. Like I'd ever let any of the Westilians near me. I'll tell them that, said Hermia. Are you in their pocket? Do they have some kind of control over you? Meaning, can you trust me? Yes and no. You can trust me to keep my word. But they have some kind of tracking device embedded in me, so wherever I go, they know where I am. Danny thought about that a moment. So they've seen you jump? Yes. By jumping from Vivi's place to here, they know where that gate is. Yes. Everywhere you go, you show them the gates. Yes, said Hermia. But I told you as soon as I knew, didn't I? What was I supposed to do? Seal myself in a coffin like a vampire and never go anywhere again? So they know where I am right now. They know I came to these exact map coordinates, said Hermia. They don't know that you happen to be in this place, but yes, they probably will very soon. Shit, said Danny. She really didn't have much choice if her own family had decided to track her. We have to make contact with all the families eventually, said Hermia, including my family, if you intend to make a great gate and share it. 3 cars pulled up out front, one of them actually screeching on the pavement. How long have you been waiting here? Does your family just hover over you in choppers or balloons or something? Hermia peeked out the threadbare front curtain. No. And it isn't your family either. Danny joined her at the window. His friends were getting out of 3 cars. Damn, he said. Make a clean getaway, said Hermia. Or gate them somewhere. I never told them I live here, said Danny. Hermia flung open the door. Danny said, no, the moment he realized she was doing it, but by then it was already done. He's here, isn't he? It was Laurette's voice. We drove 3 different routes and he wasn't running on any of them, said Sin triumphantly. And there's no way he's fast enough to already be here, said Pat. Not on foot, not even running. Now they were at the door piling in, but Danny wasn't there. Instead, he was behind the house, out of sight, watching the living room through a peephole, a tiny gate right in front of one of his eyes, so when he closed the other, he could see what was happening in his living room. And he could hear pretty clearly, too. Whom are you looking for? Asked Hermia. So he's got a girlfriend, said Zena, sounding pretty put out about it. Danny North, said Wheeler. He lives here. How interesting, said Hermia. Who are you? His friends, said Laurette. Sounds more like you're stalking him, said Hermia. You still haven't told us who you are, said Zena. I actually am his friend, said Hermia. You sound British, said Zena. Cute British accent, said Pat disgustedly. Boys are so predictable. But she has little boobs, said Laurette. You're still the fairest in the land, Laurette, said Sin. How did he get here so fast? Hal insisted. Listening outside, Danny thought, Hal is able to stay focused. Hal is something, which is probably why Coach Bleeder zeroed in on him, tormented him. Because he has the potential to accomplish far more with his life than Bleeder ever has. No wonder the coach had to take Hal down a peg every chance he got. He's a gate mage, said Hermia. With a thrill of fear, Danny thought, Hermia was telling me to gate them away. Now she's spilling it to them. Nobody was asking what a gate mage is. He opens up holes in space-time, said Hermia. He links one place with another, regardless of distance. He makes them adjacent. Do you think you've actually explained something? Asked Pat. I've explained it like gravity, said Hermia. I described the results. I have no idea of the process. That's all that Newton ever did. And Danny can do this, said Hal. Connect things with each other. He may be the greatest gatefather that ever lived, said Hermia. But so far, he's mostly used his power to create little gates at your high school. What do gates have to do with his healing people, said Pat. Danny doesn't heal anybody, but the gates do, said Hermia. If you pass through a gate alive, your body arrives in optimal condition. No zits, said Pat. No piercings, said Sin. So why did he lie about it and pretend he wasn't doing it, asked Zena. It's way cool. Because it's too way cool, said Hermia. There are a lot of people who want him dead. By making gates at your school, he ran the risk of being discovered. That business with the rope climb? The worst thing happened. His family showed up and tried to kill him. Silence. Then, in a smaller voice, Laurette said, His own family? I thought his parents were dead, said Hal. A lie, said Hermia. His parents are actually very powerful mages. To their credit, they didn't try to kill him. It was his grandfather and uncle who attempted his assassination. Sick, said Wheeler. "There's a lot of history that you don't know," said Hermia, "and most of it is unbelievable to people like you." "What do you mean, people like us?" asked Pat. "Normal people," said Hermia. Wheeler laughed. "Did you hear that? She called us normal." "Let me help you understand this," said Hermia. "Danny's father is named Odin. He was born with the name Alf, but when he became head of the North family, he took the name Odin." "Wow," said Wheeler. "You're talking like a god." "I'm telling you that the gods of mythology are real people. Only each name has been recycled again and again. We're not immortal, but the names are." "So who is Danny?" asked Hal. "Is he a god?" "If his family stops trying to kill him and accepts him for who he is, then the name he would be given is Loki." "Thor's nasty brother in the Avengers," said Wheeler. "There's no magic hammer," said Hermia. "But yes, there's a Thor in the family, but he doesn't amount to much. None of them do." And then she explained how the great gates work. Danny sat outside listening. Hermia was good at explanations. Why shouldn't she be? Gate mages had the gift of language. It terrified him to hear her telling his friends. But he also knew that this is what he had wanted to do. This is why he didn't gate away from them. This is why he hadn't left Parry McClure High School. This is why he had carelessly let them realize his power as he returned home far faster than his feet could have carried him. He wanted them to know. He wanted to be honest with them, but he couldn't bring himself to answer their questions. Hermia was doing it for him. When she finished her explanation, she said, "Now I've told you the answers to your questions. Do you believe me?" "Yes," said Pat and Wheeler and Sin and Hal. "Why?" asked Hermia. "Because I rode the rope," said Hal. "Because he cured my piercings," said Sin. "My face," said Pat. "Because it's so cool," said Wheeler. "And the rest of you?" "It's pretty hard to swallow," said Lorette. "How do you know all this stuff? I never heard of you." "I'm a gate mage too," said Hermia. "A lesser one. I can't make gates, but I can see them and I can lock them, and I can help Danny. But now you all have a choice to make." They waited. "Are you with him or not?" asked Hermia. "That's why he was afraid to tell you, because once he did, you'd have to make the choice." "What do you mean, with him?" asked Hal. "He's got this incredible power. What does he need from us?" "What the gods have always needed," said Hermia. "Servants." Consternation. Outrage. "I thought we were his friends," said Lorette. "Are you his equals?" asked Hermia. "Are you? When the others come to kill him, what do you think you can do? When Danny's mother electrocutes you or his father makes your car stop working, and any gun you point at them fails to work, and a hawk comes to peck out your eyes, can you stand up to them?" "Duh," said Lorette. "We're useless," said Hal. "So why would he need us?" "That's why I didn't say that he needs soldiers or allies. He needs servants. He needs people he can send with messages, people to watch and notice things and tell him about them." "Spies," said Pat. "And messengers," said Hermia. "The families will know you're powerless. With any luck, they won't kill you. But they could, if you piss them off. Do you understand? You're powerless. But you can help Danny to put together some kind of peace treaty, some way to unite the families and share some of his power with them." "And why would we want to do that?" asked Xena. "If these gods actually, exist, why would we want Danny to give them more power?" "Because if he doesn't, they'll kill him," said Hermia. "It's a matter of time, that's all. Are you his friends or not? You're the ones who demanded the truth, so here it is. Now you have a choice. With him or not with him?" "With him," said Hal. "Slow down," said Pat. "This is major." Hermia had done all she could, all that Danny needed her to do. Now it was time for Danny to face his friends again. He had been a coward to leave it up to her, so he gated into the house. He appeared in the middle of the room. They stared at him in fear. "It's true," whispered Lorette. "Cool," said Wheeler. Danny turned to Wheeler. This isn't a comic book, Wheeler. It doesn't go from panel to panel until the good guys win. In the real world, good guys lose all the time. What wins is power. I have a lot of it, but I don't have enough to protect you all the time. I advise you to get the hell away from me and pretend you never met me. With any luck, none of the families will notice you, and you'll be as safe as anyone. How safe is that? Asked Pat. If I create a great gate, and the families send people through so they become gods again instead of elves and wizards the way they are now, then you won't have a choice anymore. You'll stay out of their way, and if they notice you, you'll do what you're told or you'll die. Our families aren't nice people. They call you drowthers. They think of you the way you think of cars, useful when you need them, but fun to crash into each other and watch them blow up and burn. They were looking sick and scared, so Danny was communicating. Do you see why I tried not to tell you? Said Danny. I think you're just trying to scare us, said Zena defiantly. Is it working? Asked Danny. Yes, said Lorette. Good, said Danny. I came here in hopes of having a normal life. 2 years of high school. But then I got stupid and did that thing with the rope climb, and Hermia saw it and told me that it was a great gate. I finally got the knowledge to do some really powerful stuff. But it sounds terrible, said Sin. Why would you let them through? Here's how it'll work, said Danny. Either I'll work out a way to give all the families equal access to a great gate, or one of the families will kidnap somebody I care about and kill them if I don't give them exclusive use of a great gate. Who would they kidnap? Asked Hal. Hermia, the woman who pretends to be my aunt. Or maybe you, Hal. It depends on how much they've observed already. And if they kidnapped Hal, said Lorette, what would you do? He'd let them kill Hal, said Hermia. He'd let them kill me, because if he lets one family have a great gate and not the others, then that means that the most violent and evil family will rule the world. But if they all have a share of the gate, then maybe, just maybe, they'll balance each other out. Maybe they'll avoid a war. Maybe you drowthers won't all end up as collateral damage. Is she right? Hal asked Danny. I hope so, said Danny. But if it came down to it, I don't know if I could do it. Let them kill you or her or anybody. Up to now, the only life I was risking was my own. But once I made a great gate, everything changed. Now the whole world is at risk. But you can do things, said Hal. Like, if you'd been around for 9/11, you could have made those planes. No, I couldn't have done a thing, said Danny, because I would have found out about it when everybody else did by watching television. I've got a couple of talents, but I'm not really a god. Not like you're thinking, a god that knows everything and can do anything he wants. I can do a few specific things, and I don't know very much at all. Then what good is it? Asked Pat. Not much, said Danny. All I can do is try to keep the damage to a minimum. So what's your choice? Said Hermia. My family's on the way here right now. You can count on that. If you're going to choose not to stand with Danny, then he's got to get you away from here before they come. Go get in your cars and drive away, and forget you ever knew Danny. Don't do anything to tip off the families that you're his friends, or you will end up as hostages. Get it? Shit, said Sin. That's terrible. Exactly, said Hermia. Why did you make a great gate, man? Asked Hal. Because I'm a servant of space-time, said Danny. Because it's what I was born for. Because I faced a powerful enemy and beat him. Because I'm stupid. There's a feeble chance, said Hermia, that it will be better. For instance, Danny's father and mother. If they went through a great gate, maybe they'd come back and use their power to destroy all the nuclear weapons in the world. Could they do that? Asked Hal. The question is, would they? Said Hermia. The families don't have a history of trying to make life better for the drowthers. Drowthers, that's us? Asked Zena. It sounds like the N-word, said Pat. It's exactly like the N-word, the way most people in the families use it, said Danny. But some of us want to use our power to protect you. Don't let them through the gate, man, said Hal. I told you how they'll make him do it, said Hermia. Then kill yourself first, said Hal. That's what I'd do. The words hung in the air. Maybe you would, said Danny. But I'm not that kind of hero. I'm not any kind of hero. With great power comes great responsibility, intoned Wheeler. If only, said Danny. In the real world, with great power comes great suffering by the people who don't have the power. I wasn't kidding, said Hal. You shouldn't exist. If you didn't exist, things would keep on going the way they have been since you gods stopped being godlike. Space-time would only create another like me, said Danny. And maybe the next guy would be even worse than me. Danny did use his power to help us, said Lorette. You were knocking Coach Bleeder on his ass, said Hal. And making him drop his watch, said Danny. To protect me? Asked Hal. And because it was funny, said Danny. It was funny, said Hal. Are you going to destroy the world, Danny? Asked Sin. I hope not, said Danny. Here's what I hope. I hope that the families will unite to use their power to stop all wars, to stop all the terrorists, to put an end to all the shit. Did they ever do that before? Back before the gates were closed? Asked Hal. No, said Danny. Why would it be any different now? Said Hal. Because Danny's here, said Hermia. If one of the families starts acting like Stalin or Pol Pot or Idi Amin, Danny has the power to gate him to the bottom of the Atlantic, and they know it. They've got no way to stop him. As long as Danny's alive, he has a chance to keep it all under control. So you're going to be like the god of all gods, said Hal. Danny sat down. Yeah, he said. Plus graduate from high school on schedule, said Hal. Maybe I'm not going to be able to pull that off, said Danny. Why did you ever think you could? Asked Pat. Because I didn't know I could make a great gate when I came here, said Danny. I didn't know anything. I just wanted to be normal. Hal made a weighing motion with his hands. Normal or supreme god? Supreme god or normal? So hard to decide. Then Hal reached out his hand to Danny, offering a handshake. I'm in, said Hal. In what? In the same shit soup as you, said Hal. I'm your messenger, or servant, or whatever you need. I think you're a good guy. I think if anybody's going to have this kind of power, I'd rather it be you than anybody else I can think of, except maybe Winston Churchill, and he's dead. Danny solemnly took his hand. So Hal gets to be your right-hand man, said Wheeler, just because he was willing to talk to you when you came to Parry McClure High. Because he's my friend, said Danny. And he volunteered. Well, I volunteer too, said Wheeler. And in a few moments they had all agreed. So get in your cars, said Danny, and get away from here. I thought that was what we'd do if we said no, said Lorette. I don't want Hermia's people to know about you, not yet. Go. You're my friends. Your intervention worked. We've told you everything that we know. We didn't pretty it up. And you chose to stand with me. So the first thing is, if I say get out of here, you get out. So they can't use you as hostages to control me. They nodded. Don't act like Drowthers, said Hermia impatiently. He doesn't want nodding. He wants going. And with that, Danny gated them all, one at a time, out to the cars. After a moment of disorientation and confusion, they scrambled into the cars and drove away. That was what you wanted, wasn't it? Asked Hermia. You wanted me to tell them, right? I didn't know that's what I wanted until you did it, said Danny. But yes, they asked for the truth. They're not children, they're people. They deserve to have the knowledge to choose for themselves. They made a stupid decision, said Hermia. True, said Danny. But all the decisions are stupid. I've made nothing but stupid decisions. You too. Hermia grinned. When there aren't any smart decisions, I suppose you just have to pick the stupid decision you like best. Your family is coming, right? Asked Danny. I can't imagine they're not. Then it's time to move to a different location, said Danny. It's time for me to move to one place and you to another, said Hermia, until we're ready to set up the meeting we want. because they'll always know where I am, and we don't want them to know where you are." So Danny gated Hermia to a place she knew in Paris. Then he wrote a note to the Greeks and left it on the table in his own little house in Buena Vista. "I will let you send 2 people through a great gate," said the note. "Go home and wait for my messenger. After today, anybody from any family who comes to this town will be sent to the moon. Leave now." Danny opened the front door so they wouldn't have to break it down. No reason for the landlord to lose money. Then Danny gated to Washington, D.C., then on to Staunton, to Lexington, and then to Naples, Florida, gathering in his gates behind him so they couldn't trace him if they happened to have a gate sniffer that Hermia didn't know about. Vivi knew at once that he had come through a gate into her condo. She came up from the beach through the gate he had left there for her. "Just in time for the season finale of The Good Wife," she said. "Is that a TV show?" asked Danny. "It's pure fantasy," she said. "There are no good wives." "What about good husbands?" asked Danny. "We'll see. When you grow up. Want a sandwich?" "I'll make my own," he said. "We told all my friends about what I can do." "Well, that was selfish and stupid of you." "They insisted," said Danny. "That was stupid of them. But they didn't know what they were asking. You have no excuse." "I know," said Danny. "But other people are going to be involved whether we like it or not. Might as well have some of them on our team on purpose by their own choice." Vivi shrugged, then laughed. "It's going to be so entertaining to see how this all comes out. Right up to the moment when everything goes up in smoke." "We're gods," said Danny. "What could go wrong?"
Chapter 4. Captive. Wad was so very old that even his own grief and rage could not hold him deeply. Not for long. The being who had dwelt inside a tree for 14 centuries, watching for only one thing, a gate between worlds, was not fully engaged in being a human being. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. Wad was a watcher, above all. Yes, he had been taken as the lover of a queen. Yes, he had loved his son, had tried to protect him, and then had been outwitted by his lover, his enemy, Queen Bexoy, and his son was dead. Yes, he had imprisoned an innocent woman and her sons, then set them free. Surely this qualified as having been truly alive. But Wad was still watching, not only seeing what lay outside himself as he had done creeping through the castle at Camesham, but also what was happening inside himself, where his gate sense lay. In his early life as Loki, and then for centuries as the gate thief, Wad had captured and held the gates of other mages, but never had a gate of his own been taken from him. So he had not understood what it was like to have his out-self captive in another mage's heart hoard. Of course it was well known what happened to other mages when their out-self was taken captive, how they lay inert, comatose, waiting for their wandering self to return. But they were not gate mages. Their out-selves were usually indivisible. Only the greatest of mages could control multiple clans or ride several heart beasts at once, and even they suffered from the self-division. Gate mages, though, were divisible by nature. They could leave bits of themselves here and there forever, as gates that others could use, always aware of where they were, but never putting their whole attention into any one gate. Which is why, when Wad stole all the gates from mage after mage, he did not leave their bodies empty and helpless. They were able to continue their lives almost normally. Wad had therefore believed that he had done them no real harm. They were still themselves, still alive and aware, still able to control their own bodies. He had not understood. When the new gatefather from Middelgard stole most of Wad's gates from his heart hoard, including all the gates that Wad had stolen from others over the years, at first Wad could only think about the handful of gates that he still had under his own control. He had used those gates to save Enonwe, King Priard's concubine, and her 2 sons, Eliuic and Anop. He still had some power. He was still a mage. But now, without an urgent task, he realized what he had not understood before. More of the gate mage is in his gates than Wad had ever supposed. For he was still aware of his stolen gates. He still knew exactly where they were. He felt them all the time. He just couldn't do anything with them. Yet, like the outself of a beast mage, riding with the heart beast, or like a clant raised from plants or stones or sand or water or fire, his stolen gates were aware, alert, sensing what the possessor of the gates was doing, seeing, hearing. And the longer Wad concentrated on his stolen gates, the more he was able to get glimpses of what the other gate mage wanted, what he planned, what he needed, what he hungered for. It was not quite words. Always the words remained just out of reach. Unless this thief, this gatefather, this Danny North, spoke his thoughts aloud, Wad could not gather them up and study them. But as surely as if he were a beast mage, Wad could feel the inner longings of this man. No, this boy. He could not change anything, could not take control of him. Danny North was master, and there was not enough of Wad within his captured gates for him to hope to take control. The deepest self of a gate mage was not in his outselves, the way it was with other kinds of mages. This was why gate mages could raise no clans. But the gates were still a part of him, and so now he was a part of Danny North. And all the gates that Wad had stolen over the centuries, they had felt the same. The mages were not as strong as Wad, and so perhaps they had not felt themselves inside him as clearly as Wad now felt himself inside Danny North. But they must have been aware. And because Wad had lived on and on inside the tree, the captured gates had not faded and died after their mages died. They were all still alive. Wad had suppressed them, kept them silent. But they had been watching. They knew him as no one could ever know another human being, from the heart out, unless man-mages also had such deep understanding. In only a few days inside Danny North, Wad knew him intimately, the feel of him, the kind of man he was, the loves and fears and hopes and hates of him. So, in these 14 centuries, how well did the other gate mages still shadowed in Wad's heart hoard come to know him? And now, their knowledge was inside Danny North. Wad could feel them, too, the gates that were fellow captives of this boyish gatefather. He realized now that he knew them all, that even as he suppressed their cries, the tumult of their rage and despair, their surges of will, he had come to know them. They had been a part of him. And now that they were gone, he missed that intimate connection. At such great distance, in another man's heart hoard on another world, he longed to listen to them now. The trouble was, they hated him. Even inside Danny North's heart hoard, they stayed as far from Wad's gates as they could. For even there, Wad's power was great, his hoard of gates vast indeed compared to theirs, though all of them were puny before the billion gates that belonged to Danny North himself. The other gates, the remnants of so many dead mages, still feared and hated Wad. And loved Danny North. That was what astonished Wad when he understood it. These gates were no less captive than they had been before. Danny North had not set them free. Yet they responded to their new master as if he had liberated them. As much as they had hated, still hated, Wad, they loved this boy. That was what Wad now struggled to understand. I was a good man, thought Wad. When I walked 2 worlds under the name of Loki, I saw the great danger that both worlds faced from the dark man-mages from the world of Bel, the possessors of men's bodies and souls. And I sacrificed everything to save the worlds from the dragons of Bel. Did that not make me the best of men? Yet they never came to understand the nobility and greatness of my cause. Centuries inside me, and their hatred never relented. Inside Danny North, though, they seemed to blossom, to come to new life. A pathetic, shadowy life, but life it was. They were still alert, still aware, but calm, not seething as they had done inside Wad. They liked Danny North. They liked living inside him. They liked seeing the world through his eyes. They were at peace with him. And they were not fading, even now. Nor are my gates fading, though they are apart from me, thought Wad. In fact, my gates thrive there. I, too, am more at peace inside Danny North than I am inside myself. That was Wad's great discovery. The reason he could bear the death of his son, the betrayal of Queen Bexoy, the agony of his own guilt for what he had done to Anonoe and her sons, and the terror of having lost almost all his power, was that Danny North held a huge part of Wad inside a heart that was astonishingly pure and at peace. Danny North was good. Undisciplined, untrained, raw, confused, afraid, young. Yet even so, his character was fully formed, as it is in all people by the time they reach the age of understanding. As it is, perhaps, from the moment they are conceived. And the person that Danny North revealed himself to be by those who were held against their will inside his heart was decent to the core. Am I not decent, too? Why was dwelling in my heart hoard such a torment? And dwelling in his is an experience of healing, rest, calm, comfort. Maybe the difference is this. The first thing I tried to do, when I realized I was still alert and aware inside of Danny North, was to exert some kind of control over him. My first instinct was to rule. But Danny North does not want to rule over anybody. The poor child, so much power and no idea of what it's for. He did not eat my gates because he saw me as a rival. He was merely trying to survive, to hold on to himself. He does not want to rule the worlds. He does not even want to be the hero who saves the worlds. What does he want? Who is this boy? And why, when he is so utterly different from me, do I find myself so glad of his company? Danny North was such a compelling presence in Wad's mind that it took Wad days to realize that he knew something very important about events here on Westel. There was a new mage in the world, a mage who had passed through a great gate. The powers of the great gate still clung to him. It was as if his footfalls reverberated like temblors through the deepest rock of the world and made the slightest of vibrations in Wad's gate sense. Even though the great gate had not been of his making, the disturbance in space-time could not be hidden from an old gatefather like Wad. What was he? What magic was this interloper doing? Whatever it was, the world was waking up before this surge of magic. No one had exercised such bright power since the closing of the Great Gates 14 centuries before. Whatever Danny North was doing in Middlegard, Wad was here on Westel. And this new great mage was Wad's business. And because Wad was not as decent, as unambitious as Danny North, his first thought was this: how can I harness the great power of this new great mage and use it to wreak vengeance on my enemy, Queen Bexoy, and make her suffer as I have suffered.
Chapter 5. Assassins. By the time Danny got to the farm in Yellow Springs, Marion had already suspended a rope over the central beam of the cow barn. "Ladder work?" asked Danny. "I'm a cobble friend," said Marion. "I can't fly, nor can my clans, such as they are." "Then why didn't you wait for me to make a gate and carry the rope up there?" asked Danny. "Hard for you to believe, I know, Danny, but before you ever came to this farm, I was able to wipe my butt all by myself." Danny grinned. "Are you suggesting that you want me to install a rectal gate? Outbound only, I promise." Marion made as if to smack Danny, though he never had and never would. But then he stopped. "Could you?" he asked. "Not rectal, but a gate that's attached to a person instead of to a place?" "When Hermia gets here," said Danny. "Hermia, Vivi, they'll only know what's in books." "And I only know what I've tried," said Danny. "All those years I tried to figure out how to lock gates and how to take them back inside myself, and I couldn't figure any of it out until I saw it done." "Somebody had to be the first gate mage," said Marion. "And from what Hermia says, if you can trust a Greek." "It's only a problem if they're bearing gifts," said Danny. "And she's Pelasgian." "From what she says, you may be the most extravagantly gifted gate mage ever. So you're going to have to break new ground to reach your potential." "Parents always think their children have more potential than they actually have," said Danny. "What about gate mage surgery?" asked Marion. "Those tracking devices inside Hermia. Can't you gate them out of her?" "I have a map in my head of all the gates I've made," said Danny. "But I can't map the inside of a person's body. Going through a gate heals people of any injuries or dysfunctions. But if I start making gates to remove bits of Hermia, it would only be by chance if I found the tracking devices her family installed in her. At least now I understand why you want a gate up to the roof beam to hang a rope. It's something you know you can do." "Don't you mostly do things you know you can do?" asked Danny, a little resentful now. "Yes," said Marion. "Tell me, if you took one end of the rope down here, then gated to the roof beam, would the rope just follow you and string out from here to there, or would it get cut off where the gate began?" "It would look cut off," said Danny, "but it would still be connected. It would go up to the mouth of the gate down here, and the very next inch of rope would then emerge from the gate up there." Marion shook his head. "Stone mages like me believe in solid connections, not sudden leaps through space-time." "Where's Mom?" asked Danny. "Out scouting for anybody's clant or heart beast. You're making a great gate again, which is exactly what all the families want, not to mention rogue orphans we might not even know about." "I can't believe that passing through a great gate allowed her to sense anybody's outself within a couple of miles," said Danny. "And I can feel all the disturbances in the rock, not to mention the flow patterns for 100 miles in every direction. There's a reason why people had to go through great gates before the Drowthers deigned to call them gods." "So that's what you and Mom are now?" asked Danny. "Gods?" "If I had already been a stone father and then went through a great gate, then yes, I think I could put on a show that would make Drowthers feel a strong desire to let me have my way. But as a cobble friend, let's just say that my affinity is much more useful. I have more to give the stone, and so the stone replies with greater strength, that's all." Danny stood there looking at the ground, thinking of how Marion had opened up the earth near Parry McClure High School and swallowed a pickup truck, thinking, what will I be able to do after I go through a great gate? And Vivi and Hermia? What does it do to a gate mage? Wasn't that what they were making this great gate to find out? With no gate thief left to threaten him, and with Marion and Leslie primed to keep all danger at bay, Danny could experiment a little. He could stay a minute or two on Westall, not very long, not long enough to be in danger, but long enough to see the place where Marion and Leslie had lingered for only a fraction of a second. "We blinked and then came back," Marion explained at the time. It was daylight and there were rocks and grass, that's all I know." "And he only knows about the grass because I told him," Leslie had said. "Stone mages don't care about grass, but cow sisters have a real eye for it." Danny put a little weight on the rope that Marion had suspended. He was so hungry to make a great gate that he almost couldn't wait until the others arrived. No, that wasn't true. Danny wasn't hungry for it. What he was feeling as a powerful yearning was coming from many of the out-selves trapped inside him. The gate thief's old prisoners, not the gate thief himself. His gates were all about blocking great gates, stealing them, not using them, and certainly not building them. Could Danny use some of the captive out-selves in making a great gate as if they were his own? Hermia had told him that in the old days, mere path brothers would sometimes contribute to a gatefather their 3 or 4 or dozen gates to help reach the critical mass to make a great gate. Danny tried to make one of the gates he had taken from the gate thief to make an ordinary gate. The result was almost a physical pain. The rebuff was so sharp and strong. No! It felt like a shout from somewhere deep inside him. Not the word no, but the meaning of it, the idea of utter rejection. Apparently, Danny could not force another mage's gate. In Hermia's account, the Path brothers would donate their gates willingly. This gate had been stolen from a mage who most assuredly did not want his enemy using a part of his outself to make gates. It made sense. If gatefathers could make use of stolen gates, then they'd have stolen them all the time. The gate thief wasn't taking gates in order to use them. He was taking them in order to prevent their being used. And again he wondered why. Something about the Semitic gods, something about Bel, the ancient Carthaginian deity. "I won a battle when I beat the gate thief, but I didn't even know what war I was fighting in. For all I know, I just intervened in the American Revolution on the side of the British. I have no idea who the good guys are. There are so many enemies. But what if my enemies are right to want to destroy me? What if my defeating the gate thief was the worst thing that ever happened in history?" "Stop brooding, Danny. It makes your mouth turn sour," said Vivi. So she had taken the gate from Naples, Florida. She was almost quivering with excitement. This great gate was more for her than anyone. After all her years of not knowing whether she was a gate mage or not, her complete vindication upon finding Danny's gates and realizing she could unlock them had been the greatest joy of her life. But then came the frustration of not being able to do anything but unlock gates. That, and teach Danny all the gate lore she had learned in a lifetime of study. Now she had hope, however meager, that by passing through a great gate she might have her power augmented in some interesting way. It was all she had talked about whenever there was nothing else to talk about, so that Danny knew that it was where her thoughts always turned in moments of idleness. She hadn't nagged him, but he felt the pressure of her yearning all the same. He felt some of the same curiosity himself, and Hermia was, if anything, even more in need of some kind of boost to her abilities, since as a lock friend she could only close gates that Danny wasn't leaving open anyway. But Hermia's presence here would be dangerous, since she would bring her family soon after. So she and Danny, left to themselves, might have waited. Danny, for his part, was afraid. Yes, he had beaten the gate thief before, but that might have been a fluke. What if the gate thief was waiting for him again, this time prepared for him, this time armed in some terrible way? It could be something as simple as a sword. Danny appears, the gate thief swings a mighty sword, plop goes Danny's head, and even if somebody dragged him through a gate, even a great gate, and even if they set his head on his neck and held it there through the passage, Danny didn't think the healing properties of gate travel would do the trick. It wouldn't happen. There was no way the gate thief could know where Danny's new great gate would appear on Westhill. Danny didn't even know. "It does look so unfortunately like a gallows," said Vivi, looking up at the rope and then down to the dangling end. "Did Marion have to put a noose in it?" "It's not a noose, it's a loop," said Danny. "It's so I don't have to hold on so tightly while I spin. I want to have my mind clear." You could just spin around on the ground like a dervish, said Vivi. I made the gate on the end of a rope last time, said Danny. So until I know more, I'm doing it the same way this time. For all we know, the strength or endurance or power of the gate depends on the speed of my spin. Or it has no effect at all. Time to experiment with that is after we gate mages have passed through the gate ourselves. And back again, said Vivi. Danny knew what she was thinking of. We don't know for sure if Ced decided to stay there or not. All it would have taken was a moment's hesitation. The gate thief was on me almost instantly. It could easily have been Marion and Leslie trapped there as well. Stone appeared at the tail of the gate to his house in Washington, D.C. Hello, Vivi, he said. Vivi? She said indignantly. Not my darling, or my love, or... Oh, glorious gate mage, said Stone. Oh, most admirable of women. Oh, thou wife. There we go, said Vivi, preening playfully. It may take a little prompting, but you know how to make a girl feel all princessy. It'll be interesting to see what a meadow friend becomes after passing through the great gate. I have visions of being able to make every lawn in America grow so rapidly, with grass so tall, that people can't find their houses. And the buffalo herds return to roam all over North America, consuming lawn grass at a prodigious rate. And yet the grass leaps ever higher, said Vivi. Grass growing from cracks in the sidewalks and asphalt tears it all into little chunks, said Stone. In this profuse jungle of life, no vehicle can move. Even helicopters can't land for longer than a minute or two before grass grows up so thick that the blades can't turn again. And 300 million people die of starvation, said Danny dryly. But the vast lawns make such a lovely cemetery, said Vivi. Don't worry, Danny. Even if I could do it, I wouldn't, said Stone. Lawns are the least interesting plants in the world. Everything interesting has been bred out of them. A true meadow has at least 100 different species of grass clumping here and there, with 1,000 wildflowers and bulbs and tubers and mosses and ferns and daylilies, said Vivi. I do love daylilies. The poodles of the plant world, said Stone scornfully. So pretty, said Vivi. Alone or in great fields of them. Don't leave them out of our meadow, darling. Stone looked at Danny and rolled his eyes. I saw that, Peter, said Vivi. Eye-rolling is rude. Rude but necessary, said Stone. For your own good. Make your gate, Danny. The longer I stay here talking with Vivi, the more extravagant the trouble I'll get myself into. I'll tell Hermia we're ready, said Danny. Because his gate sense already told him exactly where the gate he had made for her in Rio was, her latest hiding place, the theory being that if she had to keep moving around, at least she could go to warm and interesting places, he was able to make a new gate straight there. She wasn't in her hotel room. That was a surprise. She knew that it was nearly time for the making of the great gate. She was supposed to be waiting. Danny immediately made a return gate and stepped toward it just as the shotgun blast went off. He felt the pellets tear through his body, and then no pain at all because he had passed through the gate back to the barn. He still gasped from the pain he no longer felt, and the others turned toward him. They found Hermia, said Danny. She wasn't there, and they weren't waiting around to talk about it. Are you hurt? Asked Vivi, fingering his tattered shirt. I was for a moment, said Danny. I may still have all the pellets in me. I can work on that later. The gate healed the wounds, and I have to find Hermia. It can't be her own people, said Stone. The Greeks may do many terrible things, but they wouldn't kill the world's only living gate mage. But they're the only ones who could track her, said Danny. They might be tracking the trackers, said Marion. Or they might have a sniffer of their own, whoever they are, said Stone. The Greeks track Hermia, but a sniffer could simply have found your gate and then waited for you. Some fanatic group that really thinks we shouldn't go back to Westel? Asked Vivi. Or some minions of the gate thief, said Marion. I'm going to look, said Danny. He made a tiny gate, really just a viewport, that showed him the room where someone had shot him. 2 men were standing there, one carrying a shotgun. "I know I hit him before he disappeared," said one. Danny made a gate and pulled it over them. They arrived 20 feet above some spot out in the Atlantic Ocean, far from the nearest land. Danny's new viewport was in place before they hit the water. The shotgun sank at once. The men cried out for help as they tried to swim. They weren't good at it. In fact, one of them was panicking and clearly had no idea how to swim. Not Greeks, then. Hermia's family were proud of their heritage among the thalassocracy, and they were all taught to swim as babies. Danny needed a way to hold them in place where they'd be helpless, unable to escape, but in no danger. Gravity would have to do the police work for him. Danny made a gate that scooped them out of the water, then dumped them 20 yards over it. He moved the mouth just under them to catch them. They fell a half-inch into the gate's mouth, which tossed them back up that half-inch and dropped them again. It gave them a continuous sensation of falling, but they could breathe and they could hear. Through the viewport, Danny spoke to them. "I could have put you 1,000 feet down, and the ocean would already have crushed you." The man who had held the shotgun was weeping, but the others seemed capable of listening. "Where is the woman who lived in that hotel room?" asked Danny. "Woman?" asked the man. Danny moved the mouth of the gate, so now they fell 20 yards before rising again. He let that go on for a minute and then returned them to a half-inch fall. "Try again," said Danny. "She go to the beach," said the man. "Then we go in her room. She not come back yet." Now that Danny had a chance to study the men, he could start making guesses. "Persians?" he asked. "Hindi?" The assassin managed to look scornful in the midst of his ongoing terror. "Tell me what family you're from," said Danny. "Never," said the man. So it was a family. An orphan would have declared his non-family status proudly. And it was a family that regarded hiding its identity as more important than life itself. Any of the known families might have wanted to do this assassination stealthily, but the secrecy wouldn't be important enough to die for it. After all, killing gate mages was something they were all sworn to do. A family, then, that everyone thought was extinct. Danny ran through a mental list. Middle Eastern from the look of them, but all the families were Indo-European, and in the Middle East that list wasn't very long. "Hittites?" he asked. "No!" shouted the man. Hittites they were, then. Interesting. Exciting, even. How had the Hittite family remained hidden all this time? They were supposed to have been wiped out before Pompey came to Syria, though some family historians speculated that they might have adopted the Armenians and helped them surreptitiously. But historical interest would have to wait. "If Hermia is dead," said Danny, "so are you." "Alive!" the man cried. "We not touch her." "No great gates!" shouted the other man, the weeping one. "Bel comes! Bel goes to Iliwi!" So they were allies of the gate thief, or shared his fear. Iliwi was an ancient name of Westel. Danny remembered the runic inscription in the Library of Congress. "We have faced Bel, and he has ruled the hearts of many." Man-mages from another world, a world not Earth and not Westel. Loki found the dark gate of Bel through which their god poured fear into the world. Why would it matter whether Danny made a great gate if Bel already knew how to make gates of his own? The Hittites knew something, and he had to find out what it was. Danny moved the tail of the gate that suspended them to the barn. They plopped in a sodden mass amid the straw near a milking stall. At once Danny brought back the mouth of the gate, scooped them up, and hung them in the air 10 feet above the barn floor. "What's going on, Danny?" demanded Marion. "How can you bring strangers to—" "Hittites," said Danny. "They shot me, and they know something about Bel." There had been enough discussion of the runic passage that everyone immediately understood the significance. "I need you to question them while I'm gone," said Danny to Marion. "I'm not an interrogator," said Marion. "I didn't say torture them," said Danny. "Ask them questions." "You're torturing them," said Marion. "Look how afraid they are. They're falling and falling." "People pay money to go up in airplanes and free fall like this before they open their parachutes," said Danny. "It's not torture. It's just a way of keeping them where we want them. Not here, said Marion. Fine, said Danny. I'll put them back out over the Atlantic till I find Hermia. No, shouted Leslie from the door. Let them go at once. They killed me, shouted Danny. They're assassins. And Hittites, added Vivi. So they're evil and interesting. This is not what a good man does, said Leslie coldly. Danny knew at once that she was right. His fear and anger had made him act by reflex. Yet he had also shown restraint, and he wanted credit for it. I could have killed them, said Danny. I didn't kill them. They're sopping wet, said Leslie. I didn't know they couldn't swim, said Danny. But I pulled them out of the water, didn't I? Get them out of my barn, said Leslie. Now. Back to the ocean, then. Again, Danny had to move the tail of the gate first, which put them back in the water, flailing and sputtering and screaming whenever they could catch their breath. Then he got them back up in the air. By now they thought of that continuous freefall as a good thing, no doubt, compared to drowning. Danny followed them this time, suspending himself in the air. No falling in the water. When he was moving himself through space, he was much quicker, more deft about it. I'm going to go see where my friend is, said Danny. If she's hurt or dead, I'll do the same thing to one of you while the other watches. We not to touch her. We not talk to her, the less panicked man insisted. Danny gated himself back to Hermia's hotel room in Rio. It was empty this time, no shotguns waiting. The door was undamaged. They must have bribed their way in. Danny went to the balcony and looked out over the broad beach. So many people lying there or milling around. But after a few minutes he spotted someone who might be Hermia. He made a gate near her. If it was Hermia, she'd see it and step into it. If it wasn't, she wouldn't. It was. She did. Is it already time? She asked as soon as she was in the hotel room. I came here for you, said Danny, and I was met by a shotgun blast. Hermia saw the pellet pattern on the wall, Danny's punctured clothes, and exclaimed softly, My family wouldn't. Not your family, said Danny. They just shot to kill, without a warning. No negotiations, just bang. Who was it? Hittites, I'm pretty sure. He grinned. Extinct gods with shotguns, said Hermia. Extinct for 2,000 years, no less. They didn't actually admit to being Hittite, but it's the one they denied instead of being evasive. I have them hanging over the Atlantic. I want to talk to them. You want to lock the gate they're using so they drop into the water and drown, said Danny. Eventually, yes, said Hermia. You're too soft, Danny. People who shoot first can't be left alive. People who talk about Belle have some explaining to do, said Danny. And they didn't actually kill me. They killed your clothing, said Hermia. Walk around like this and you'll start a new fashion, perforated clothing. Shotgun style by Calvin Klein. I want to make the Great Gate before anything else happens, said Danny. Those clowns aren't going anywhere. We'll have plenty of time to question them after. If we make it back, said Hermia. If we don't, then someday somebody will find a heap of bones and some empty clothing hanging in the air over some spot in the Atlantic. It'll make the cover of the Enquirer. You sound like you don't care, said Hermia. But I know you do. Danny sighed. Leslie thought the worst of him, Hermia thought the best of him, and they were both right. Danny gated the two men into a single cell in the county jail in Lexington, Virginia. They're on dry ground now, all right, he told her. Now let's get this gate made before somebody notices them and lets them out. Where are they? She demanded. In jail, said Danny. He made a viewport into the cell and showed her. Hermia spoke to them. Don't make a sound, she said. If you try to get out, or if you talk to anybody at all, it's back to the ocean for you. And then she added a few words in a language Danny had never heard. Yes, they understood me, she said to Danny. The Hittite-Armenian theory seems to have some merit. You speak Armenian? Asked Danny. It came up, said Hermia. I'm a gate mage. It's a language. Danny reached out his hand, and the two of them gated to the barn. Chapter 6. Angry Gate. What did you do with them? Demanded Leslie. They're alive, said Hermia, and safe. Leslie looked at Danny suspiciously. I want to hear it from him. Because you think you can tell if I'm lying? Asked Danny. We assume you're lying, said Stone, because we're all hoping you killed them and had done with it. I'm hoping no such thing, said Leslie. We can't control a gate mage anyway, said Marion to Leslie. He did what he did, he'll do what he does. I can make him feel guilty about it, said Leslie. That's not very sporting, said Vivi. Danny feels guilty for being alive. Make the great gate, said Hermia. If the Hittites are onto us, then everybody knows that there are gate mages in the world again, and they'll be looking for a great gate. That's an argument against making one, said Stone. It's an argument for making one now, said Hermia. And all of us going through it except Marion and Leslie because they've already gone and somebody has to keep watch. You're coming right back, aren't you? Leslie asked Danny. Unless the gate thief gets me this time, said Danny. Do you think there's any chance of that? Asked Vivi. He's weaker than he was, said Danny. But he knows a lot more than I do. Danny walked to the rope, took hold of it, pulled the noose wide open. I hate that noose, said Vivi. It looks so grim. Danny made no answer, just pulled the noose down over his head and shoulders, then tightened it under his armpits. Now he could put his weight on the rope while keeping his hands free. His feet were still on the floor of the barn. He turned around and around until the rope was so twisted that it lifted him off the floor. Only the tips of his toes touched. Want us to wind you tighter? Asked Hermia. I'm pretty tightly wound already, said Danny. Very funny, said Vivi. I'm still not sure whether I should go through it, said Stone. Do it, said Vivi, and keep me company. It will give you the power to make plants grow and cover everything, said Marion. That's kudzu, said Stone. It doesn't need any help from me. Vivi took hold of his hand. Come and go with me to that land where I'm bound, she sang. Is that a real song? Asked Stone. A very old one, said Vivi. She sang again. I'm gonna walk the streets of glory on that great day in the morning. I need to concentrate, said Danny, and I need the two of you to be watching so you know when to go through the gate. Vivi smiled. There'll be singing in that land, voices ringing in that land. There'll be freedom in that land where I'm bound. Nobody's ever heard of an obedient gate mage, said Stone. Serves you right, Danny, said Leslie. Danny silently raised his feet, leaned back, closed his eyes. He began to spin. 20 gates at once this time. Only this time he wasn't alone. Many of the other mages' gates inside him were clamoring, demanding that he use them to make the great gate. He didn't understand when he tried to use a captive gate before it had rejected him. Then he realized. He had tried to use a gate belonging to the gate thief, so of course it said no. The captive outselves now begging to be part of the great gate were the ones the gate thief had stolen from other mages. They wanted to be part of a living gate instead of mere prisoners. One by one, he drew these eager gates into his spinning, until now he was spinning a score of other mages' gates along with his own. He couldn't tell if they were making the great gate stronger by adding more threads to the connection, or weaker by adding new textures that didn't fit well with his own. Danny knew nothing about what he was doing. Yet it seemed fair to him to include the outselves of these long-dead mages, which had been stolen from them because of their attempts to make great gates. You lost your magery by doing this. Did I capture you to keep you imprisoned or to set you free and let your power live again in the world? Free, 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 answered the gates inside him. Me, demanded so many gates that he had not yet used. Enough, thought Danny. 20 of mine and 20 of you. He was spinning rapidly now. Not as fast as he had been spinning in the gym, but it was enough. This time he could feel the power in it. This time he understood that what mattered was not the speed of the spinning, but the intertwining of the gates. It truly felt like a rope, 4 great strands, each consisting of 10 gates. Because he had made a great gate before and learned so much in the making of it, he could understand it better this time. 2 of the strands were made entirely of Danny's gates, and the other 2 were made of the other mage's gates. He wove all of his into the return gate, whose tail would be here in the barn to bring them home, and all of theirs into the gate of sending, whose mouth would be here. They spun themselves together like 40 slender tornadoes, all of them spinning on their own, weaving their own patterns. And then he cast them upward and outward with all the strength of his in-self, and felt rather than heard the song of rejoicing as the stranger's gates leapt out into space, into time, carrying his own gates with them. They connected in another world. The great gate was made. "Now," said Vivi. "Untie me," said Danny, still spinning. Strong hands stopped his spin. Other hands loosened the noose and pulled it over his arms. He still hadn't opened his eyes. He didn't need them. It was with another sense that he saw the great gate. It was very different this time. As if the earlier gate had been woven of one color of thread, while this one was of many bright colors that combined and recombined. Gate of many colors, thought Danny. What does it mean to have a gate of many colors? He felt Vivi and Hermia take him by the hands. The mouth of the gate was wide. Danny stepped into it. Joined to him, they did not need to step. They were with him as the gate gathered him in, and there they were, in bright sunlight on the other world. Danny opened his eyes. The light was dazzling after the relative darkness of the barn, but he could see that they were surrounded by tall stones, rough-hewn, set on end into the grassy ground at the brow of a gently sloping hill. "Stonehenge," said Danny. "A gate-catcher," said Stone. "Fool," said another voice. A stranger's voice. A man. Danny turned to where the voice had come from. But it wasn't the voice that told him who the man was. It was the in-self. It was the few gates the man had inside him. "Gate thief," said Danny. "Why are you here?" "Fool," said the gate thief. "To use those angry, wild gates. They want it. Centuries in prison have made them uncontrollable. Insane." The gate thief spoke Westilian with a strange accent, but Danny understood him perfectly. "They wanted to be part of the great gate," said Danny. "Are you here to do battle with me again?" "He wants to come through the gate," said Vivi. "He's here to kill you," said Hermia. "You know nothing," said the gate thief. "Someone has to teach you." "Lock the gate behind us, Hermia," said Danny. "Do we have to go so quickly?" asked Vivi. "This is Westil, and the sun is so bright I can hardly claim to have seen it." "I don't want him to follow us," said Danny. "You'll be back here soon enough," said the gate thief, "begging me to teach you how to undo this terrible thing you've done." "Why did you eat all the gates?" demanded Danny, his curiosity overpowering his good sense, making him stay long enough to ask. "You know why," said the gate thief. "My captive gates have told you. They say the name of Bell." "Bell, the gate mage from the other world," said the gate thief. "The world of soul stealers. The world of man mages. Fool." "Let's go," said Hermia. "Who knows what he's plotting to do while he keeps us talking?" Meanwhile, Stone knelt in the grass, his hands splayed out, digging into the soil. "It's so alive," he whispered. "It's you that's alive," said the gate thief. "Coming through the great gate has made you strong. All of you too strong. You have nothing to fear from me." "That's what he wants us to believe," said Hermia. "Gate mages are such liars," said Vivi, rather proudly, Danny thought. "What do I call you?" asked Danny. "Loki?" "Wad," said the gate thief. "It's my name since I came out of the tree." Danny had no idea what that meant. "I'm not giving you back your gates," said Danny. "I don't need them," said Wad. "Do you know what happened to Sed?" asked Stone. He came through the earlier gate and he stayed. A wind mage, said Wad. I know where he is. Is he safe? Asked Stone. Wad laughed. Is Westhill safe with him here? The most powerful mage in the world now. The winds that he blows. Is he causing harm? Asked Vivi. He doesn't know how not to cause harm, said Wad, any more than you do. And there's no one to balance him, no one to teach him. That's what you're doing here, setting monsters loose in the world. Becoming monsters ourselves by that reckoning, said Danny. We're all monsters, said Wad. Let's go back, said Hermia. Danny could see him clearly now, standing between two stones, leaning on neither. A slight man. Like Danny, he was neither tall nor short, neither strong-looking nor weak. And his face was neither young nor old, but ageless, with eyes like deep water, gray as the belly of a thundercloud, looking into Danny with such sadness, such anger, such understanding. Don't look at him, said Hermia. He's too strong for us. I'm weak, said Wad. You have most of my out-self inside you now. What do I call you? You don't, said Danny. He gathered the mouth of the great gate around himself, and they were in the barn again. The sunlight was gone, the stones, the grass. Stone knelt, his fingers pressed against the floor. He was weeping. It's a desert here compared to there, he said. We met the gate thief, Vivi told Marion. He was almost as pretty as Danny, and as old as the stars. I can't lock the other gate, said Hermia. The outbound gate, the one you made from the hearts of strangers. Danny could see that she had locked the return gate and was trying to close the other. You can't control it because there are 20 mages in it, said Danny. You have to close them one at a time. He began pinching off the gates. But by the time he got to the third gate, the first was open again. It won't stay closed, he said. I see now, said Hermia, and instead of trying to close the whole great gate, she began to join him in closing the individual gates. I can see everything more clearly. I'm so much stronger. You'd think I could close them. Danny could see that she was getting no better results than he was. The inbound great gate, the one made entirely from Danny's own gates, was closed and locked, but the gates of the other mages were not so obedient. They willed themselves to be open, and though Danny and Hermia could close them, they would not stay closed. We have a wide-open public gate here, said Vivi. I can see what you're doing, and they won't stay closed. They don't want to be closed. Wild gates, said Danny. Angry wild gates, he called them. Angry at him, not us, said Vivi. I held them prisoner too, said Danny. And it doesn't matter who they're angry at. They aren't people, just the wraiths of people, the lingering memory of them, but strong. Going through a great gate strengthened us, said Vivi. But they are a great gate. How strong is that? Let them stay open, said Danny. It isn't going to work no matter what we do. Are you saying that you can't close the great gate? Asked Marion. I closed the one coming back to Earth, said Hermia, but not the one leading to Westhill from here. So my barn is now a great gate, and you can't close it? Demanded Leslie. Why did you use those gates? Said Hermia. They wanted it, said Danny. It seemed only fair after so long in prison. But you didn't know them, what kind of men they were, said Hermia. A wraith preserves the character of its maker, and these might have been very bad mages. Yes, that seems obvious now, said Danny. I chose the most insistent, the most selfish, but it never occurred to me that I couldn't control these gates. You've never faced a gate that wasn't under your control, said Marion. You've never seen a gate that wasn't of your making. But he did make it, said Vivi. I wound them together, I threw them into space-time, said Danny. But Marion's right. They aren't my gates. Then move them, said Leslie. Get it out of my barn. Danny tried. The gate wouldn't budge. Only when he stopped trying to move it did it move in the opposite direction. and it widened. "It's trying to eat us," said Hermia, alarmed. It was true. The mouth of the great gate was seeking them out. "Take them!" cried Vivi. "They were captive before. Capture them again!" Danny tried to unmake the gate as he had done with his previous great gate, but these were not his own gates, and they dodged him. He could work on one at a time, but they all resisted him. They refused to be captive again. "I thought passing through the gate was supposed to make me irresistibly strong," said Danny. "They're stronger too," said Vivi. "Dead as they are, it made them more powerful to be part of a great gate. Wad took them, though. Loki, I mean," said Danny. "They weren't all woven together like this," said Hermia. "And he knows more than you." Now Danny understood what Wad had meant. "You'll be back here soon enough, begging me to teach you how to undo this terrible thing you've done." Danny wanted to go back right now, to demand answers from Wad. "No!" shouted Hermia. "No what?" asked Danny. "Don't step into that gate," she cried. "Don't you see? It's not yours. What's to stop it from moving itself into the depths of the sea?" "What have we done?" asked Vivi miserably. "You don't control it at all," said Leslie. She wasn't just angry now, she was afraid. "It could go out and look for the families that are hunting for it?" asked Marion. "I don't know what it can do," said Danny. Wad was right. I am a fool. "At least the return gate is closed," said Hermia. "If the families go to Westill, they can't get back." "But that's terrible," said Danny. "What right do we have to set them loose in that world? I have to reopen the other gate. I have to make it so there's no space between them, so that if you go through the gate, you come back here immediately. No pause, no chance to see the sights." Danny acted even as he spoke. But no sooner did he move the mouth of the return gate directly in front of the outbound gate than the wild gate moved its tail away. Not far. The two great gates were so woven together, so inseparable, that it was only a few yards between the tail of the wild gate and the mouth of Danny's return gate. "It can't get away from my gate either," said Danny in relief. "As long as I keep mine anchored, it can't go far." Danny tethered the mouth of his own part of the great gate to the walls of the barn. It was like hobbling a horse. The wild gates could move the mouth of the combined gate, but only a few yards. "This is our worst nightmare," said Leslie. "A gate you can't control here in our barn. Do you understand what the families will do now?" "Whatever it takes to get to this gate," said Hermia. "They don't know it's gone wild," said Vivi. "I don't plan to tell them, do you?" "The gate is hungry," said Danny. "It wants to be used. It'll find a way." "Then let's feed it," said Hermia. "Negotiate with the families. Let them each send a couple of mages through, exactly as we planned all along. They don't have to know that we can't close the gate or move it or anything. You gate them here, 2 at a time, and send them through. How will they know that you aren't as much in control of the Great Gate as you are of the gates you make here on Middlegard?" "Or make another Great Gate, one you control completely," said Vivi, "and starve this one to death." "I don't know what to do," said Danny. "Wad was right. I have to go talk to him. I have to ask him." "Terrible idea," said Stone. "If you do go back, make another Great Gate," said Hermia. "Don't ever step into this one again." "She's right," said Vivi. "This is an angry gate. Isn't that what Wad said?" "Who's Wad?" asked Marion. "Loki," said Danny. "The gate thief," said Hermia. "He's dangerous," said Stone. "He makes me believe in the devil." "I'm screwing everything up," said Danny. Stone was sitting on the floor now. "What else did you expect?" he asked. "Nobody's done this in 14 centuries. And it's not your fault that the gate thief had all these captives. It's his fault, not yours. The only thing you did was not let him capture you." "That was my first mistake," said Danny. "No," said Leslie, "not a mistake." "We'll figure this out," said Marion. "We'll find a way to get it all under control." "But first," said Leslie, "we're getting all my cows out of this barn." Chapter 7. Amulets. Danny had first come to Parry McClure High School as a long-dreamed-of adventure. And the dream had come true. He had made friends. He had learned how to use his power, and he had done good things with it. A few pranks, too, but he hadn't used it to win races, and he hadn't hurt anybody, unless you counted humiliating Coach Bleeder. Now, though, he came as if he had graduated, then found out he had flunked a test after all and had to come back. Only nobody knew he had been gone. Nobody knew he had failed. His friends didn't believe him when he told them. They were gathered in the old smoking area, the one that the teachers regularly checked, but since they were only talking, not smoking anything, it was a good place for Danny and his friends to gather. "So can we use the gate?" asked Pat. "I told you, nobody can." "I thought you said it was wild," said Wheeler. "Anybody could use it." "We're not letting anybody get near enough to use it," said Danny. "Then what's the big deal?" asked Hal. "Is it like the last gate you can ever make?" "No, I can make as many as I want." "So can you take us to that other world?" asked Laurette. "Why would I do that?" asked Danny. "You're not mages. It wouldn't do you any good. And what if you got stranded there? It isn't a safe place." "You're right," said Pat. "Here you can only get run over by cars or catch some hideous disease or get blown up in chemistry class." "I didn't blow anybody up," said Hal. "But you tried," said Wheeler. "I tried to get them to cancel school for the day," said Hal. "Can we stop talking about your failures, Hal?" said Xena. "Yeah, let's go back to talking about mine," said Danny. Xena gripped his arm and spoke so earnestly and pressed so close that he could feel her breath on his cheek. "You haven't failed at anything, Danny North," she said. "You're like a god." "The god of screw-ups," said Danny. Xena kissed his cheek. "Your screw-ups are better than other people's successes." "So you went to the other world." "Westel," said Laurette. "That was supposed to make you more powerful." "I don't feel any different," said Danny. "Well, can you do stuff you couldn't do before?" "I don't know." "Why don't you know?" asked Laurette. "There isn't a manual," said Danny. "They kill mages like me. They don't exactly provide me with instructions." "Who reads the instructions?" asked Laurette. "Haven't you tried anything?" "I wouldn't even know what to try," said Danny. "I made gates before. I can still make gates." He shrugged. "So you can take us to Disney World?" asked Sin. Danny hadn't expected that, not from the goth with constantly infected piercings. "You want to go to Disney World?" "I'd say Paris, but I don't speak French," said Sin. "Come on, I've never been." "Me neither," said Xena. "I don't want to go," said Pat. "I don't like using gates to steal," said Danny. "Who said anything about stealing?" asked Sin. "Just get us in." "And then get us through all the lines and into the rides without tickets," said Laurette. "Is that so much to ask?" "They'll catch me," said Wheeler. "I always look guilty." "How about Cape Canaveral?" asked Hal. "You provide the security badges and I'll get us in," said Danny. "This isn't even fun," said Pat. "What about all those people trying to kill you?" asked Xena. "Are you safe now?" "I don't know," said Danny. "And what about teaching us how to help you?" asked Hal. "Or is that off just because you screwed up and made some gate angry?" "I can't have you help me," said Danny. "I'd just screw that up too, and then you'd get killed." "Wow, he's really down on himself," said Laurette. "He needs cheering up," said Xena. She kissed his cheek, not a sisterly peck. Her lips brushed his cheek and lingered. It made him feel a tingle in his legs and in his butt. He didn't know that tingling could be so weirdly dislocated. "Don't go there, Xena," said Hal. "Even if you are a warrior princess," said Wheeler. "Jealous?" asked Xena. "Yes," said Wheeler. Everyone looked at him in surprise. "It's just Danny, and all of a sudden you're getting all kissy with him," said Wheeler. "Yeah," said Laurette. "Just because he's a god, why would you want to kiss him?" "You're right," said Xena, clinging to Danny all the more tightly. "I want to have his baby." At that, Danny pulled away. Joking around was one thing, this was something else. "I just have to think," he said. "He can't think if all his blood has rushed out of his head," said Laurette. "I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way I can keep you guys safe," said Danny. "We'd be safe in Disney World," said Sin. "It's the safest place on Earth." Danny thought of what he needed his friends to do. gate them as emissaries to the families to explain the terms they'd have to agree to in order to pass someone through a great gate. Danny couldn't go himself, and he couldn't send Vivi or Hermia either. The families would set traps for them. But what would be the point of trapping Drowthers? That was the problem. Since the families didn't regard Drowthers as having any value, they wouldn't hold them as hostages. If they got annoyed, they'd just kill his emissaries. In fact, as soon as anyone realized that Danny had friends, they might try to use them against him, threaten them, follow them, kidnap them, kill them, without waiting for Danny to send them anywhere. He couldn't concentrate on all of them at once. He couldn't keep them safe. "What have I done to you guys?" asked Danny. "What are you talking about?" asked Laurette. Danny explained his worry. "Cool," said Wheeler. "It's like being inside a comic book." "Except we're collateral damage," said Hal. "We're the red shirt guys," said Pat. Danny made a gate, a very small one, and put it directly above a small stone lying in the clearing. "Hal," said Danny, "would you pick up that stone?" Hal didn't bother looking to see exactly which stone. He just lunged for the general area, reaching for any stone, and when his hand brushed the gate, he fell into it, and he was sitting 10 feet away. "That is disorienting," he complained. "That wasn't what I wanted," said Danny. "I'm trying to see if I can tie a gate to a thing instead of a place. Just move the stone, somebody. Laurette, keep your hand low and move it slowly, and I'll tell you which stone." She moved carefully, though Danny also noticed that she bent over at such an angle that her considerable cleavage was aimed right at him. Was that because it was her habit, or because she was thinking the same way Xena was? That because Danny could do magery, he was suddenly cool enough to be worth flirting with? "That one," said Danny. Laurette picked up the stone. The gate stayed in the air above where the stone had been. "Damn," said Danny. "Didn't work?" asked Laurette. "I was hoping I could do it because I went to Westel. The enhancement of my powers." "Bummer," said Hal. He was back in the circle now. "Who cares?" asked Sin. "It's just a rock." "He wants us to be able to carry gates around with us," said Pat, "so we can stick a finger in a gate and be somewhere else." Sometimes she surprised him. Sour as she was always thinking. Maybe when you don't care whether other people like you, you have more brain space for analysis. "Well, there's no reason it shouldn't work," said Hal, "whether you went through a great gate or not." "What do you know about magic?" said Xena contemptuously. "What I know about is physics," said Hal. "Basic, elementary, pathetic, every semi-educated moron should know it level physics." "Xena slept through the physics unit in 8th grade science," said Laurette. "Danny always attaches his gates to small moving objects," said Hal. "He's never done anything else." Danny looked at the gate he had just made, the mouth and tail of it, and couldn't figure out what Hal meant. "The surface of the Earth is spinning 1 complete revolution per day," said Hal. "At the equator, that means it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Here it's about 800 miles an hour. The Earth is also moving around the Sun at 67,000 miles an hour. So when Danny's gates seem to stay in the same place, they're really moving incredibly fast, so they're attached to something." "You said small moving objects," said Laurette. "Compared to the Sun, Earth is a small moving object," said Hal. "Compared to the galaxy, Earth is a blip. The only reason we think it's big is because we're even smaller." "Thanks for the info, science boy," said Xena. "Like he said, everybody knows that," said Wheeler. "Oh, you had 67,800 miles an hour sitting there in your brain?" said Pat. "No, but I knew that the Earth spins completely around once a day," said Wheeler. "And I knew it went all the way around the Sun once a year. That means it's a seriously fast-moving object. Duh." "If you're so smart, how fast is the solar system moving around the center of the galaxy?" Pat asked Hal. 483,000 miles an hour, said Hal. "And how fast is the Milky Way moving toward Andromeda?" "That's impossible to say," said Hal, "because they're moving toward each other, and there's no stationary point of reference." The whole galaxy is moving 1.3 million miles an hour compared to the CBR, said Pat triumphantly. What's the CBR? asked Sin. Cosmic background radiation, said Hal. And that's not what you asked, Pat. You asked about how fast the Milky Way was moving toward Andromeda. This is all so sad, said Sin. While other boys were memorizing football players' stats, Hal was memorizing the stats of astronomical objects. I wonder if Earth will make the playoffs this year, said Laurette. And you girls memorize what George Clooney eats for breakfast, said Wheeler. That walking fossil, said Xena. The cast of Twilight, then, said Wheeler. Apparently the girls couldn't argue with that one. It was no secret that Hal was smart, and Pat was the smartest of the girls. And Danny knew all this stuff, too. He knew everything he had ever read. The difference was that Hal had realized it applied to this situation. I get the point, said Danny. I'm attaching the gates to a point on the surface of a spinning, moving object, so there's no reason I can't attach it to a pebble except that the pebble is smaller. Danny gazed steadily at the stone, trying to figure out how to attach a gate to it the way he had attached the gate to a spot in the air above the stone. Meanwhile, Sin had a question. How do you wizards, or whatever you are, how do you know we don't have magic? Don't talk to him, he's making gates, said Laurette. We don't know you don't have magic, said Danny. Our blood has been mixing with the rest of the human race for thousands of years, so you probably have some mither mage ancestry. He tried to hold the image of the stone in his mind and create a gate solely in relation to the stone, not distracted by any other surrounding feature. So send us to Westel, said Sin. Maybe we'll come back with superpowers. Yeah, said Hal. Cool, said Wheeler. Danny's concentration broke. He was impatient with himself, but they only saw that he was annoyed. Sorry, said Laurette. Stop distracting him, said Xena protectively. Why don't you hold it in your hand and really focus on it, asked Pat. Disconnect it from the ground. Laurette handed him a stone. Danny took it, bent over it, stared at it, made a gate. He moved the stone a little to the left. The mouth of the gate moved with it. It was that simple. Remove the pebble from its context, concentrate a little, and he had an enchanted stone. You look happy, said Xena. Does that mean you're thinking of me naked? It means he attached a gate to the stone, said Pat. We all try not to think of you naked. So, what now? asked Hal. You give us each a stone to use if we need to make a quick getaway? A stone's a lousy idea, said Laurette. Why? asked Danny. He had thought it was a pretty good idea. First, said Laurette, what if we drop our stone? How can we tell which one was ours except by brushing our hand against it and taking off like Hal just did? And then we still don't have the stone, but maybe whoever was chasing us finds it and follows us. Don't drop the stone, said Wheeler. Right, like none of us ever drops anything, said Pat. Second, said Laurette, suppose somebody handcuffs us and searches us and finds a stone in our pockets or purses or whatever. How many people our age carry rocks around? Okay, said Danny. Not a stone. I was just learning how to do it, and there are plenty of stones. A ring, said Sin. A nose ring, said Xena. Then every time you blow your nose, you'll transport somewhere. Or you sniff and you get sent to the moon, said Wheeler. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, intoned Hal. One ring to bring them all and in the darkness bind them. Are you saying we're on Sauron's side? Asked Wheeler, a little angry. Sauron doesn't have a side, said Danny. You forget, the families are all the gods, all the fairies, all the elves and ghosts and werewolves and poltergeists and everything. Good and bad. The families are on both sides of everything. There's no good or evil with them, just whatever they feel like doing and have the power to do it. That sounds like as good a definition of evil as I've ever heard, said Pat. Well, look what I just did, said Danny. I felt like attaching a gate to a stone, and when Xena suggested that I really focus on it, then I could do it. Was that evil? Pat shrugged. Depends on whether you throw the stone at some other high school's quarterback and jump him 10 yards back and drop him on his ass. That's just a prank, said Wheeler. Can you do it? He wouldn't need a stone, said Hal. He could just do it. And it would be evil, said Pat. Hurting somebody else just for the fun of it. So was it evil when I messed with Coach Leader? Asked Danny. A little bit, maybe, said Pat. But mostly funny, said Hal. And he deserved it, said Wheeler. Danny remembered the men he had terrified into submission out over the Atlantic and then stashed in a jail. They were murderers, or meant to be. They deserved worse than he had done to them. But it didn't make him feel all that great about the fact that he had the power to torture them like that, and that he had just done it the moment he thought of it. Something you already carry with you, said Danny. And I'll try to put the gate on it in such a way that you don't just accidentally pop through it. So don't give me your wallet. Wheeler can give you the condom he always carries, said Hal. He's never going to use that. Wheeler glared at him. They gave it to me in 5th grade. It's like a rabbit's foot. I'm not going to use it. It's older than my dick by now. You, said Laurette. You made me think of your weenie. Said the girl with the constant cleavage, said Wheeler. Please, said Danny. Something you carry but you don't touch, but you could get to it in an emergency. Pat already had a tampon out of her purse. Our turn to say, you, said Hal. Every girl carries them and nobody thinks anything about it, said Pat. I don't, said Sin. I carry extras, said Laurette, getting 2 tampons out of her purse. Then I am using my condom, said Wheeler, reaching into his pocket. I don't carry a purse, said Sin. What am I supposed to do, tuck it behind my ear? She handed the tampon back to Laurette. You don't carry a spare just in case? Asked Laurette. I'm never early and I'm not afraid of a little blood anyway, said Sin. Are you afraid of a little vomit? Asked Hal. Because this is making me sick. Welcome to Girlville, said Pat. But since you're never going to have a girlfriend or a wife, it won't matter if you're squeamish. What if I'm rummaging in my purse for something else and I brush against it? Asked Zena, looking doubtfully at the tampon she was holding. And should I unwrap it? Danny took it out of her hand. He's touching one, said Hal. Girl cooties, said Wheeler. Danny studied the thing, squeezed it, pushed his finger against the end. Just give me a second, he said. He made a really tiny gate completely inside the end of the tampon. He tossed the tampon around on his hand and nothing happened. But when he pushed his finger into the end, he jumped through the gate. This time only a few inches away, but it still made him lose his balance. Oh, a 3-inch gate, said Pat. That'll show him. Better be nice to me, or I'll move another 3 inches. I'm just testing, said Danny. You have to push your finger into the end before the gate will work. What happens if you forget which one is the gate and you use it? Asked Hal. I thought you didn't like talking about messy girl stuff, said Laurette. I can't help what pops into my head, said Hal. Please tell me you're not picturing me using it, said Pat. Well, now I am, and thanks so much, said Hal. I don't have anything that isn't hard and shiny, said Sin. Your lip gloss, said Pat. Sin pulled a tiny canister out of her pocket. It's hard and shiny, she said. The stuff inside is black and squishy, said Pat. I can put the gate down inside, said Danny. If you hide a gate in here, I can't use it and my lips will get pink, said Sin. Laurette pulled a stub of black licorice out of her purse. Here, it's black and it's squishy. Sin took the licorice and studied it. What century was this made in? It's old, it's black, and it's gross, said Laurette. Nobody will be surprised that you have it in your pocket. Or does your mother wash your jeans? Sin gave a disdainful toss of her head. Washing is so bourgeois. 10 minutes later, they all had something flexible with a tiny gate mouth inside it. 3 tampons, a licorice stub, a condom package, and a lion-shaped eraser that Hal had in his pocket. Why a lion? Asked Sin. Hal shrugged. Got it as a prize at the dentist one time. And you carry it with you, said Sin. Lost a tooth, got a lion, said Hal. It's Aslan, said Wheeler. Hal looked really angry. Stop it, said Danny. Have some loyalty, Wheeler. He told about my condom, said Wheeler. So if one of us pisses off another one of us, then suddenly we're all about getting even? Asked Pat. Oh, that'll work. We don't tell each other's secrets, said Lorette. And we don't make fun of each other. Does that mean I can't mention your cleavage, ever? Asked Danny. We don't make fun of things that matter, said Lorette. Making fun of my cleavage is just another way of telling me that it's working. I think that's a good rule, said Danny. We all make fun of how Lorette shows her boobs? Asked Zena. We don't make each other feel bad, said Danny. We don't tell each other's secrets to outsiders. The others agreed. All of your gates, said Danny, they'll take you here. But there's a chance one of the families will find out about this place. So when you get here, if it's an emergency, just reach out to this tree. Danny showed them the one. And here, under this branch, there'll be another gate. Can you all reach it? They all proved that they could, even Zena, whose arms weren't all that long. Where will that gate take us? Asked Pat. Someplace far away. Someplace where I'll put a stash of money and a weapon. You'll never have to use it, but it'll be there in case somebody's following you through the gate. So you don't have any idea yet where it'll go, said Pat. I'm thinking Disney World, said Danny. A weapon in the Magic Kingdom? Asked Sin. That's just wrong. I'll find someplace safe where I can stash a weapon and nobody will find it, said Danny. For now, though, I'll make it lead to a place in D.C., and then I'll make another gate there and show you all where it is so you can get back to Buena Vista but in a different place. So we can try it out? It'll just be sitting there, and if we want to go to D.C., we can use it? Asked Wheeler. Everybody looked at him. Once, said Danny. You can try it once to show that you know how to use it. But if you do it any other time, somebody might see you and then they'd know. It only works as an emergency escape if nobody knows, and that means you never use it. If you want to go to D.C., I'll send you there. Wheeler laughed nervously. This is really, serious and all. I thought you already understood that, said Danny. If you stay friends with me, if you help me, you're going to be in real danger, and you'll need a real escape route. But if you want to beg off, then do it now. Let's not go any farther. I can leave this school any time. Without me here, you're safe. You haven't been seen doing anything yet. No, said Zena. We'll be good, said Hal. Only Wheeler said nothing. They all waited. I feel like I've already totally screwed up, and you won't ever trust me no matter what I say, said Wheeler miserably. I'll trust you until you do something that shows me I shouldn't, said Danny. But I'm an idiot, said Wheeler. I told you he knew it, said Sin to Pat. I mean, I forget stuff. I blab stuff without thinking. Well, don't, said Danny. That's all. Wheeler nodded miserably. Then he suddenly disappeared, and there he was over by the tree. He put his finger up where the next gate was going to be. Wheeler, said Danny, you can't get away from me that way. Every gate I make is part of me. I know where they go, and I know when people go through them. I also haven't put a gate in that tree yet. I just wanted to see if you had taken away my gate, said Wheeler. If I ever do, said Danny, I'll tell you. Or I'll take away the condom. At the thought, he made a small gate that swallowed the condom even though it was in Wheeler's hand. He made it plop onto the ground in the middle of the group. Wow, said Wheeler. You can take it right out of my hand? No, I did that, said Zena. Really? Asked Wheeler. He really is an idiot, said Pat. Wheeler, I trust you, said Danny. Now trust me, too. But in his heart, Danny knew that he would never really trust Wheeler. Would never send him out to deliver a message or run an errand more serious than buying sodas or picking up pizzas, because his first instinct had been to use his gate carelessly, to test Danny. He doesn't know how to keep a promise. They're all young. Maybe none of them do. But he was in high school. These were the friends he had. And it was cool that he could attach a gate to an object. I've made enchanted amulets, even if they are just tampons, licorice, a condom, and a little kid's eraser. No magic writing on them, nothing but a tiny gate embedded in them. It made him feel clever and powerful. And there was Zena's hand on his arm again. He liked it there. He didn't pull his arm away. Then he remembered that he didn't actually feel any attraction to Zena. That was before she was attracted to him. Now she was very attractive. I'm such a teenager myself, thought Danny. He remembered Lana, Sed's wife back in D.C., how she made him feel. Zena was much nicer than Lana and a lot less crazy. What if Danny had a girlfriend for a while? Not somebody who would seduce him and mock him for succumbing, not a succubus, an actual girlfriend. Then he remembered the stories of Zeus raping women all over the Aegean, and Hermes. How many women did the old myths have Hermes seducing? There was no lock on a bedroom door that could keep him out. Zena's basically saying I can have her if I want. I could go into her bedroom tonight and sleep with her, and her parents would never see me come in or go out. And she'd let me. She'd think it was cool. Until we'd done it. Then she'd think we were together, and we would be. What if she got pregnant? What if she thought it made her cooler than the other girls and it caused a rift in the group? Keep your pants zipped and your brain out of Zena's bedroom, Danny told himself. She leaned her head on his shoulder. Danny turned his body to face Zena. She put a hand on his chest. He took the hand and held it between his. We're friends, Zena, and fellow soldiers in a war. Let's see what happens when the war is over. Zena tossed her hand and stepped to Pat. I told you he was gay. Then she laughed as if it had been a joke. Which it was. Mostly. Maybe. I have no business trying to lead a group of any kind. I should take back all these gates and leave right now and never come back. Everybody will be better off if I do that. Everybody but me. He'd been lonely his whole life. This was the first time he had friends, and he couldn't give them up. He didn't want to give them up. And he could do whatever he wanted, and so he was going to stay here with them. Because they thought he was cool. They liked that he was powerful. They weren't trying to kill him. And they liked him before they knew he could do this thing with Gates. And he was going to be thinking about Zena in spite of the fact that he wasn't attracted to her, or to any of the girls. He was 16 now, so any offer was going to make him obsess for a while. Knowing that it was just his hormones making him feel this way didn't make the feelings go away. Might as well enjoy the feeling, as long as he didn't do anything about it. That night, Danny went to D.C., and Stone agreed to let him put the tail of the emergency gate in his attic. But no gun, said Stone. What if someone's coming after them? Asked Danny. Be creative, said Stone. What Danny came up with was a stack of pennies with gates on both sides. As long as you handled them by the edge, you didn't go anywhere. But if you touched heads or tails, you found yourself someplace interesting and public, just inside the gate of the White House, the middle of the Capitol Rotunda, Lincoln's lap, on the nose of the giant in the Awakening statue. If one of his friends was getting chased through the gates, they come to Stone's attic closet, grab a penny, and throw it at whoever comes through the gate after them. Weaponized money, said Stone. But if one of your friends comes through just for fun, I get to throw a penny at them. They're nice, said Danny. I don't want them getting treated badly just because they're drothers. Yours was longer than Vivi's, but she had to stay a jump ahead of her family. Danny attached 24 gates to the coin. At first he tried to arrange them in some orderly way, but Hermia just laughed. Danny, I can see them all. I can tell them apart. I know where they go, and I can keep them all locked except the one I want to use. Go ahead and pile them on in a jumble. He gave her Paris, New York, Dubai, Singapore, Kathmandu, Accra, Brisbane, Sao Paulo, a dozen other cities, not to mention the Greek family's office building in Athens, the North family compound in Virginia, and the Library of Congress. It's practically the whole atlas, said Vivi admiringly. I'll add as many gates as you want, said Danny. No, I'm not jealous, and I know you'll open a gate to anywhere I want. What I'm worried about, Danny, is that there's no gate that takes me to you. Hermia nodded. We have all these gate mouths with us, but we need a gate whose tail always leads to wherever you are." "I can't have you popping out of my pocket," said Danny. "I know," said Vivi. "Have us come out of an old-fashioned oil lamp. We can be your genies." "Amusing as that sounds," said Danny, "I don't want you popping up when I'm on the john." "What if you need our help?" asked Hermia. "I'll always know where these gates are. If I need to, I can move the tail of one of your portable gates to a place near me." "Unless you're unconscious," said Vivi. "I'll think about this," said Danny. "You can lock it," said Hermia, "and then unlock it if you need us. We aren't going to intrude on your privacy." "We unlock it ourselves only if we think something is really wrong," said Vivi. "We peek through ahead of time," said Hermia. Danny hated the whole idea. It was one thing to give them the power to go anywhere by using their amulets, but to give someone constant access to him, that wasn't going to happen, even if they promised not to use it. "I don't think he sees a difference between peeking through a gate and coming through it," said Vivi. "He doesn't want to be spied on." "You have to trust us," said Hermia. "I said I'd think about it," said Danny. "Meaning the answer is no," said Vivi. "It's really unfair," said Hermia. "You can make a gate any time you want, no matter what we're doing. We can't hide from you, but you don't think we can be trusted not to spy on you or intrude when you're kissing some girl." "We won't take pictures," said Vivi. "Or at least we won't post them online." "I said," Danny began. "He's getting testy now," said Vivi. "I don't spy on you," said Danny. "And I know you won't spy on me. But that's how power is. Just because you have a power doesn't mean you want other people to use their power on you. Fairness only seems reasonable when the other person is more powerful than you." "As it seems to us," said Hermia. "I hate to sound like one of the family," said Danny, "but you're just going to have to live with it till I get used to the idea. Maybe someday I'll wish I had made gates that follow me around like puppies so you can always find me. But right now I don't know how to do that, and I don't think I even want to, and so I won't." "Tough guy," said Vivi. "He's not so tough," said Hermia. "He sounds like he's apologizing. Real assholes don't even pretend to be sorry." "True," said Vivi. "It isn't in his nature, so he's not good at assholery yet." "Thanks," said Danny. "I think." "Well," said Hermia, "I'd better go, or the family will track me here." "You've got to get those trackers out of her," said Vivi. She was right. Danny studied Hermia, then passed a gate over her, one that left her exactly where she was. "What was that about?" asked Hermia. "I didn't know what I might have gained by going to Westville," said Danny. "For all I know, I might always have had the ability to attach gates to portable objects, and maybe going through a great gate doesn't affect the mage who made it. But I think there is a difference. When you went through the gate I just made, I could feel a difference in you. The places where the gate was trying to heal you and meeting with resistance. Maybe that's what it was anyway. I counted 5 places like that." "You should just send her through an airport scanner," said Vivi. "They'll show you exactly where the trackers are implanted." Danny laughed. "Of course. Vivi, will you come along and make a distraction?" He took them to the Roanoke Airport. Vivi got to the end of the security line and then started wailing. "Where's my ticket? I had my ticket right here." Her noise drew everyone's attention, and in the moment, Danny put Hermia right in front of the security gate, ahead of the person at the front of the line. Then he opened a peephole over the shoulder of the TSA official working the screen. Vivi, seeing Hermia in place, took off on an elaborate charade of searching for her lost boarding pass. The guard waved Hermia into the machine. Danny had been right about the trackers. 5 of them, exactly where he had felt the gate trying and failing to heal her. The trip to Westville had given him more power, a sharper focus, a greater awareness. He moved the porthole to a spot an inch from Hermia's ear. "Gate to my house in Buena Vista," he said. Then he gave the same message to Vivi. In a moment, they were all there. "I spotted 5 trackers," said Danny. "I think I can gate them out." "Think," said Hermia. "This is my body we're talking about. I'll have a nice big gate ready for you to pass through, so when I get each one out, you can heal yourself instantly. What can go wrong?" "Famous last words," said Vivi. But after another minute of dithering, Hermia said, "Oh, just do it." "Are you sure?" said Danny. "Do it, gate boy," said Vivi. "Can't you tell when a woman's saying yes? You really are young." In about 10 seconds, Danny was done. There were 5 chips on the table, and Danny had passed the healing gate over Hermia after removing each one. It was very quick. "It did hurt," said Hermia. "Surgery is surgery." "Sorry," said Danny. "I was just reporting so you'd know," said Hermia. "I never thought it would be painless, so it wasn't a complaint." She picked up one of the chips. "So my parents thought it would be a good idea to put these things in their baby girl." "The question is, what do we do with them?" said Vivi. "I say gate them to an incinerator." "Or implant them in somebody else," said Hermia. "That wouldn't be nice," said Vivi. "I was thinking, what about the president, or Prince Charles," said Hermia, "or some dictator somewhere. Make my family go chasing them." "Or 5 different people," said Vivi. "Make them go crazy trying to figure out which one is you." In the end, Danny gated one tracker under the skin of each of the Hittite Armenian assassins, and sent the other trackers about a mile deep in the Atlantic. Then he gated the 2 assassins from the jail to the Greek family's offices in Athens. "Let my folks deal with them," said Hermia. "Are you going to tell them what the bastards tried to do to you?" asked Vivi. "No," said Hermia. "Let them try to talk to each other. They'll know we picked these clowns to receive exactly 2 of the trackers for a reason. They'll know it wasn't random. But if I tell my family, they'll just kill them. Even if they're seriously angry at me, they won't approve of assassins from another family going after me." "So you think the assassins won't talk?" asked Danny. "My family won't dangle them upside down over the ocean," said Hermia. "Or maybe they will, but they won't do it as cleverly and magically as you did." "We are gate mages, aren't we?" said Vivi with some satisfaction. "It's so much fun to prank everybody at once." They went to Vivi's favorite gelato place, Angelato on Arizona Avenue in Santa Monica, and ate their gelatos on the 3rd Street Promenade. Then all 3 of them gated away to wherever they were going to spend the night. Vivi laughed in delight as she prepared to stick a finger into one of her rings. "Oh, I feel so powerful, like the first time I got the keys to the family car." Then she was gone. Alone in his little house in Buena Vista, Danny could hardly believe what he had done in a single day. Went to Westall and met the gate thief, created portable gates for his friends, removed the tracking chips from Hermia, ate dessert in California, and got back before bedtime. Botched a great gate. He really wanted to think about Xena as he went to sleep, but all he could think about was the angry gate that Marion and Leslie were tending now. How could he do something that stupid? And then, inexplicably, he thought of Coach Leader's daughter, Nikki. How was she doing? Had they realized yet that she was healed of her cancer? That, at least, was something Danny hadn't screwed up.
Chapter 8. Search. It should have been easy for Wad to find the wind mage from Middlegard, whom Danny North had called Sed. Not only was there a swath of destruction across a long stretch of Hetterby, making it easy to narrow down his location, but even if he tried to blend into the local population, even if he had acquired local clothing, his foreignness had to be obvious from his language. Hetterby was a broad plain that got heavy snow in winter but scant rain in summer. The grass was fast growing, and the sod was thick. But the whole world turned brown by midsummer, and the grazing herds now stayed close to the many streams that flowed down from the Mithercame, the high mountains. Mithercame was high and thickly forested, a place where mages of stone and water, tree and eagle prospered and grew strong. Wind could whistle and whine through canyons and narrow passes. But Hetterby was a wide-open land where the wind made waves in the high grass, rippling for miles. There, the wind could dance. Deep in the grass, Insects abounded, eating fallen seeds. Birds and rodents came to eat the seeds as well, and to eat the insects too. And great grazing animals came in vast herds to slice or tear off the grass well above the matted sod. The predators, wolves and great cats, came to cull the lame and old and unprotected young from the herds. Here a mage of herding beasts and a mage of predators could equally find a home. It was a place where a traveler could walk for days without any certainty that he had come any closer to his destination or escaped any distance from the place where he began. Yet, somehow, in this dry, grassy wilderness, small villages of drowthers found a way to make their homes of cut-up sod, scratch their tiny farms out of the clay that they exposed, and one way or another eke out a living and store up enough strength to spawn a next generation, and then another. They did not hunt the herding beasts, for fear that they were watched over by a beast mage. Nor did they wander alone, for fear that a mage-ridden predator would hunt them down for sport. They kept to themselves. They watched the weather on which their precarious lives depended. Wariness kept them alive. Wad gated from village to village, coming in as a stranger, but one who knew the language, for Wad could speak all the variants of Westal spoken in this world, or at least he never found one he couldn't pick up in a few minutes. He dressed himself in clothing that made him seem to be a journeyman in search of work. He should have been far more acceptable than said in these little villages, yet Wad could see that they were lying to protect the Wind Mage from Middlegard. My friend would have come soon before or soon after the storm that stripped your fields and blew down your houses, Wad said in village after village. I have to find him. His wife is ill, and I must get him home for the children's sake. But they never answered him except with a shrug, or, if he forced the issue, a defiant stance, brandishing a stout stick and daring him to ask another question. Somehow, though gales had torn roofs from houses and hail had ravaged the already scanty fields, these people took Ced as one of them, instead of seeing that he was the one who had caused their misery. Despite the help of the Drowthers, Ced could not hide from a gatefather forever. If the people would not talk to Wad openly, he would open a tiny window in their houses and listen to their conversation. They told him all he wanted to know, and more. They knew that Ced was the Wind Mage who had harmed them so. They knew he came from another world. Ced had told them all of this himself. He was the god of the wind, come in person to apologize for the harm his mighty gales had wrought, and to make amends as best he could. At last a window revealed Ced himself, asleep in the place of honor near the fire, in a house with a chimney, marking it as the richest in the hamlet. Wad gated him from the house so gently that he didn't wake up. It was the cold that woke him, half an hour later. The wind itself, cold and thin at the top of a high crag in the Mithercame. Ced awoke shivering, and knew at once that a gate mage had him. For how else could he have been taken out of the warm house and out into the cold? The wind told him he was in an open place, the lightness of the air that he was very high up. And when he opened his eyes, the starlight showed him that he lay on a patch of ground not more than 10 strides in every direction before a drop-off that hid the rest of the world from view. "Sorry to take you from the fire," said the young man who sat watching him. Ced recognized him at once. The mage who had come to meet Danny North at the tail of the great gate. The gate thief. The enemy. "I'm not the one you want," Ced warned the man at once. "He went back to Earth." "I know where Danny North is," said the gate thief. "He has most of my out-self with him. Is the captive ever unaware of the boundaries of his prison?" "Is that where I am now? A prison?" asked Ced. "A place for undistracted conversation," said the gate thief. "No one will interrupt us. But a mage of your power, no, I could not keep you here if you wanted to be gone. A mage of my power, Ced answered scornfully. A monster power that harms everyone and helps no one. And yet you keep using it, said the gate thief. The air calls to me, Ced whispered. Day and night I hear it singing. I feel it on the hairs of my arms, my legs. It wakens me and I can feel the motion of all the airs of the world. Faraway winds and gales, nearby breezes, the passing of a running deer, the wings of a butterfly. This place is too much for me. It isn't the place, said the gate thief. It's you. Passing through the great gate was what woke you. The air has been calling to you all along, as much in Middlegard as here in the shadow of the Mithercame. I don't know those words, sir. Middlegard is the word for earth, as you know quite well, and this is the Mithercame, said the gate thief. These mountains are the spine of the world called Westal among the mages of Middlegard, though Westal is only one of the languages here, and also the ancient half-forgotten name of a kingdom that once included all the Hedderwald and the forests of the north. I'm a stranger here, said Ced. If the wind hadn't called me with such strength, I wouldn't have missed the passage back to Earth. Can you send me home? You know I can't, said the gate thief. You know that Danny North took my gates from me. All but a handful. Too few for me to make a great gate, even if I wanted to. And I don't want to. Bad enough to have you here. Worse for Middlegard if I returned you there. Ced understood. So here I am, alone and friendless. The gate thief looked at him quizzically. Friendless? When they let you sleep in the place of honor near the fire? They're kind folk and forgiving, but they don't know who I am. They only know the power of the wind, and they're afraid of me. If they treat you well and don't seek to kill you or control you, then they're your friends. Don't set so high a standard for friendship, Ced, or you'll have no friends. So what are you? Asked Ced. You took me here without my consent. I hear the winds that whine around this crag far below me. If I stepped to the edge, I'd fall and die. So I'm a prisoner. Do you think the winds you're hearing would let you fall? They'd bear you up if you asked them to and land you gently anywhere. Ced felt a thrill of joy at what he said. You mean that I can fly? I mean that the wind you serve so well and rule so weakly has no desire to let you die. I suppose, if you wanted me dead, you could have plunged me into the middle of the sea. There's air in the sea, and it would find you instantly, gather around you, make a bubble for you, and bear you up to the surface, where the wind would dry you instantly, and again you would fly. Then into the heart of a mountain. You could kill me if you wanted to. You've figured out my secret, said the gate thief. I would like to be your friend. What form would such a friendship take? Asked Ced. I had a friend once who provided me a home and food, and let me make my own mistakes, and figure things out for myself. I'm the kind of friend who would like to prevent your mistakes from killing people, either directly in the storms you raise, or afterward, when their ruined crops lead to famine and death this winter. Ced reached out and took the man's hand and gripped it. That's what I want too, with all my heart. You seem to mean it, said the gate thief. He looked relieved. I do, Ced answered. I'm not a violent man. I don't like breaking things, but when the wind starts... It takes on a will of its own, said the gate thief. It grows and grows, stronger and tighter, whirling and dancing. Do I have it right? Yes, cried Ced. And the ecstasy you feel, it's overpowering. You want to scream with joy. Do I have that right as well? Ced nodded, ashamed now, because the gate thief had caught out the secret Ced had been keeping even from himself. It's a drug. It's heroin and coke and ecstasy and methamphetamine all at once. It's way more powerful than pot, which is the only drug I ever actually tried. Once it starts, I don't even want it to stop. Even though I know the terrible things that are happening, I can feel the tearing and breaking at the edges of the wind, but I can't stop. Meaning that you choose not to stop, said the gate thief. That, too, was true, and Ced felt the shame and guilt burst within him, and in front of this powerful stranger he broke down and cried. "You should have killed me in my sleep," he said. "I have so much blood on my hands. Not soldiers' blood from a war, the blood of children who died in the collapse of roofs or were swept away from their parents in the wind and dashed into trees or rocks or plunged into ravines. The blood of the parents who died reaching for them or later searching for their little bodies. I should be dead. I owe 100 deaths already." 20 deaths, in fact, said the gate thief. "Your shame makes you exaggerate." 20, Ced repeated, and he wept again. The gate thief's hand was on his shoulder. "I take it that you tried to stop. The voices of the wind won't leave me alone. How do I make them still so I can think?" "You don't," said the gate thief. "You sing with them. So the voice becomes your own, their movements a part of your own breath. What you feel, when you feel all the winds of the world, is your own out self, spread as thin as air. And because you're the only wind mage who has passed through a great gate in this age of the world, you meet no other there to challenge you. The winds are yours. If you love them, Ced, the winds are you." "How does a gate mage know so much about how wind magery works?" "Because all the magics of the world are one," said Wad. "And because I loved a wind mage once." "Your wife?" "I had a wife." Ced thought of poor, broken Lana, and how grief and relief warred within him when she left. "My mother," said Wad. He had a mother. He was once a child. He's a human being, like me. And also a monster, like me. "What are you going to do with me?" asked Ced. "I want you to learn how to use your power to protect this world," said the gate thief. "Protect it from what?" "From the monsters. From the gods." "Gods? You called them the families? They're on Earth? They'll be here soon, and they'll be every bit as strong as you and every bit as unprepared to control it. But unlike you, they'll have no consciences. They won't care what their magery costs the common people of this place." "My caring doesn't bring them back to life," said Ced. "But if you learn to master your power, you'll be far stronger than they are, at least for the first while, and perhaps you can protect the people, prevent a little of the horror that would otherwise come. Would you like to do that?" "I can't even prevent my own damage." "You prevent it every day, every hour that you aren't raising a wind. You prevent it when you go among them, not to threaten them with storms if they don't obey you, but to help undo the damage that you've done. Why do you think they love you? Because you don't think that you're a god. Or maybe because you think that godlings should be kind." "They love me?" "This is a world long ruled by gods. When I closed the great gates, I weakened them, and as the old mages died, the new ones had only a fraction of their power, and life got better here. Now what counts as a great mage is a person of relatively petty power. But the mages of Middelgard will come here with power unseen in this place for 14 centuries. They'll bring their wars and rivalries with them, and then provoke more as the mages here attempt to resist them, and fail. Only you can stand before them as an equal. As their master, if you prepare, if you're readier for war than they are. Ced remembered an old line from a movie. I'm a lover, not a warrior. He thought it might have been Rodney Dangerfield who said it, the man who got no respect. If you love something, then there's something to fight for, said the gate thief. I think you've come to love these people. Ced wasn't so sure. Guilt was surely not identical with love, but maybe there was a little overlap. But this is a different kind of war, the gate thief went on. The lover has to stay alive inside the warrior. Because I don't want you to destroy them, Ced. I want to master them, but then to win them over to our side. Our side? Asked Ced. When had they become allies? Aloud, he said, if the mages from the great families join us, who would we be fighting against then? Someone worse, said the gate thief. The families are monsters, said Ced. They train their children to be monsters, and I can't imagine anybody worse. I can, said the gate thief. Who? Mithercame and Middlegard are not the only worlds with people on them, and not the only mages capable of becoming monsters. Ced felt tired. I don't want any part of it. I know, said the gate thief. What you wanted was to pass through a great gate and find out what it would do to your power. And it made me a monster. It made you a great mage, said the gate thief. Your inexperience and lack of self-control led to the monstrous things you did. You can learn to control them. You can help the families learn to control their greater powers. Only then will we have a chance against the Eater of Souls. Ced thought of how Danny and Hermia had spoken of the gate thief, the legendary enemy, the Minotaur, the terrible monster that they would have to face. Why are you laughing? Asked the gate thief. You said Eater of Souls exactly the way people say gate thief. The gate thief nodded. I was the thing that Danny North feared most. You destroyed every gate mage you found for 1,000 years. No, I didn't, said the gate thief. I never touched a gate mage until he tried to make a great gate. All they had to do to stay safe from me was to confine their gate-making to their own world. Why wasn't that enough? Why couldn't they be content to gate from place to place, to heal anyone who passed through their gates? Why wasn't such a wonderful power enough for them? Ced thought of his own experience with power. Because if it's there, you have to reach for it. Monkeys in the trees, said the gate thief. Always hungry for the fruit that's out of reach. What's your name? Asked Ced. I think of you as the gate thief, but that's only your job title. They call me Wad, in the place I lived most recently. And what did your mother call you? Asked Ced. She called me Loki, but that was a job title too. It's the name given to the most powerful gate mage of the North family. It was under the name of Wad that I last tasted hope. It's the name that my friends call me. Tell me about this monster worse than the mages of the families, said Ced. Tell me about the Eater of Souls so I can decide whether I'm qualified to call you Wad. I don't know if it's one being or one of many. It could be the same one, coming back again and again, because if I understand correctly what it is, then it never dies and is very hard to kill. But what is it? A man-mage, said Wad. But not the kind we're warned against. Not like the man-mages of Dapnudap, who once ruled the world of Mithercame by seducing and flattering and eventually riding men and women as their heart beasts. They sound bad enough. You can still find their bodies when a man-mage's outself is riding a heart beast. You can kill them, but from what I learned before I closed the gates, the god Bel doesn't do this. He takes over the man's body, and it isn't his out-self that comes to control it. It's his in-self. Ced tried to understand it. So he has nothing left in his own body? I don't know if the Bell Mages ever had bodies. I don't know what life is like in the world they come from. Or maybe I once knew, but in all my years in hiding, the memory slipped away out of reach. What I know is they passed through gates from another place into Middelgard, never in large numbers. And as I said, it's possible that it only happened once, and there's only one. Because when the body he's riding dies, it doesn't kill his in-self. He simply jumps into someone else, displacing their in-self, becoming that person. Ced understood now what the threat was. If he takes over the body of a great mage, then he has all that mage's power. That's what the Bell Mages did before we understood and began to fight them. A great mage of our kind would suddenly change, become more powerful and yet more ruthless. Systematically evil, that's how it looked. But when we fought against a mage who had become so terrible, we simply won. Killed him sometimes. But sometimes we were able to imprison him, talk to him. And he wouldn't remember much. It was like a dream, his body doing things that he didn't will it to do. Maybe this is how heart beasts experience jaunts with their mage inside. The captive never felt controlled. He was simply uninvolved, cut off from the actions of his own body, half asleep in some deep sense. One of them said that he was wandering, but he couldn't say where or why things happened. So the mage you had imprisoned, he really hadn't done the terrible things that made you go to war with him. There was a thing that took over his body, but when we got control of him, made him powerless, the thing was no longer interested in staying inside him. It left. How do you even fight something like that? Asked Ced. I never tried, said Wad. All I could think of was to take the great gates from the world so that no matter what body he took, it would be a weaker one, and he could never get from there to here. So, if I went back, everyone that Danny North brought here to Mitherwee, to this world, to Westel, is now more powerful than any other mage in Middelgard. The Bell Mage will know. It will crave that power. They're all in terrible danger, and none so much as Danny North himself. Because if the Bell Mage takes him, he can make all the great gates he wants. And if there are many of them, and not just one, they'll all be able to come here, to the heart of magery, and make their bid to rule the universe. Ced nodded, displacing all the gods, becoming the permanent, immortal, unkillable gods. If they really are unkillable, if we don't stop them. What if this Bell Mage really did take over Danny North? What could we do? Kill Danny, said the gate thief. What choice would we have? Why didn't you kill him already? You were there with him at the Great Gate. Because Danny North hasn't done anything that makes him deserve to die. He made a great gate. When people made great gates, I took the power to do it away from them, said Wad. But I didn't kill them. I'm not the Bell Mage. I refuse to be a monster. I refuse to be a monster too, but it doesn't mean that I'm not one. Wad smiled. I know. But I can help you get control of your power, to become master of the wind instead of the wind ruling you as it's doing now. It feels as though I'm controlling it, and yet I can't stop because I want whatever it wants. That's right, said Wad. You're like the wick of a candle. The flame could not survive without the wick to concentrate it, but the wick is not the master of the flame. The flame consumes it, bit by bit. Ced knew at once that this was true. He nodded. I wouldn't have said it that way, but it's the truth. I'm glad that you're aware of it. It's the beginning of wisdom. It's the hardest thing for a mage to learn. And you'll teach me, Wad, how to control my power? Me? Wad laughed. How, when I never learned the lesson all that well myself? I'm the tool of space-time in just the way that you're the tool of the wind. No, I'll take you to the best teachers. The ones who can help mages of every kind because they have almost infinite patience and understanding, or they could never become masters of their own magery. Who? Tree mages. Not all of them, just a few. The best of them, the master teachers. The ones who understand that the tree is in the root. It was a tree mage of 14 centuries ago who saved me alive to do the work I'm doing now. He persuaded a great tree to open itself to me. Inside its living wood, I made a tiny gate that drew me upward through the tree, a tiny fraction of an inch every day, so little movement that I almost wasn't moving at all. But I passed through the gate each day, healing all the ills of my body. And it also healed the tree so that limbs never broke off without regrowing. The tree lived those 14 centuries in perfect health, as I did. Until I felt a shuddering in the all. I felt Danny North coming into the universe, coming into his power. I didn't understand it at the time. I only knew it was time to come out of the tree. I hardly knew who I was. I couldn't speak. I had to learn to be human again instead of being a part of the tree. But I learned. All too well. I'm human now. And Danny North is in the world. He bested me and has my gates. I'm nearly helpless to fight the Bell Mage, or even the families of Middlegard. That's why I need you to become master of yourself, so you can stand beside me. I'm not a brave man, said Zed. I don't know what I'll be like in war. No one ever does, said Wad. And the answer is never the same on 2 different days. Will you come with me to the tree mages of Goss in the forest deep, and see if one of them will take you on? I think you've already asked one, and he said yes, or you wouldn't have come to me, Zed answered. I've asked, said Wad, but he won't say yes until he meets you, and you have to come of your own free will. I'll go with you and learn what I can learn, and if I find that everything you said is true, I'll stand with you as best I can. If it isn't true, said Wad, it won't be because I lied. It will be because I'm only guessing at half the things I know about the Bell Mage, and I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we can defeat him in the end.
Chapter 9. Visitors. Danny wrote out the message and rehearsed it with his friends until they had it memorized. He didn't want them to read it. He wanted them to look at the families face to face, eye to eye, not challengingly, but calmly, easily. They were the messengers of a great mage. They had to act like it. I come from Loki, the message began. He has made a great gate. He has faced the gate thief and defeated him. He has passed through the great gate to Westel and returned. He will allow each family to send 2 mages to Westel and return at once, but only if you agree, individually and as families, to these 3 promises. 1. You will not make war on or cause harm to any other family or any individual mage. 2. You will not take the lives of drothers or enslave them, but will respect their laws and customs. 3. You will cease the killing of gate mages or suspected gate mages. Instead, you will send them to Loki to be trained. Gate mages will never belong to any family, but only to the company of gatekeepers. I will return tomorrow for your answer. Danny sent them one at a time and watched carefully through a peephole in case someone tried to harm them. He made peepholes for Vivi and Hermia as well. The messengers held on to their amulets. Danny was determined that no one would be harmed. Hal and Xena stumbled over the memorization a little, but corrected themselves and went on. No one else made a mistake. They appeared in each family's meeting room, in front of whoever happened to be present in response to the anonymized email they had all received. Then Danny brought each of his friends back the moment the last word was spoken. It wasn't a press conference. It was an offer and an ultimatum, both at once. He didn't have to explain that failing to agree to the terms would put any family outside the peace that Danny was establishing. That meant that when the other families sent their 2 mages through to Westel and back, they would be free to use their vastly increased power to make war on the non-compliant families. "They'll all agree," Stone had said. "The question is whether they'll keep their word." "That's why they won't know where I am," said Danny. "So they'll never know where their punishment is coming from." He spoke boldly of punishment, but he had no idea what he would actually do if someone broke their word. It depended, he supposed, on what form their oath-breaking took. If they tried to get someone to the Great Gate without permission, he would put them somewhere inconvenient. If they mistreated Drothers or started a war, he would let the peaceful families send more and more mages through to Westel until the oath-breakers were outnumbered and defeated. If they killed somebody, he would put them in Hammernip Hill. He didn't want to think about killing people with his power. But if they harmed one of his friends, he'd do what it took to make sure they never did such a thing again. His messengers were under his protection, and that had to mean something if it was going to work. But he knew they would measure his intentions by what they themselves would do with the kind of power he had. They would be ruthless, even cruel. So they would assume that he meant to do the same and would fear him. Which means, thought Danny, that I really am exactly what I'm trying to prevent them from becoming. A power-hungry tyrant determined to bend everyone else to his will. But if I don't keep them under control until they can see how much better this new order works than the old ways ever did, then the experiment can never work. The world will have no peace. So I must be the tyrant over the tyrants, to keep all the Drothers, the orphans, the weaker members of the families, to keep them safe. Safe from Uncle Zog and Grandpa Gish, from whoever the other family's equivalents might be. After each messenger came back to Danny's tiny living room, Hermia and Vivi continued to watch the family that had just been visited to see what they'd say. Most of them were so naive that it didn't seem to occur to them that just because the messenger was gone, no gate mage was listening. Only Hermia's family seemed to be speaking artificially, with exaggerated sweetness and willingness to comply. "They know we're listening," said Hermia. "They won't say anything real." "They have to eventually," said Danny. "But there's no reason to spy on them any further. They'll agree because they have no choice, and they'll keep their word because they fear what will happen if they don't." "But Danny, my darling," said Vivi, "you haven't sent a messenger to your own dear family." Danny didn't bother saying something petulant like, "They're not my family." Like it or not, they most definitely were his kin, the family he knew better than any other. Zena raised her hand. "I'll go," she said. "I want to meet your real parents." "No, you don't," said Danny. "You think I'll embarrass you?" asked Zena. She apparently had the idea that she was some kind of girlfriend of his, and that he simply didn't want to bring her home to meet the parents. "I have to talk to them myself," said Danny. "But you don't have an amulet," said Sin. "He doesn't need one," said Hermia. "He can make a gate to any place on Earth faster than he could possibly reach an amulet." "I knew that," said Sin. "I just want my Danny to be safe," said Zena possessively. She's embarrassing herself, thought Danny. Doesn't Zena see how obvious she's being? Then it occurred to him that high school girls, as a tribe, weren't exactly subtle about who they liked and who they didn't. Nobody was going to act like Jane in Pride and Prejudice, so nobody can tell whether they like the boy or not. Zena had decided to be in love with the guy who could take her anywhere in an instant, and so she didn't care who knew it. In fact, being obvious about it might be her way of staking a claim so none of the other girls thought of trying for him. "You really don't know what mages are like," Vivi said to Zena with exaggerated kindness. "That's because Danny is the only one you've ever met, so you don't understand. If you make an obvious offer to any other mage from one of the families, they'll jump your bones without a quibble. Then they'll walk away, leaving whatever bastard they've conceived inside you." I'm not offering anything, said Zena. I just care about him. Tone it down, darling, said Vivi. You're scaring the boy. He's not gay, you know, said Zena. He isn't scared of me. Great, thought Danny. She knows that I'm sort of interested. How can it be so obvious? If he ever sleeps with somebody, said Vivi, he'll doubtless get all conscience-stricken and marry the poor girl, and then where would you be? Stuck with a man who will come to hate you, one you can never be equal to in any way. The permanent, magically retarded wife, always dragging him down. Is that how you want to spend your life, darling? I get it now, said Pat. When you say darling, you mean idiot. I'm glad somebody speaks catty bitchies around here, said Vivi. I'd hate to be the only one. I don't speak it, said Pat, but I understand it. I learned it in school. Oh, don't be modest, said Vivi. You speak it like a native. Neither of you knows my mother, said Hermia. She could take you both to school. So you're one-upping each other about who's the bitchiest? Asked Hal. It's not a competition, said Laurette. You just think you automatically win because you've got the biggest knockers, said Zena. Does anybody really say knockers? Asked Laurette. You have to talk to your family, Danny, said Hermia. I know. Tonight. Now. They're going to hear about the terms you offered everybody else, and if you haven't talked to them, they'll think they're not getting a chance at a great gate. Then they really will be determined to kill you. Oh, they've only been kidding around up to now? Asked Danny. Up to now, half of them have been protecting you, said Hermia. Or at least your own parents have been. But if you make it seem that they're shut out... I know, said Danny. I know. So do it, said Hermia. Later. Now. Danny grinned. You're not the boss of me. I am, said Vivi. The school has me down as your legal guardian. Go talk to your family. I didn't make an appointment the way I did with the others, said Danny. And you can be sure they know about it by now, said Hermia. They're already thinking the worst. She was right. Everybody was right. Danny gated to the library in the old house in the compound. The walls had been rebuilt since they tore them out looking for Danny on the day Hermia had pointed out that there was a spy inside the wall. There were new carpets. Everything was all nice and clean for company. All the aunts and uncles were sitting around the table. Baba and Mama at one end of the table. Gish and Zog weren't there at all. Danny looked at each of them in turn. Aunt Lummy and Uncle Mook, the two he knew best and trusted most. They looked worried and stern. Auntie Uck and Auntie Twang and Uncle Poot and Uncle Thor seemed much more relaxed. But Danny imagined that was because they didn't actually care what happened to Danny, or they had such rage toward him that they felt the greater need to disguise their feelings. Baba and Mama were smiling. And, oh yes, there were Danny's half-brother Pippo and half-sister Leonora. They weren't important in the council, so they must have been brought in to create some kind of cozy family atmosphere, as if they had ever given Danny the time of day. If Zog and Gish don't sign off on this, it won't happen, said Danny. Hello to you too, son, said Baba. I'm not here as your son, sir, said Danny. I'm not here as a North. I'm here as the only person in Middlegard who can make gates. Is that still true? Asked Mama. Your key friend and lock friend haven't picked up any new skills? I'll be back when Gish and Zog are here, said Danny. Wait, said Baba. We didn't think you'd want to see them, but they're just outside. You don't have to go. Of course he wants to see them, said Auntie Twang. He wants to rub their noses in it. In what exactly do you think I want to rub their noses? Asked Danny. In the fact that you're a mage, said Auntie Twang. And we all know that the reason you didn't send one of your little drouther friends as a messenger was so you could come here personally and gloat. Do you know that? Asked Danny. Of course it was true, at least a little bit, but it wasn't the whole reason, and it galled him that anybody in this room thought they knew Danny. I can't imagine why any of you thinks you know me at all. With the possible exception of Uncle Mook and Aunt Lummy, none of you ever cared enough to find out what kind of person I was when I lived here. Yes, this is just the tone we expected from you, said Uncle Poot. self-centered and arrogant as always. "We know what power does to a person," said Thor. "And how would you know that?" asked Danny. "None of you knows what power is. There hasn't been any real power in any of the families for 14 centuries, and as far as I'm concerned, it can stay that way." He thought of disappearing right then, leaving them to stew on it for a while. But that would be childish, and Vivi would tease him and Hermia would yell at him, and so he stayed where he was. "You can't hear the arrogance in your own tone?" said Auntie Tweng. "He's always been like that," said Zog as he entered the room. "Vain about his schoolwork, vain about everything, even when he had nothing to be vain about." "Shut up, Zog," said Baba. "Oh, you think you're still head of the family, is that it, Alf?" said Zog. He stressed Baba's original name instead of calling him Odin. "Of course he is," said Mama. "No," said Zog. "He is now." He thumbed toward Danny. "The only way I could be head of this family," said Danny quietly, "is if I were a member of it. But I'm not. I never was." Mama began hotly. "Our blood runs in your— "The best of your blood is buried in the dirt of Hammernip Hill," said Danny. "Whatever genes I have can't be helped. But as you made very clear, blood means nothing if I don't have some tangible value to you. And right now, the only way to keep the whole world from erupting in war is for all the families to know I don't belong to any of them. Nor am I one of the orphans." "Those Drekka," said Grandpa Gish. "Bastards and foundlings." Danny wanted to make a tiny gate to make him trip and fall on the floor, but he restrained himself. "Making bastards has always been a favorite sport of the Westilians," said Danny. "But the genes tell true, and the orphan mages are as powerful as you." "Are you sending orphans through the Great Gate, right along with the families?" asked Thor, sounding alarmed. "Oh, come on now. Don't you understand how this works? I sent whoever I want through the Great Gate. I've already sent 4 orphans through a Great Gate." "It already exists," said Zog eagerly. "The new gate?" "Not for you it doesn't," said Danny. "So you aren't going to let me through, is that it?" demanded Zog. "Even if the family chooses me?" "With only 2 places to fill," said Danny coldly, "there is no chance that they'd send a claw brother like you. They'll send Mama and Baba for exactly the reasons you made Baba the Odin and let him marry Mama. Because they're the most powerful mages in the family. All the families will send their most powerful mages." It took all Danny's self-restraint to keep from reminding Zog just how far down that list he was. From the hatred on Zog's face, Danny knew he didn't have to. "The little boy is still pissed off because you bruised his shoulder," said Grandpa Gish. "That injury healed the moment I went through the gate," said Danny. "Just because you base all your choices on spite and vengefulness and fear, Grandpa Gish, doesn't mean that I do. You never had the power to cause me any pain that lasts." Then Danny pointedly looked at Baba. "But you did," said Danny. And he looked at Mama too. "So I want you to know that I'm past all that. I'm giving the North family equal access to the Great Gate when I make it. No more than any other family, but no less either. If it's the 2 of you who are chosen to represent the Norths in the passage to Westil, that's fine. But if not, so be it. I don't really care." "Of course it will be them," said Auntie Uck. "It's already decided as soon as we learned of the terms you were giving the other families." Danny looked at Thor, who was head of the North's network of spies. "No, I didn't find out," said Thor. "Do you think the other families would let my Drouther informants get close enough to know anything? They all contacted us at once to find out whether we'd gotten an invitation from you and to see if you were treating us equally." "What did you tell them?" asked Danny. "We told them nothing," said Zog savagely. "Telling them nothing," said Danny, "was the same as telling them everything. That I hadn't spoken to you yet, that you didn't know yet what would happen." "We knew," said Uncle Mook. "Zog and Gish guessed wrong about the motive, but we all knew you'd come here. Because however much you may hate and resent us, you don't want us dead." "Don't count on that," said Gish. "Spiteful little bastard." "If he wanted us dead," Aunt Lummy pointed out gently, "we'd be having this meeting inside Hammernip Hill. He could have put us there whenever he wanted." "Do you accept the terms?" said Danny. "Assuming you've heard the 3 promises I'm demanding from everybody." "We've heard them," said Uncle Mook. "For some of us, the terms will be easy to swear to." "Which is why Zog and Gish had to be here," said Danny. "They not only have to say the words, I have to believe them." "Or what?" asked Zog. "You're not sending me through the great gate anyway, so what can you do to hurt me?" Now it was time for a demonstration of power. Danny made a gate that swallowed Zog and dropped him from the ceiling. He landed sprawling on the table, the breath knocked out of him. The sheer surprise of it shocked everyone, and most of them jumped up or pushed back. Thor tried to do both and ended up knocking down his chair and then falling over it. "What can I do to hurt you if you break your oath?" asked Danny quietly. "Why, anything I want." Danny rose to his feet. The others sat down except for Twang and Uck, who were helping Zog get off the table and back to his chair. "As with all the others, I'll expect your answer tomorrow." "At what time?" asked Thor. "At the time I return," said Danny. "And when will that be?" demanded Gish, who was apparently unhumbled by what Danny had just done to Zog. Danny didn't bother to answer. He just gated back to his living room where the others were waiting. "That went well," said Hermia dryly. It took a moment for Danny to realize that Hermia had been watching, and Danny had not made gates for her and Vivi this time. "Oh, don't get all uffish about it," said Hermia. "I've been working on trying to do something besides lock your gates." "You made a gate?" asked Danny eagerly. "I wish," said Hermia. "But I moved the other end of the last viewport you made for me." "You moved it all the way to the library?" "No," said Hermia. "I attached it to you, and you carried it with you. I was essentially looking and listening through the top button of your shirt." Sin giggled. Xena glared at her. "Whoa, cool," said Wheeler. This was a huge breakthrough. Hermia could move the end of a gate and attach it to an object. "Can you do it too?" Danny asked Vivi. "I haven't tried," said Vivi. "This is the first I've heard of it. I didn't even realize she was listening while you were gone, or I would have been angry at you for not making me a viewport. I may not be as young and pretty as Hermia, but I love you more than she does." "Will you teach her how to do it?" Danny asked Hermia. "Of course," said Hermia. "I only succeeded for the first time just now, and I only had to move it a few feet. I have no idea how far I can reach with it. Probably not very far." "So the messages are delivered," said Pat. "And Hermia thinks you handled it well with your family." "Actually, I think she was being sarcastic," said Danny. "No, I wasn't," said Hermia. "I really think it went well. You made your point with that bully Zog, and everybody else you treated respectfully. I don't know if I could have done that." "He's so nice," said Wheeler. "He is," insisted Xena. "Please get off my side, Xena," said Danny silently. "Especially because I don't even have a side." "My point is," said Pat, "the messages are delivered, so isn't it time you took us through a great gate?" "You?" asked Hermia in genuine surprise. "What's the point?" "To see what it does to us," said Pat. "There's a lot of bastard mage blood in the world by now. Who knows whether we might not have some latent abilities?" Vivi laughed. "You don't have to invoke all those happy impregnators among the core of minor gods. Magery is certainly latent among the entire human race. Or so Danny thinks, since he's so sure that humans began here in Middlegard and only became mages when a tribe stumbled on a naturally occurring gate and got carried to Westall." "If there were such a thing as naturally occurring gates," said Hermia, "don't you think there'd have been one during the centuries since Loki ate all the gates?" "The gate thief got any gate that opened," said Danny. "And maybe they only happen when the planets are aligned somehow. Maybe there are cycles." "Or epicycles," said Hal. "Danny's a Virgo," said Xena. "I'm not sure how the planets lined up for him, though." "It's just a theory," said Danny. "And it has nothing to do with astrology." "Let's test it," said Vivi. "Take these little darlings through a great gate and see what it does to them." "If you're going to do it at all," said Pat, "you need to do it before you send any of the family mages through. once there are other great mages loose in the world. Danny thought of his father, coming home with his power over metal and machinery multiplied by 2, or 10. And for that matter, what would his mother be able to do? There were gods in the past who really could hurl lightning. No doubt a mage of light and heat like Mama would be able to make lightning after passing through the Great Gate. Pat was right. The family mages would be godlike, and if they weren't quite scrupulous about keeping their word to Danny, he'd be busy dealing with them. He wouldn't have time to work with his drouther friends to find out just how permanent their droutherhood might be. Well, he hadn't told the families exactly when he'd make this great gate he was promising. Obviously, he couldn't delay forever. If they became impatient, there was a great gate in existence, one that was not in Danny's control. And that night, as Danny was undressing for bed, he couldn't stop himself from playing through in his mind a not terribly unlikely scenario in which he delayed far too long, angering the families, which then united against him and attacked the Silvermans in order to show their displeasure. Powerful as Marion and Leslie now were, because of their passage through a great gate, they could not stand against the united families, perhaps not even against one family in a concerted assault. Yes, Leslie could detach all the beast mages from their heart beasts. Yes, Marion could break up the earth under them. But there would be threats they couldn't see. There would be winds and water that they couldn't stop. There would be fire. And even if the whole farm in Yellow Springs was burned to the ground, there that public wild gate would be waiting. As the victorious enemies gloated, walking over the burnt-out ruin of the Silverman's farm, their refuge, their lives, someone would accidentally step through the great gate. Wouldn't that be the kind of prank that space-time looked for? No, Danny could not delay forever. But if he took his drouther friends through a new great gate right away, perhaps there would be time enough to train them a little. Maybe they would have latent mageries that bloomed into sudden life. Maybe pigs could eat with knives and forks. Even powerful mages born in families took years of training in order to master their abilities. What fantasy was this, that Danny could bestow on his friends what his family had as their inheritance? I am not all-powerful. I may have the most useful magery in the world right now, the one that can change everything. I may have other people at my mercy, but I can't even control a great gate that I made. I didn't know the consequence of weaving into it the lingering outselves of long-dead, rage-filled mages. But the fact that I'm not to blame doesn't mean that I'm not compelled to live with the consequences of my foolishness. How much more foolishness will I have to bring about because of the things that I don't know? It isn't my drouther friends who need training, it's me. But the only person in either world who can possibly help me is my most dangerous enemy, the gate thief. I have most of his gates under my control right now, but who knows what tricks he knows that I am not aware of? Who knows what danger I would be in if I went to him for help? He's a gatefather. He can lie to me as easily as he can breathe. So even if he promised to help me, how would I know that he meant to keep his word? And that image of the Silverman's farm as rubble and ash kept coming back to his mind. There was a knock at his door. He felt a thrill of terror, his heart leaping with sudden adrenaline. The families had found him. Then he heard Pat's voice. "It's me," she said. "I need to talk to you." Relieved, his heart still racing, Danny took the 5 steps to the door. The house was so tiny, without remembering that he was in the middle of undressing for bed. When the door opened, Pat looked him up and down. "I see you were expecting someone else," she said. Danny was wearing his tighty-whities and his socks. "I was in the middle of undressing for bed," he said, "and I wasn't expecting anybody. I would have waited for you to put on a robe." She stepped through the door and Danny closed it behind her. "I don't own a robe." He walked into the bedroom, picked up his jeans, and came back into the living room. "Don't bother," said Pat. "I won't be here long." "Long enough to sit down?" Pat looked around. "On what?" she asked. That wasn't really fair. The house had come with an old tatty sofa, and there was a kitchen table with 3 wobbly chairs. But Danny always tossed his dirty clothes on the couch, and the chairs were stacked up with books. Danny gathered up the clothes from the couch and dropped them on the floor. "Tidy," said Pat. Danny put his hand on her back to usher her to the couch. Pat shied away. "What are you doing?" Danny pulled back his hand. "Offering you a seat?" "I can find my way to your couch without your hands on my body," she said coldly. "I'm not Xena. I don't want your hands all over me. And for what it's worth, she isn't, in love with you." "I didn't think she was," said Danny. "Oh, she thinks she is," said Pat. "But it's not you she wants. It's to have a god's baby inside her belly." "I'm not a god," said Danny. "There are no gods, just people like me." Pat faced him with fire in her eyes. "On the contrary, buddy boy. People like you are proof that there are gods. Dangerous, powerful beings who can do terrible things to people who don't obey them." "What terrible things have I done to you?" Pat touched her face. "Oh, isn't it wonderful, my kind master? You have bestowed smooth skin upon your pockmarked servant. Now at last she's worthy to have your hands placed upon her body." Danny was completely flummoxed. He hadn't meant anything at all by touching her. He didn't know why he had even done it. He didn't go around touching people. There was nothing he could say to change her false impression. "Have a seat while I put my pants on," he said. "I told you I'm not staying long." But she sat down and watched him pull up his jeans. "I don't even know why I came." "Well, we've settled that you aren't here to have sex with me," said Danny. He meant it as a self-mocking joke. "Right. Just because I don't want your hands on me, you think I'm some kind of cold, frigid bitch." Her words were so out of proportion to anything that had come before that Danny couldn't imagine what was going through her mind. "Is that what I think?" "For your information, no. I wasn't molested as a child. No, I wasn't abused. No, I don't have any repressed memories of terrible things that now interfere with the natural development of my sexuality. I'm just a private person who doesn't like to be touched." Danny just stood there for a couple of seconds. "It's so good of you to come all the way over here and tell me that," he finally said. Pat sat there looking at him in surprise. It was as if she was only hearing now what she herself had just finished saying. "That's not what I came here to say," she said. Her face turned red and she looked away. "I can't believe I went off like that. I don't know what I was—" Danny pulled up one of the kitchen chairs across from her. He didn't even have to take a step to do it, the kitchen being the other end of the living room, and sat on it. "Let's pretend I didn't touch you, and so you didn't react the way you reacted for whatever reason you reacted that way, and let's just say that I asked you to come in and take a seat, and here we are." He put on an air of jovial welcome. "Pat, my good friend, what brings you here so late at night, considering that you don't want to sleep with me or have my babies?" Pat was not amused at his humor. "My parents made me see a shrink because I like to be left alone." "Well, that explains the repressed sexuality thing." She had an MD and a PhD, but that just shows they'll give those degrees to any bonehead who puts in the time. "She was a fake who wanted to hypnotize me and put false memories into my head. She actually thought she had hypnotized me and started suggesting all kinds of sexual things my father had snuck into my room and done to me when I was 3. She was like a volunteer hypnotic pornographer. Serious child porn. Ugly." Pat shuddered. "My parents kept making me go back until I finally told my dad what that bitch was trying to get me to remember he had done to me." "But you hung on to the vocabulary." "Whenever people go off on how I don't like to be glad-handed or stroked, she comes to mind. Being an introvert isn't a pathology, you know." "I know," said Danny. "I don't like to be touched either." He thought back to the way Lana had accosted him when he first came to Stone's house, and he realized that he hadn't spoken the actual truth. He hadn't liked Lana touching him at the moment because it was such a surprise and because he didn't like her having control over him. But his body very much liked being touched, and he still remembered that encounter with Lana. He remembered it a lot, and he had imagined several different endings to the event that he much preferred to the way it had actually ended. But he knew that was nothing more than the impulse of his DNA to replicate itself. In fact, like Pat, he didn't like to have people touch him, at least not without an invitation. "I have no idea why I did that," said Danny, "and I'm sorry. I'm also sorry your parents didn't get you, and I'm sorry the shrink was a schmuck. Can we please get on to whatever you actually came for?" Pat turned red again and curled up onto the couch, turning her body partly away from him. He had never seen her look vulnerable before. "What am I doing? Why am I saying these things?" "Really, please," said Danny. "Tell me what you came for." "I'm worried about you," she finally said, still not looking at him, still embarrassed. "You're so stupid," Danny prompted. "Yes," she said. "Not school stupid, not even people stupid. I mean, you're actually very clever and kind of sweet, and I think you don't have a malicious bone in your body, though your sense of humor is sometimes kind of on the mean side." "Senses of humor usually are," said Danny. "But I see your point. Thanks for the counsel." "See," she said, "you're joking, but you're also making fun of the fact that I came here at night alone and I've said everything wrong until I feel so stupid I could die. And yet you're also sitting there waiting so patiently for me to finally say what I came to say, because you are sweet, and that's why I'm so afraid, because I don't think you know how evil some people can be." Pat had no idea what it was like to live inside a family. "I know a little more about evil than you think." "I'm not talking about your family," said Pat. "You're the expert on mages or gods or whatever you people are. I'm talking about people in general, regular people, even people who mean well. You're so trusting. You came here to Parry McClure, and you decide you're going to be friends with us, and why? Because the principal assigned Lorette to be your guide on your first day, and you just had to tease her and sit down with us, and how did you choose us?" Danny had no answer to that. "I was going with the flow. If I hadn't liked you guys, I wouldn't have stayed around." "But you didn't like us," said Pat. "I mean, how could you? We're a mess, every one of us, weird on the outside and certifiably insane underneath that repellent exterior." "But Lorette has nice cleavage, and I am of the heterosexual persuasion," said Danny. "Maybe that's all it is." "You're not one of those panting morons," said Pat. "And in fact, we really are pretty decent people, so you could have chosen a lot worse friends. My point is that you didn't know. You had no idea who we were, but you plunged right in as if we were friends, and then we became friends," said Danny. "But isn't that how it's done?" "No," said Pat. "It takes time." "I didn't have time," said Danny. "I've only got a couple of years of high school, and look, don't you know how I was raised? I've told you. I never met anybody outside the family. When I went to D.C., I only met a handful of people, and one of them became a dear friend. One of them was a user who thought I was his ticket to Easy Street, the perfect burglar. One was a girl who really has the memories that your shrink tried to implant in you, and so she was completely unpredictable and selfish. One was her husband for reasons I never understood. And then there was the convenience store owner who tried to murder me and my burglarizing partner, and the store owner's assistant who I talked into murdering him, and... Am I boring you?" Pat was covering her face with her hands. She shook her head without uncovering. "I'm so stupid," she said. "I want to die." "Please don't," said Danny. "The police would wonder why my fingerprints were all over your back." She laughed in spite of herself. "I'm coming to warn you, and you know more than I do. You know more about everything." "No, I don't know anything at all. Really, I just gave you a complete list of all the people I knew in D.C., my complete resume as a friend maker. Unless you count the Silvermans and Vivi, but they kind of had an introduction to me, and believe me, I didn't do all that good a job of making friends with them either. But I had to, don't you see? I was on the run. My family was after me to kill me. I had no idea how to live outside the family compound. I had to make friends with people and only find out later whether I could trust them. Like Hermia. At first I thought she was out to kill me, but that's my point," said Pat, uncovering her face. "That girl. She is not your friend." Danny shook his head. "You don't know anything about her?" "I know nothing about her, but she is not your friend." This is about Hermia? You came here to warn me about Hermia? I came here to beg you to be careful. You trust people that you shouldn't trust. I trust you, said Danny. I let you into my house late at night. I listened to you because I believe you really are my friend. Why should I trust you and not her? What could I do to you? Asked Pat. But she can hurt you. I'm not falling in love with her, if that's what you think, said Danny. She's older than me. But she's like Vivi, a fellow gate mage. She taught me how to lock my own gates. She took terrible risks to follow me, and we teach each other. We help each other. See, that's it, said Pat. She's using you. And I'm using her. No, she's using you. It's all calculation. It's all, and you know this how. I just do. She needs you right now, but the minute she doesn't, the minute she sees some advantage in betraying you, but that might be true of anybody, said Danny. No, said Pat. Yes, insisted Danny. People are human, even people like me. You can trust people until you can't. They mean what they say until they don't. That's where you're wrong, said Pat. People aren't all like that. There are people you can count on because they'd die before they'd betray you or even let you down. Danny thought about that. It was a strange way of looking at the world. I've read a lot of history, said Danny. It filled the time when the other kids were learning magery. And I don't think I remember ever reading about anybody who wasn't human with all the normal failings. Then you better go back and read again, said Pat. Joan of Arc, for instance. What about her, said Danny. She was absolutely true to her voices. She never denied them. Well, actually she did. She was tricked and trapped, and she recanted and died for it, because in the end she was true. There are people like that. Lunatics, said Danny. Don't joke, buddy boy, said Pat, because I'm serious. Your cynical attitude about people is mostly right, but there really are good people who can be counted on. My attitude isn't cynical, it's realistic. Who else is on your list besides the girl who heard voices? And led armies, and created France as a nation. I apologize to dead Jeanne d'Arc for speaking of her so lightly. There was Jesus, said Pat. That took Danny aback. What about him? True to his word. A true friend. To whom? To everybody, said Pat. You're a Christian, said Danny. What about it if I am, said Pat. Even if you don't think he died for your sins, he thought he did. And he went ahead with it. He was true to his word. He didn't bother explaining to her that the families just thought of Jesus and Muhammad and Moses and Elijah as Semitics. Mages, but not from the families, not from Westall. Jesus and Joan of Arc, he said. Not a very long list. They're famous, that's all, said Pat. The list is very, very long. There are millions of people who gave their word and then kept it, even at the cost of their own lives, at the cost of terrible agony. Soldiers who did brave things and died. Businessmen who kept true to bad contracts and lost everything, but they gave their word. There are people like that. All right, said Danny. I believe it. And when he thought about it, he wondered. Am I one of them? He asked. I think you are, said Pat. I'm a prankster. I lie all the time. I'm good at it. I conned people out of their money all the way to D.C. But I also try to keep my promises. This is so weird. Is it possible that I'm actually an honest man? I don't know, said Pat. That's not my point. I know, said Danny. You didn't come to tell me that I'm virtuous. You came here to tell me that you are. Pat sat very still, thinking. Yes, she said. That is why I came. To tell me that you're not Xena, who just wants to have a baby with the most powerful man she's ever met, said Danny. And you're not like Hermia, who's just using me and letting me use her because by helping each other we both gain. With you it isn't a bargain or a trade, and it isn't because you want to get something from me. Pat was crying now. Yes. Danny got up and sat on the couch beside her, and she nestled against his shoulder, and he put his arm around her, and she cried. You came here to tell me that you're my true friend, and that I can count on you in a way I can't count on anybody else. She nodded against his shoulder. You came to tell me that you love me. She pulled away, turned, and flopped down against the other arm of the couch and cried even harder. I'm so stupid, she said. If I'd known that was what I came to say, I wouldn't have come. Danny put his hand on her back, and she did not recoil. He stroked her gently and said, You came to tell me that you're the best of my friends, that you're the truest, the most reliable, that you don't think this magery is cool, you think it's dangerous, and I'm in danger, and you don't want anything bad to happen to me, because what you care about isn't power or coolness, it's me. You care about me. She nodded, and she wasn't crying now. His hand was stroking her back, and when she sat up, his arm stayed around her, and she turned her tear-soaked, red-eyed face to him, and he kissed her. It wasn't like with Lana. Yes, it was, in that his body approved of what was happening. But he wasn't afraid. He took her at her word. He trusted her. And he realized that in all his conversations with his friends at high school, Pat was the only one he actually listened to with any expectation that her words would matter to him at the level of reality rather than entertainment. Which wasn't strictly true, he realized. He respected Hal and liked him, and he thought Hal was also worth listening to. But he wasn't like Pat. He didn't see as clearly and harshly and truthfully as Pat did. He told the truth as far as he knew it, but Pat was far more likely to know true things, so her honesty was more valuable, more reliable. Meaning I can use her. Danny hated the thought as soon as it came to his mind. It was an ugly bit of self-knowledge. He broke off the kiss. Please, said Pat, and tried to resume it. No, said Danny. Pat nodded and sat back, facing forward like a scolded schoolgirl. Oh, I want to kiss you, said Danny. You're the only woman I've actually felt this way about, though I didn't realize it until just now. I really do trust you and respect you, and you're my true friend, which is what you came to say, and you said it, and you're right, and I believe you. But here's the thing. I'm not as good as you. I use people. I can count on you, but can you count on me? She gave a little shrug. I can't control that, she said. I can only control what I do. Well, I can control what I do, said Danny. My body wants you right now. Tonight. You understand me? And if I hadn't stopped kissing you just now, you would have let me sleep with you, am I right? She bent forward and hid her face in her hands again. I'm a terrible Christian, she said. But I don't want to be that guy, said Danny. What guy? The guy who sleeps with a woman because he can? Like most of the guys in our family history. Those gods who got women pregnant all over mythology. I'm not as good as you are, Pat, but I'm better than they are. Loving me is going to do nothing but make you miserable. Pat got up from the couch. Please, said Danny. I have to get home to bed, said Pat. My folks will worry. They're worriers. But you would have stayed the night with me. Because then you would be my family, but you're not. They are. I have to go. I didn't lie to you, said Danny. I could have. She stood at the partly open door. I know that, she said. You've been straight with me. You're even better than I thought you were. I love you more than I thought I did. You love me more than either of us thought you could. We're never going to sleep together. I'm not going to be the woman in your life, and yet right now I'm as happy as I've ever been in my whole life. Go figure. Then she went through the door and closed it behind her. I am the stupidest guy in the whole world, thought Danny. I let her go out that door without saying a single word more. But Danny also knew that his decision was the right one. His desire for her was far more than the fleeting interest he had had in Xena, which was based entirely on Xena's eagerness. What he didn't know was whether his desire for Pat was also based on her availability. Maybe Pat was simply more the kind of woman that he was attracted to. Quiet, smart, truthful, a little sharp-tongued, but also kind-hearted. Sort of like Leslie. Sort of like Mama. Maybe that's the kind of woman he would always fall for. and she simply happened to be the first. He was about to do the most dangerous things in his already dangerous life. Whether his attraction to her was just momentary, or he really loved her in a stay-true-your-whole-life kind of way, this was not the time to complicate things. Besides, what if the families had spies watching him? What if she had stayed the night? Then he'd be putting her in danger of being used as a hostage, or of being tortured or killed, because that would be a way to hurt him, the gatefather that was always out of their direct reach. He was right to break off that kiss, and she was right to leave, and that was how it had to be. And how did it begin? With him touching her as he ushered her to sit down. Did he unconsciously know even then where her visit to him was going to lead? Did he know deep inside that he felt something stronger for her than for any other woman he knew? No. He touched Pat because that's what Marion did when he was bringing a guest into his house. Always the hand on the back, guiding them in. Marion was something of a toucher. Danny wasn't. But without realizing it, he had picked up the idea that when you have a guest and you want to bring them in, you put your hand on their back to guide and accompany them. Danny had never had an actual guest at his house before, and so when Pat showed up alone, unexpected, Danny, in his nervousness, unconsciously followed the pattern he had observed with Marion Silverman. That's all it had been. But where it led was to a place much deeper than that. Pat was the smartest of his friends, the most mature. Her caustic nature partly came from the fact that she stood outside everything, observing, the way Danny had always been a permanent outsider. She was the one who was most like Danny, at least in the way she dealt with people. Always detached, always cautious, analyzing. Except I'm not cautious. And where she's silent, I talk, I say things. In fact, Pat is nothing like me, and I'm nothing like her, but I'd be a better person if I were. Then again, she'd be a happier person if she were a little more like me. Wouldn't she? She always seems so sour. Stop thinking about it, he told himself as he took his pants back off and his underwear and socks and slid into bed to try to sleep. Stop thinking about it. But he didn't stop. Pat was all over his thoughts before he slept, and while he slept, and he woke up thinking about her in the morning, cursing himself for a fool as he prepared to head over to Coach Leader's house. The last thing he needed was to have a woman on his mind.
Chapter 10. Confession. Wad gated to the farming village in the high country of Iceway. He appeared near the public well, so that there was no chance that his manner of arrival would go unremarked. He came showing his power. A gate mage is in the world, and he came here and he walked from this well directly to the house where the strange woman and her 2 damaged, terrified sons were brought only a few days ago. It was the house of Roop and Levitt where Wad walked. Inside he found, as he expected, that the eldest daughter, Echo, was tending to Ononoway, the one-time concubine of King Priard, and her 2 sons, 8-year-old Eliuic and 6-year-old Enop. The boys had spent the past 2 years in total isolation, living like tortured animals. For Enop especially, the 2-year imprisonment had been more than half his life, for who remembers anything before the age of 3? Their imprisonment had ended in terror and violence, with soldiers stabbing at them. And then they had been magically gated to this high mountain place to be cared for by strangers, and their wounds healed, and their mother restored to them, and her children restored to her, and all was not well. Wad did not expect things to be well at all. The boys did not speak, but they saw him come in. They did not fear him. If they thought of him in any way, it would come from the fact that they had seen him magically heal wounds, that he had arranged for them to be fed and kept warm. They would think of him as the great mage who had rescued them from hell, if they were capable of rational thought at all. Wad was looking at the boys, who were looking at him. Ononoway was looking down at the table where she was chopping an onion. Chopping it very, very fine. It was Echo, the eldest daughter of the house, who spoke first. "The man in the tree," she said. "Have I done well with them? Do they look strong to you?"
"Yes," said Wad.
"The boys don't speak to me or anyone but their mother and each other. The younger one doesn't speak even to them. The mother speaks to me now and then. I haven't pressed them. I think something terrible has happened to them."
"It has," said Wad.
"He saved us," murmured Anonoe.
"Yes," said Wad, "I did. But before we can proceed any further, I have to make sure you understand everything that I did, and why I did it. Only then is there a chance that we can work together to try to undo some portion of my crimes."
Anonoe looked up then. "Your crimes?"
"I know you remember me," said Wad. "I know you saw me spying on you from the rafters, back when you were King Priard's mistress and lay with him in the castle where another woman was the queen."
"That was you," she said.
"You winked at me," said Wad.
"You saw us, and you said nothing, though I knew not and know not why. But I winked at you to show you that I knew you were there and that I, too, would say nothing. That's why I recognized you when you snatched us out of our prison cells when the soldiers were trying to kill us. When you brought us to the snow, I thought I knew you, but I couldn't think when or how we met. I thought you were a strange kitchen boy. But you were really a great mage, a gate mage all along."
"I was, though at the time I barely knew it myself," said Wad.
"A gate mage," whispered Echo. "But living in a tree."
"That's one story," said Wad to Echo. "But I'm here to tell another, about how some men came to murder Queen Bexoy, and I, appointing myself as her protector, warned her and saved her life. I showed her then the kind of mage I was, and she showed me the kind of mage she was."
"Bexoy," said Anonoe with contempt. "A sparrow friend."
"That was her disguise. She's a fire master at least, if not a light rider. And she has the power to make a self-clant so perfect that not only could it speak in her voice, but also when the assassin stabbed it, it bled, and the blood spilled onto the sheets."
Anonoe touched her fingers to her lips.
"No one knew but me. I saw it with my own eyes. I was proud that she trusted me. I became her lover. She bore my son and pretended it was Priard's."
"The baby was yours?" said Anonoe. "So Priard didn't lie when he told me that he never put his seed in her."
She looked away. "He was faithful to you," said Wad, "and you joined in plotting against him and against the queen. I know you were guilty of that, and you know what the penalty would have been had you been caught."
"Never against him," she said. "And I was part of no plot. They told me to pack for a journey for myself and my sons."
"You knew what it meant." She did not disagree. "Bexoy wanted me to get you out of the way. I loved her and I did her bidding. But I also distrusted her even then, and so I didn't kill you. What I did was worse. I took you and your 2 dangerous sons, and I put you in the mouths of old slag tunnels in the face of the cliff, and I made gates that caught you if you fell, and put you back at the top of the cave. So you lived in constant torment, always about to fall, never able to end your captivity by leaping from the cell. That was my idea, my plan. That was how I saved you alive, how I punished you and your innocent sons because you posed a threat to the woman I loved, and to my son that she was bearing."
"That's a poor excuse,"
said Echo boldly. "It's no excuse at all," said Wad, turning to the girl. "It was a monstrous crime against the 3 of them, and I did it. I thought of it, and I carried it out, and no one knew that they were there except for me. I stole food and gave it to them. As time went on, the food grew better, and I made their imprisonment more bearable. When the queen learned that they were still alive and demanded that I kill them, I disobeyed her. There are a few things in my favor."
Wad turned back to Anonoe.
"But nothing makes up for the evil that I did. I tormented you and your sons. Whatever terrors and dark visions inhabit their minds, I caused."
Wad looked at the boys, for his eye caught some motion. It was the younger one, Anop. He had broken his gaze at Wad and was now looking at his brother and then his mother. His face showed some animation for the first time. But Eliuik remained dead-eyed, his gaze still riveted on Wad.
Whomever you blamed and whomever you hated there in your prison cells and whomever you feared, I was your captor, your jailer, your torturer. What does it matter that I despised myself for what I had done to you? I continued to do it. So let me give you some consolation. Queen Bexoy got the king to sleep with her. You were gone, and so were your sons. He believed that my boy was his own, and now he came to love the queen, and he wanted to give her a baby. So he begot a child upon her. And then she didn't need my little bastard anymore. My son, whom she called Oath and I called Trick, was now a danger to Priard's true son. He was also the only person that I loved once I understood that Bexoy had used me, had never loved me. So she murdered my boy, and tried to murder me. On the day I released you from the cells where I had kept you, that was when she killed my son. If she had killed me as she meant to, I couldn't have saved you, and you'd be dead as well. But I escaped from her, and I rescued you. But don't imagine that I had repented of my crimes against you. I meant to let you out someday, and I tried to make your imprisonment more bearable, but I was not about to let you go. It was Bexoy's monstrous murder of her own child, of our child, and her open try at killing me that finally made me let you go. You see that I don't pretty up my actions. Bexoy is a monster, but so am I. If I'm better than her, it's only because I kept you alive and didn't murder you right out. But is that really better? Weren't you just the prey that the spider binds up and hides away to devour another day? I kept you as a tool to use against her when the time came.
Wad fell silent. Echo looked at him in a kind of fascinated horror. He doubted that the boys understood, though the younger one at least seemed interested. Anonoe, though, she understood all. "This is that time," she said. "The time to use us as tools against her."
"No," said Wad. "You're far too weak, and so am I. I was once the greatest gate mage that the worlds had ever known, but now there is a greater one than I. He took all but a few of my gates. I am no match for Bexoy now, and you are most certainly no match for her. I came here to set you free of me, since I'm no use to anyone. I came here to tell you the truth so that you would know your enemies, so you would hate the right people when it was time to hate. Priard had no hand in what happened to you. He searched for you and he grieved for you, but you were beyond his finding. And when he came to love Bexoy, it was only in the firm belief that you were dead."
Anonoe shook her head and laughed bitterly. "Foolish boy. Or are you older than you look? Don't you know that Bexoy was not the only one to hide her magery? Like you, I am a mage, but of a kind forbidden."
Wad had to think for a moment, because if she had been a gate mage, she could have gotten herself and her sons out of prison any time she wanted.
"A man mage," he said. "Not a great mage by any means," she said. "But yes, I realized my power when I came of age, when I could flatter people into doing anything I wanted. I began to realize that once I owned them, they were mine. I owned Priard. Do you understand me? He didn't fall in love with me. I decided to own him, and I did." Wad thought for a moment, and then he laughed.
"Well, it doesn't make any of my actions better than they were, but it's nice to know that I'm a monster among monsters. These boys, then, the sons of 2 mages and not just one."
"I imagine they'll have some talent for this or that when they get older," said Anonoe. "Maybe even the much sought-after sea magery. Or maybe one of them will be a gate mage by and by."
"It'll be me,"
said the younger one, Anop.
"I'll be a gate mage."
Echo clapped her hands together.
"He spoke!"
Anonoe rushed to her younger son and embraced him. "Oh, my baby, no, you can't just decide. The power chooses you. It's already inside you, and someday you'll find out what it is." But Inop kept looking at Wad.
"A gate mage," he said. "Because you can go wherever you want."
It was in that moment, in those words, that Wad first realized what he had to do. He had come to this place with no plan other than to tell the truth and then take them wherever Anonoe decided they should go. But he heard Inop's innocent words as if they were a recipe for how he might possibly redeem himself, how he might really help Anonoe, how he might get the power to undo Bexoy and destroy her root and branch. "Go wherever I want," the boy said, but Wad knew that he could not. He did not have gates enough inside him now to make a great gate, so he could not go to Middlegard. But then he realized that he could. That there was a great gate, a wild one, controlled by no mage now. Danny North could not lock it, and so anyone who knew of its existence could make use of it. Wad could pass through that wild gate and go to Middlegard and back again, restoring what power he had left to its full strength. It would not get him back his gates. Danny North still had those safely locked inside a place where Wad could never go against the young gatefather's will. But it would sharpen his faculties, bring him back to the state he had once been in, when he saw all the gates in the world, even the gates of the Semitic gods, and he ate them all. Unlike Danny North, he had not been fool enough to try to use the captive gates, but he had found them and held them. He could make himself that strong a mage again. He could restore his own vision, the range of his seeing. And if he could take himself to Middlegard and back again, he could take Anonoe as well. But perhaps not. Wad was a gate mage who knew how to rule over the lost and disobedient outselves that were woven into the wild gate. Anonoe could not resist them. Man-mage that she was, she would know that they were there, but not the form they took. They might entice her out of herself. They might entwine her in the great gate. And because she was a man-mage, they would only be fulfilling the law by taking away her power. No, if Wad were really to strengthen her so she might be a match for Bexoy, he would have to get Danny North to help him hold the great gate open for her. He would have to teach him what to do, to train the man who bested him so that he could never be defeated, and Wad could never get his lost gates back. How could he give even more power and wisdom to the mage who had shattered him? Because I deserved the shattering, thought Wad. He was an instrument in the hands of space-time, and so I got what I deserved. I misused my power, and so I lost all but a tiny shred of it. And I will have to go as supplicant to Danny North, to get him to help me make amends for how I raised the monstrous Bexoy to be mistress of Iceway. All of this came to him between Inop's words and Wad's answer to him. "I see that your outself may indeed be divisible," said Wad. It was true enough. The outselves of all children might be divisible, and those that were going to be gate mages would be the most divisible of all. But there was no way to tell at such a young age. "But things like that take time. No one knows what you'll become." Anonoe looked at Wad. "For you he speaks," she said. "He sees my power," said Wad. "He's too young to understand my wickedness." "The wickedness of all the mages," said Anonoe. "What did I ever do but seek to advance myself?" "And love your children." "Look at the danger I put them in," said Anonoe. "Their very conception was dangerous," said Wad. "But all children are born into a world of danger where they're bound to die." "Listen to the two of you," said Echo. They looked at her, surprised that such a quiet, mousy person would speak to mages of their kind. "Bragging about who is most monstrous," said Echo. Was I bragging? Wad asked himself. "Monstrous or not," said Anonoe, "I want revenge." "I came here so you could have it," said Wad. "Against me, if you choose. I will not gate away." "And what then?" asked Anonoe.
Without your help, what vengeance can I have on her? Promise me this, said Wad, that you will not harm her baby. This, from the man who— I know what I did to your sons, said Wad. I'm telling you now that if you harm her baby, you will not be able to live with it. I know what I'm talking about. No matter how you rage against her, her baby has done nothing. Your children did not deserve to suffer, even though their existence posed a danger to my son. My son did not deserve to die, even though his existence posed a danger to this new child of Priards and Bexoys. And their son does not deserve to die. So this is the route you found for your morality? Asked Anonoe. Do what you want, just don't hurt the children. For lack of any deeper route, that will have to do for now, he said. Agree to that, or kill me now, because I'll never help you get revenge against a child. I've gone down that road and it's too terrible to travel on again. There's no way that we could hurt her more, said Anonoe. But what good is it to hurt her if we destroy ourselves in the process? Asked Wad.
Listen to the two of you, Echo said again. All your power and all it is to you is a means to get revenge.
Wad looked at her sadly. I tried to save the world, once upon a time. But what I was saving it for, I still don't know. And in the end, I failed.
Then try again, said Echo. The world's as much in need of saving as it ever was, and somebody ought to try.
Anonoe put her arms around her sons. This is all the world I care about now.
If that were true, said Echo, you wouldn't be plotting vengeance on a queen, a fire mage. You'd be looking for a place to take your sons where they'd be safe.
I thought I had that here, said Anonoe.
We're in Iceway and your enemy's the queen, said Echo. And by the way, man in the tree, thanks for bringing the king's missing mistress to our house. That will help us prosper, you can be sure.
I didn't know anywhere else to take them, said Wad.
Well, I've done what you wanted, and I'm not turning them away even now, though if it's discovered who they are, her enemies will happily kill me and my whole family, don't you think?
Wad slumped down to sit on the floor of the tiny house. I think that I'm the puppeteer pulling strings, but then I trip on them and find that someone else has hold of my strings.
Who?
Asked Tanab. Fate, said Wad. Unintended consequence. That's the only God that's real.
Do you have an actual plan? Echo asked Wad.
Yes, said Wad. As of this moment, yes, I do.
Chapter 11. Reunions. Danny hadn't had enough sleep, but his inner clock woke him at exactly the time required for him to make it to Coach Leader's house for a special practice. Now that Danny had capitulated and ran his fastest for Leader's stopwatch, he found that he enjoyed it. Showing off, not competing. Danny was human enough to like being admired. And one thing about Leader, when he was working with an athlete who was really trying, he knew how to show respect and give encouragement. It was a side of Leader Danny had never seen, and never would have seen as long as he was with the Slackers and Geeks. He was still with the Slackers and Geeks, but he was also running for the Parry McClure track team. And even though it was a while before any of the meets would begin, and for all he knew he wouldn't live long enough to compete in any of them, it was fun to get to Leader's house before sunrise, running the whole way in the dark, and then see how Leader had laid out fixed courses for him on the streets of Buena Vista, so that he would know just how far Danny was running in a given amount of time. Now that his friends were all enlisted in the Great Gate Project, the only way that Danny still connected with high school life was his running. He had come here to get away from magery and live a normal life. He had brought the magery with him, and running was the only normal thing left for him to do. This morning, though, Coach Leader wasn't alone. Nikki, his daughter, was with him, and though she seemed a little sleepy, she didn't have that wan look, that dying nymph appearance. Her passage through a gate had healed her of whatever she was dying of. Leader may not know it, but Danny had prepaid him for all the private track coaching. And yet it had cost Danny nothing. The effortless gift of a god. Need healing? Well, here it is, because why not? But just because it cost Danny so little didn't change the fact that she was dying, and now she would live. Maybe that had something to do with why Leader was more encouraging than Danny had expected. After all, he had so much less to feel angry and bitter about. "Do you mind if Nikki watches?" asked Leader. "She was up anyway, so—" Did he think he was good at lying? Danny knew that Nikki must have asked him to waken her especially for this. And maybe Leader was simply indulging his little girl. Or maybe he thought Danny would perform better with a girl watching. Or maybe he hoped something might happen between Danny and his daughter, though why Leader should wish for such a thing Danny didn't know. It had to be the first one. Nikki liked Danny, and what's not to like, and when a daughter who had been this close to death now had a crush on a boy, what father wouldn't indulge her, especially when he was right there to supervise any interaction between them? Danny felt her eyes on him the whole time. He ran short sprints today. Leader was keeping him close to the front porch, so he was never out of Nikki's sight. And if the idea was that Danny would work harder to impress a girl, it wasn't exactly wrong. He certainly made his best times in the various dashes, and this despite having run the whole way here and not having had enough sleep the night before. Last night I was this close to pledging my undying love to Pat, and this morning I'm showing off for Nikki. I'm such a teenage boy, which is to say I'm such a fickle jerk. Well, running in front of a girl wasn't kissing her. There was a difference, and he'd keep it well in mind. Even in the cool of an autumn morning, Danny was dripping with sweat. He had really given it his all, and he knew that sweat wasn't unattractive to girls, not when it had been earned by real exertion, not when the guy doing the sweating had an athletic build. It was only sweaty fat kids and geeks that turned high school girls off. Danny had learned this from his reading of young adult novels during the years he was studying to prepare to be a normal high school student. "Hi," he said to Nikki when Leader beckoned him to the porch. She gave him a little wave and a shy smile. Leader ignored the exchange between them and began reading off the times. "And you ran here, right?" "Yes, sir," said Danny. "So the idea is to have these sprints in you at the end of a long race, to pace yourself so that you stay in contention, but you don't have to lead." "You know that I don't care about leading," said Danny. "But the team needs you to win, to rack up points. So not for yourself, but for the team. You stay close enough to be in contention, but sprints like these are still inside you." "Why not just have me run the sprints?" asked Danny. "I've got guys who can do the sprints. They're not as fast as you, but they win enough. I need you in long distance. You're a coin I can only spend once or twice in a meet. I'm not going to use you up on the short stuff." "You want me to be a quarter, not 5 pennies, is that it?" "Yeah, smart guy," said Leader. "I want you to be a damn Susan B. Anthony dollar." "But 50 cents will do," said Nikki. "He wants you to try for the dollar so you might make the 50 cents. Leader reddened. If any other kid had said such a thing, he would have been angry. But it was his daughter, so the redness went away quickly. "She thinks she sees through her, old man," he said with a smile. "But I want the buck. I want $1.50. "Well, I better get home and shower," said Danny. "Oh," said Nikki. She looked disappointed. Then, realizing that Danny was looking at her curiously, she stepped back and turned away embarrassed. "Nikki's going back to school today. She was kind of hoping you might ride with us." Danny indicated his dripping shorts and T-shirt. "I can't go like this." "You could shower here," said Nikki. Then she covered her mouth as if to keep more words from coming out. "And put these back on?" said Danny, laughing. "Look," said Leader, "Nikki's right. I've worn you out with sprints. Now, if you run all the way home and shower and change, you'll be late to school." It was true. They had gone long. "You shower and throw on something of mine. It'll be baggy on you, considering that you're made of toothpicks. But we'll swing by your house and you run in to change. We'll wait." Danny considered for a moment. It was a very generous thing, But could he afford to arrive at high school in Leader's car? How about if you drive me home and drop me off, then I can walk to school on time? Well, I'm not letting you get in my car as sweaty as you are right now, said Leader. He laughed, but was it really so important that he shower at their house? Danny shrugged and stepped up on the porch. Whatever I do, I gotta do it now. Nicky rushed ahead of him and showed him to the house's one bathroom. It really was an old place, but the tub was modern enough. It wasn't sitting on claw feet, it was molded to the floor, and instead of a shower curtain, there was a glass door. He turned on the water and heard Nicky close the door behind him. He got his shoes and clothes off as soon as the door was closed, and by then the shower was steaming a little. He got in and was washing his hair with regular soap when he heard the door open. Not looking, said Nicky. He couldn't look because he'd get soap in his eyes, so he'd have to take her word for it. When he got out, there was a towel laid out for him, and a pair of pants and a shirt in a style no self-respecting kid would wear. No underwear. His own clothes were nowhere to be seen. She must have taken them. She was going to wash them for him. She was showing him how domestic she was. No, she was trying to do something nice. Give her credit for being kind. Don't assume that girls want your body just because Xena does. Xena knows you're like a Norse god. The only way the pants would stay up is if he held them with one hand while he held his shoes with the other. He went barefoot out of the bathroom. Somebody stole my clothes, he said. But we'll have to search for the thief later when I'm wearing pants I can run in. Leader laughed. I didn't think anybody could look worse in those clothes than me. He doesn't, said Nicky, then blushed, then laughed. Can I make it to your car barefoot? There's not any, gravel or hot coals or anything? Their driveway was gravel, but it ran around the back of the house. It's all paved, said Leader. Back door. Danny followed Nicky out the door, catching the screen with his shoulder because both hands were occupied. Only after he was through the door did she remember and turn back to hold it open for him, and so her reaching hand smacked him in the chest. Ow, she said. Your chest is hard. Sorry it got in your way, said Danny. Like your dad said, all toothpicks. Then she led the way to the car, which stood on a paved carport pad. There was loose gravel all over, though, so Danny had to pick his way carefully to the back door. Nicky ran around and got in the front passenger side, and Leader backed them down the driveway and out into the street. Only now did Danny realize that they didn't know where he lived. Nobody knew that except his friends, unless they had looked up his school records, which they must have done because Leader drove right there without any directions. Of course, in the days when Leader was spying on him to try to catch him running and time him, he might have seen where Danny ran to after school. Surely he hadn't planned this out far enough in advance to consult the school records. Thanks, said Danny, as he got out of the car. I'll bring these clothes back to you at school. But they didn't drive off. They followed him up the short walk into his house. That bothered him. He hadn't invited them in. In fact, he had made it clear he wasn't inviting them in. So he had to gather up his clothes that were scattered in the living room and retreat into the bedroom to change. When he came out, there was Nicky washing the dishes that had stacked up by the sink. You know, if you rinse them right after you use them, they're easier to wash. But I don't mind scrubbing, said Danny. Now you won't have to, she said, drying her hands. At least not the ones I washed. Danny looked around for the coach. Daddy went back to the car. He said this place was too messy for him to find a place he trusted enough to sit there. Yeah, well, I wasn't expecting company. Though in fact it had looked just like this when Pat came over last night. Hadn't expected her either. We'd better get back to the car, he said. But she didn't get to the car. She walked up to him and put her hands on his waist. Shyly. How does a girl shyly do something as bold as that? But she radiated shyness even as her hands rested on his waist just above his jeans, so that her hands were right on the stems of his hips. Her touch was just exactly perfect, and she looked up into his eyes and said, Danny North, I don't know how you did it, and I haven't dared say this to Daddy. He's just calling it a miracle, but I know you healed me. I don't know how or why, but I felt it that day you visited. I felt it wash over me, And I felt stronger. Every hour, every day since then, stronger. I know you did it. I made Daddy take me to the doctor right away, and he said it was all gone. The cancer. I was clean of it. He'd never seen anything like it. He actually asked me if I'd been to a faith healer. Had you? Asked Danny. No. My healer came to me, she said. I don't expect any explanations. I don't want to know how you did it. I just know it was you, and thank you. Then she tiptoed to kiss him on the mouth. Full on the mouth. It hadn't even been 12 hours since he kissed Pat, and here he was getting kissed again. Only this girl didn't even know he was a mage, though she did know somehow that he had power, so it amounted to the same thing. Apparently, you show a girl you can do real magic and she's got her mouth on yours as soon as possible. Are you complaining, you idiot? Is this bad? Do you hate it? Not really, he had to admit to himself. And she was still kissing him. And now her arms were around his waist instead of on it, and she was pressed against him, and the car horn tooted outside. A house this small and so close to the street, it sounded like the car was right in the living room. Thank you, she said again. Whether for the kiss or the healing, Danny wasn't sure. For the kiss, he wanted to answer like a store clerk, thank you. Instead, he just followed her out to the car. Shy? She showed not a speck of embarrassment when she got out of the front seat and climbed into the back beside him. It's not right to make him sit alone in the back, she explained to her father. But it's fine to leave me alone in the front, he asked, but he was joking. Have I got me the coach's daughter for a girlfriend? I'm trapped in a young adult novel, a girl's novel, so it's all about the love story instead of the death squads coming to get me. I already had a triangle with Zena and Pat. What does Nikki make it? A square? No, this is solid geometry now, a tetrahedron. But at school, the strangest thing happened. Nikki made no effort to follow him in. She just waved at him, and it was Leader who explained, got to get her all signed in. And when Nikki showed up in his first period class partway through, was that arranged on purpose, to have some of the same schedule as him? She gave no sign that she recognized him. One of the guys near Danny whispered, hubba, hubba. And for the first time, Danny realized that Nikki, now that she wasn't sick-looking, was quite attractive. Not that he had thought she was ugly, but he hadn't realized that she was attractive in general, and not just a nice-seeming person to him in particular. Her shape was high school girl slender, but with unmissable breasts, though she wasn't Laurette, there was no cleavage showing. How did I not notice this before? Even when she was kissing me and those breasts were pressed up against me, how did I not notice how they give her a pretty nearly perfect shape? Nikki turned toward the hubba-hubba guy and gave him the shy smile. What a tease! She can turn it on and off whenever she wants. The come hither, I'm so shy smile that she must have practiced in front of the mirror. Has she been playing me? She spent the whole rest of the period not playing him. Unless ignoring him was the game. She certainly had him thinking about her most of the period. She had spent the morning on the porch in her nightgown and lacy robe watching him sweat. She had come into the bathroom while he was naked in the shower and taken away his clothes. She had come into his house and washed his dishes, and then kissed him, long and with her body pressed to his, and now, in this class, she didn't notice he existed. Two can play at this game, he thought. But a moment later he realized, no, they can't. Girls can play it on guys, but guys can't play it on girls. At least I can't play it because I keep glancing at her, and she never looks at me. It's like I had gone through a gate and was now watching invisibly through a porthole in space-time. And why would I do that? Because I can't take my eyes off her. She's playing me, and it works. I'm just a fish dancing on the line. He made it a point to eat lunch with his friends, but that was worse, because while everybody else was normal, Zena flirting with him had to be regarded as the new normal, Pat was also playing the I don't see you, you don't exist game. The difference was that he and Pat were friends, and the kiss last night had been his idea probably more than hers. Or had it? Girls were all man-mages when you thought about it. They wrapped guys around their fingers and dragged them any way they wanted. First time I've ever envied the gay, thought Danny. But then he had to admit to himself, being honest, that he felt nothing of the kind. This was all kind of exciting. Complicated, yes. A little dangerous. But what had he come to high school for, if not for the fact that this was where they kept the high school girls? Just before P.E. in the afternoon, a freshman doing office time for some freshman's sin brought him a note from the principal. "Come see me right now," it said. "What did you do without asking us along?" asked Wheeler. "Nothing," said Danny. "I'm on Leader's team. Why is he bothering me?" "Want company?" asked Hal. "Looking for an excuse to ditch P.E.?" asked Danny. "Always." "Don't worry. Leader's in a better mood. His daughter's all better, and she's even back in school." "I didn't know he had a daughter," said Hal. "Or that she was sick," said Wheeler. "Somebody mated with Leader?" asked Hal. "He has a job," said Danny. "There's always some woman who wants a man with a job." "Really?" asked Wheeler. "That's the first time anybody ever gave me a reason why I should graduate from high school, so I can get the kind of job that will make a woman want to mate with me." "Nah," said Hal. "No way. You're going to have to swim upstream and spawn." With that, Danny left them and jogged to the office. Mama and Baba were sitting on chairs across from the principal's desk. Baba at once rose to his feet. "Danny," he said, "we're your Uncle Alf and Auntie Gerd. I know you haven't seen us in a long time, but when we heard you were living here with your Aunt Vivi gone half the time, well, we had to look in on you." "We had no idea his guardian was absentee." "She's not," said Danny. "We see each other nearly every day. It's these people that I don't know. Did you ask them for ID?" Baba chuckled. "We just want a chance to talk to you, Danny." "We didn't know how else to do it," said Mama. "You don't answer your phone." "I don't have a phone," said Danny. "You see our problem," said Baba. "But Principal Massey kindly offered us the use of his office for our conversation." "No," said Danny, walking back out of the office. "Come back here, young man," demanded Massey. Mama followed him. "Please," she whispered. "Please, I beg you, if you have any feeling for me at all." "I spent most of my life with feeling for you," whispered Danny. "It almost led to Hammernip Hill. Should I tell the principal to ask the sheriff to do some excavating there?" "Please," she said. Principal Massey had followed them out into the corridor by then. "Danny North, that was the rudest thing I've seen you do, and that takes some doing." "I don't remember a single act of kindness from these people," said Danny. "I'm settled in here now, and I don't know what they want from me. Don't you have rules about letting strangers have access to the children in this school?" "But—" Principal Massey reached his hands out helplessly, one toward Danny, one toward his parents. "It didn't occur to me that they might be strangers. I still don't believe they are. They look so much like you." Danny had no answer to that. It had never crossed his mind that he could not deny being his father's son, let alone his nephew. He looked just like Baba, except for the fact that he also had a strong resemblance to Mama. Both resemblances in the same face at the same time. If Principal Massey had half a brain in his head, he'd wonder why anybody looked so much like both his aunt and his uncle, one of whom presumably was not his blood relative. "We'll talk out in the parking lot," said Danny. "We'll talk where I can walk away if I feel like it, and where nobody can listen through a door, and nobody can sneak up unobserved." "Well, that's all right then," said Massey. "In fact, we'll talk out on the street, which isn't school property. Then you won't get in trouble, Principal Massey." "Very thoughtful of you." They left him behind and walked in virtual silence until they were beyond the parking lot and across the street. Virtual silence, because Mama kept trying to talk and Danny gave her a sharp shh and walked faster. Finally, they were so out of breath from keeping up with the young man who was, after all, a sprinter, that they couldn't have spoken if they tried. "I told you the terms," said Danny. "I told you that I'd come for your answer. I told you not to come for me. As far as I'm concerned, there's no great gate for you. You'd have been too dangerous anyway, the two of you." "We aren't the ones the family chose," said Baba. "I'm barely Odin anymore." "Who else would they choose to lead? Gish? Zog? Maybe. Or it might have been Mook, said Baba. Some felt they couldn't trust me to make an unbiased decision because I was your father. When they realized how we plotted to keep you, knowing you were a gate mage, we're lucky we aren't in Hammernip for putting the family at such risk. They don't want to reward us by letting us be the two who go to Westill. Danny wanted to say boo-hoo, but Baba and Mama had taken a risk, knowing about him but not killing him. They lost prestige and power. They might have lost their lives. "Why are you here, then?" asked Danny. "To ask for a private passage through the Great Gate? Here's news for you. It hasn't been built yet, and I meant what I said. No special favors for anyone, no extras." "It's not about the Great Gate," said Baba impatiently. "It's about us, as your parents. What did you expect us to do? We hoped you'd be a gate mage, all right? We didn't hope for just any baby. We hoped for you. A tricky, mouthy, linguistically brilliant brat with no loyalty to anyone, because that's what gate mages are. We hoped you'd open a passage to Westill, yes. Of course we did. Before we knew you, we expected to be able to use you." "And you still do," said Danny. "Because we're not insane," said Baba. "You exist. Everybody wants to pass through a great gate. What do you expect, that we alone of all the Westillians in Middlegard would care only about our beloved boy, with not a thought about the gates that we created you to make?" "I don't expect anything from you," said Danny, "which is a good thing, because anything was what I never got." "Danny, we gave you all we could," said Mama. She came closer. "And I don't just mean life itself. We had Mook and Lummy look after you, feed you when you stayed late, listen to your questions and answer them, watch out for you to give you warning if you did something dangerous. We made sure that Thor was in charge of the Watchers, so that if you needed to get away, you wouldn't be caught." "If we stayed close to you," said Baba, "then the family would never trust us to be impartial when it came time for decisions about you. We could either have the power to protect you, or we could be your loving, affectionate parents, not both." Danny knew that this was true. He had always known it. Mama interpreted his silence as a kind of victory, and she pressed the advantage. She placed her hand on his upper arm, not gripping it exactly, just holding him. But he had been touched by enough women in the past 24 hours. He was done with being betrayed by his natural reaction to physical touch. A bit of physical affection from his long-absent mother. It sent a thrill of relief through him. He wasn't having any of it. He shrugged away and backed up a step. "Touch me again, and you're out of here," Danny said. Mama gave something like a sob and stepped away, holding the hand that had held him in her other hand, as if she had been devastatingly wounded, as if the hand were pumping out blood and the injury could not be healed. "We were proud of you," said Baba, not even glancing at his wife's reaction. "You were so clever. You understood your danger, not gate mage danger, but Drekka danger. You kept your head down. You kept trying to find ways to survive. We saw it and admired you and respected you. I don't know if I would have had the self-control to handle myself as you did. The trickster boy you were as a child disappeared completely, swallowed up in the careful young man who finally found his power and used it to run away and save his life." "How nice of you to admire me from such a distance," said Danny. But his father's words of praise filled him with light and brought tears to his eyes. "We human beings are such machines," thought Danny. "All the emotions are available at the flip of a switch, predictable as robots." "Danny," said Mama, "I get it that you hate us. I do understand it. But Danny didn't hate them. He was angry with them, had been hurt by them, but no, he didn't hate them. After everything, all he really wanted was his mother's affection and his father's approval. Now they were offering exactly what he wanted, only these things had been so long withheld that Danny refused to trust the fulfillment of his longing. "Whatever you want from me," said Danny, "I don't have it, or if I do, it's not for you, not anymore." "That's what I was afraid of," said Mama. "I told her not to expect anything better than this," said Baba. For a moment, hearing such finality in Baba's voice, Danny believed that this whole meeting had been a trap, that having failed to win him over, they would now unleash whatever assassination they had planned for him. So he gated 15 feet away. Mother burst into tears. "We aren't going to betray you," said Baba coldly. "How could we, even if we wanted to?" "Let's go, Alf," said Mama. "Yes," said Baba. He led her away toward the family pickup, which looked even more beaten up now, having spent a short time buried in a crevice in the earth. Watching them walk toward the truck, Danny saw them for the first time. Not as the crafty leaders of a group of ruthless mages, but as a middle-aged man and woman, weary of everything, having been repudiated by the ungrateful son who blamed them for having done only what was possible for him and nothing more. Danny passed a gate over them. He did it smoothly, carefully. They did not miss a stride. If they felt anything, he would have been surprised. But their steps looked younger, not so tired as they continued to the truck and got inside. He did not wish to punish them. He had thought he did, but now he felt no such desire. He just wanted to stop wanting them to love him, because now they were saying that they did, and he was hungry to believe them, but they had so many motives to lie that he could not trust a word they said or a thing they did.
Chapter 12. Middlegard. Wad and Anonoe were back and forth about what to do with the boys. Eliuik and Anop were young and powerless, but they were the most valuable prize. Without these two sons of King Priard, potential heirs, Anonoe herself had no leverage in the kingdom. Her personal powers were unsuspected, a necessity for a man-mage who wished to stay alive. Only the boys mattered. Anonoe wanted them kept safe at all costs. So, for that matter, did Wad. But what constituted their safety was where they disagreed. "You say it's not even your own gate, not under your control," said Anonoe. "It's not under anyone's control at the moment," said Wad. "But it exists. It works. There is no danger from the gate. Do you think I'd deceive you about such a thing when I mean to make the passage with you?" "When they're needed, we'll need them here," said Anonoe. "Who is King Priard in Middlegard? What protection will being his sons offer them there?" "More to the point," said Wad, "their father's nothingness in Middlegard will be their protection. No one in Middlegard has any reason to want them dead or any motive to capture them. They'll have the safety of being nobody. While here, everything depends on your being able to trust whomever you leave them with. Who is that person?" Anonoe named several, but Wad had spent too long as the castle monkey, seeing what everyone did in their private moments. He told sadly true tales about every man and woman that she mentioned. She was soon near tears. "I never had friends," she said. "No one has friends," said Wad. "I was as true a friend to Bexoy as anyone has ever had, but I kept you alive when she wanted you dead." "For reasons of your own," said Anonoe. "I made no claim of generosity," said Wad. "I make none now. But I want your sons alive, and I will trust strangers on Middlegard more than anyone known to you in Iceway or anywhere on Westal." "Then I'll stay here myself, watch over them, and wait for you," said Anonoe. Wad rehearsed the facts to her yet again. How their magical arrival in this high mountain village could not have gone unnoticed. The story would spread, had already spread, would soon float down the Greybourne until it came to the capital city, Camesham, and then to the castle, Nasasa. There would be no lack of wits in either place, and soon they would put together the woman and two boys who appeared in the high mountains at just the time when a woman and two boys vanished from caves in the cliff face below the castle while soldiers of Priard attempted to kill them. "I'm not leaving you here to die," said Wad. "I'll need to move these people who took you in as well, or they'll surely be tortured to find out information that they do not have." "By here, I didn't mean I would stay in this very village. I meant here on Westal, here where we don't have to pass through any gates."
Stop wasting my time with fears as ridiculous as this. If you were really afraid, you'd try to use your man magic on me to get me to comply with your will. But you don't, so clearly you don't mean it.
Would my man magic work on you?
Until I realized what was happening and gated away, of course it would. I appreciate your showing me the respect of not trying. Likewise, if I wanted to, I could gate you and your boys against your will to the mouth of the Great Gate and push you through, and you couldn't do a thing about it. Instead, I'm talking to you because I've treated you as pawns and captives long enough.
I've heard what happens to gates, said Anonoe.
What have you heard? How could you hear anything? There hasn't been a gate on Westel except of my making for more than 14 centuries.
There have been gates, said Anonoe. Everyone knows the stories. A gate mage learns to go from here to there, and then suddenly the gate thief comes and takes them all away. What if that happens while we're—
Haven't you understood anything, woman? Demanded Wad. I'm the gate thief. Me. That's why I could keep you locked up behind my gates for more than a year, and no one took the gates from me.
If you're the gate thief, and yes, I understood you, but why should I pay attention to such ridiculous brag? Then you must have been alive for more than 1,000 years. You, a mere boy.
Why would anyone bother to become immortal in an old body? Asked Wad. But I'm not immortal. I was in a tree. More precisely, a tree mage persuaded a tree to let me gate into the living tree flesh between the bark and the dry wood. There I made the tiniest of gates, which moved me slowly upward through the tree, rising with me, rising far more slowly than a fingernail grows. Passing through a gate heals you. I healed myself, I healed the tree, minute by minute, day by day, year by year. The tree lived, and I lived, never aging, never ill. And I watched. Every gate that was made, I sensed. At first, my powers were magnificently strong, as yours will be if you ever make up your mind to go through a great gate. But that boost in power fades with time. I had to watch ever more closely, concentrate ever more tightly. My outselves roamed the world, alert, watching. After the first 500 years, I sensed nothing from Middlegard. After the second 1,000, gates on Westel were like a distant whisper, except for the making of a great gate. That was like a shout, as the gates entwined and roped and rose into the sky. Then I reached out and swallowed them. That's your gate thief. The husk of an ancient man kept alive within a tree, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, only an endless watchfulness for the making of a great gate, with only the captured gates of long-dead mages to keep me company.
So you're not as young as you seem, said Anonoe. And then she smiled, so he would know that she understood the bathos of her own remark.
I came out like an adolescent orphan, hardly remembering anything of my life before, not even understanding that I was the gate thief, and for a time not knowing what a gate was. I ate gates by reflex then. I made them the same way. A kind woman took me in, and I made a mother of her, until someone murdered her for refusing to cooperate with an attempt to poison the queen.
You're talking about Hull?
Asked Anonoe. Please don't tell me that you knew beforehand about the killing of that good woman, said Wad. Unless it's true. If you lie to me, we can't be friends.
So many rules you have, said Anonoe. I lie to you all the time, and you lie to me. We're human, and we lie, because that is the only way people can possibly get along with each other.
You're wrong, said Wad. We can tell each other the truth as far as we know it. We might be wrong about what we believe is true, but we can speak our best understanding to each other. Hull did that with me, and I with her.
She knew you were the gate thief? Asked Anonoe. And when Wad didn't answer, she smiled. I see.
You told her the truth, except when the truth might make her like you less. So what is it that you aren't telling me? That I think you're right. The boys will be safer on Middlegard. And if I can't take the risk of trusting you to get me through a great gate and back again, I might as well give up. If you're not trustworthy, then I've got nothing. But if I refuse to trust you, then I've got nothing. So I might as well trust you and hope that you amount to something. A fair gamble. I trusted a king once, said Anonoe. He never let you down. But he did, said Anonoe. He may not have meant to, but he failed to find me and set me free. My powers were too much for him, said Wad. What could he do against a gate mage? Queen Bexoy did something, said Anonoe. She murdered a baby when I was distracted. That was the limit of her power. He said it calmly, as if the mention of Trick had not caused emotion to rage upward from his belly, to fill his heart with grief and his mind with rage. And she knew what I was. If Priard had known, he would have suspected me, and if he had suspected me in your disappearance, he would have had me tortured to find out where you were. You? Tortured? He would have tried. Did he even ask you? I told him that I had looked at every inch of the castle and you weren't there. Nor had I seen anyone carrying you out. All true, you'll note. And also lies, said Anonoe. I'm such a fool to believe in you. I'm all you've got, and you're all I've got. All you've got to use against Queen Bexoy, said Anonoe. Why not just pass her through a gate to the bottom of the sea? She has to lose and know that she has lost, said Wad. She has to see you in her place, and your sons in the place of her son. Anonoe laughed and nodded. Now I can trust you. Now I know your heart. But she did not know him, not his heart, not his mind. Yes, he meant to wreak his vengeance on the queen, and so he spoke that way because Anonoe would understand that motive and believe him. But his real reason was that until he had put Anonoe back in her right place, beside the king, with her sons as his heirs, the guilt of his own crimes would be unbearably heavy, more than he could bear. I spent 15 centuries trying to save the world, and I would sacrifice it all for mere vengeance? Bexoy would never be brought to justice. She played the same game as all the royal people of the world. Should she be called a monster because she was better at it? No. Wad's chief purpose was still and always would be to keep Bel from walking upon the face of Westal, taking its reins into his hand. If he could redeem himself for his crimes against Anonoe and her children without discommoding that main purpose, that would be well and good. But for vengeance and retribution, he would not cross the street. Hearing such a thought in his own mind, he laughed bitterly. Self-deception always works. It has such a willing audience. What are you laughing at? Asked Anonoe. Myself, he said truthfully. When they explained the purpose of their upcoming journey to the boys, the younger one, Anop, seemed to understand. Eliuik, as usual, looked at the face from which the talking noises came, but there was no sign that the language registered in his mind at all. Then he talked to Roop and Levitt. I did you no kindness bringing this woman and her children here, said Wad. I realize that now. The soldiers will be here soon, and if they don't kill you outright, they'll have you brought to the castle of Nasasa and torture you to tell them things you do not even know. Levitt understood, and her face flashed with anger, though she said nothing. Roop showed no anger. He merely bowed his head in resignation. What must I do? He asked. There is a wind mage from Middlegard named Sed. He's being trained by a tree mage at the southern end of Mithercame. The tree mage refuses to have a name, since trees have no language. I asked the tree mage if he would object to having the meadows near him cultivated, and he did not mind at all. Fell no trees, and he will be your friend. Until you have a harvest, he will teach you how to let the trees provide for you."
"So we leave everything," said Levitt.
"Again," said Roop. "You've moved before. This time it will be a warmer place with richer soil and a growing season long enough that it isn't over before the seeds have pushed up stems and sunk roots fully into the earth."
"What service will we owe the man?" asked Levitt.
"None," said Wad. "Not even the hand of your lovely daughter as his bride." They looked alarmed. "I say he won't require it," Wad reassured them. "Are there people in the world who would demand such things?" asked Roop. "Kings require it of each other all the time. It's how Queen Bexoy came to Iceway. She was forced on Priard against his will." Roop reached out his hand to hold Echo. "You say we must do this? Or leave your children orphans? Or watch them tortured before your eyes if they believe you really know where I and this woman and her 2 sons have gone?"
"You're a terrible friend to have," said Echo.
"I am," agreed Wad. "But then I could have left you to your fate, not caring."
"You'd never do that," said Echo. "That is not the man you are."
"You don't know the man I am," thought Wad. As if she heard him or guessed from his face, Echo said,
"I know you better than you think."
"Because you saw him crawling from a tree?"
her little brother Baki teased.
"Because he did bring them here," said Echo. "He remembered us."
"I wish he hadn't," said Levitt.
"He remembered we were kind to him," said Echo, "and so when he needed kindness for someone else, he came to us."
"Yes," said Wad.
Echo faced him boldly. "If you said that I would need to marry someone to save my family," said Echo, "I would do it."
"But I won't say that to you," said Wad.
"You'll keep us safe?" said Echo. "From everyone?"
"I'll take you to a place that I believe will be as safe as anywhere on Westel. More than that, I can't promise. I won't be there to watch. It's the best I can do." In the end, had they a choice? They gathered their few possessions, and Wad made a public gate for them, and they stepped through it, one by one. Anonoe watched them do it, she and her sons. Wad turned to her when the last of Roop's and Levitt's family had gone. "Now you know what it looks like," he said. "Going through a gate?" Anonoe asked. "I have fallen through the gate of my prison 100 times. "What trust looks like," said Wad. "They're not mages," said Anonoe. "What choices do they have?" "I don't know what powers those children might have, and for all I know the father has some power with vegetables, or the mother a way with snakes. They have choices, as many as you have." Anonoe laughed. "I have as few as they, you're right," she said. "Perhaps they seemed weak to me because they love each other." It was such a shocking thing to say that Wad had no answer for her. "I lived too long at court," said Anonoe. "I have seen people owned, desired, and coveted, and I have seen people used. But few were loved, and few were loving." "You love your sons," said Wad. "I barely know my poor broken children," said Anonoe, resting one hand on Anop's head, the other on Eliuik's shoulder. "Aren't you going to follow those farm folk, and introduce them and the tree mage to each other?" "He'll know who they are because they came through the gate, and they'll know him because the gate has led them straight to him." "What if they come back through the gate?" asked Anonoe. "The gate is gone. I took it back. I husband my gates carefully these days," said Wad. "A few are all I have. You see, the gate thief got the rest." She looked at him sharply. "You said that you—" "I was the gate thief for 1,000 years or so," said Wad. "I burgled one heart hoard too many. I am punished now, and the punishment is just." Wad turned to Eliuik, who was not looking at him. "Whatever you are or might become," said Wad, "passing through a great gate will strengthen you." But the older boy gave no sign of hearing.
"He's still singing to himself,"
said Anop. Wad and Anonoe waited for the younger boy to explain.
"Alone in the cave, with all the falling,"
said Anop.
"we sang to ourselves."
Wad wondered if Anop had some connection with his brother that allowed him to know what he was doing during their many months of isolation. "That's what you did, is it?" asked Anonoe.
"Of course," said Anop. "I sang every song I knew. You should have taught me more of them, Mother."
"I'm glad you're not still singing them now," she said.
"Oh, I am," said Anop. "I hear them all the time. I just don't listen to them. Eliuik does, though. He's still trying to understand the words."
"But they're all in plain language," said Anonoe.
"Not the words of the songs," said Anop impatiently. "The words beneath the songs."
"What words are those?" asked Wad.
"I didn't understand them either, not at first, but I was little. There were many words I didn't understand when I was little."
The words beneath the songs. Wad thought he might have some idea what words those were, and who spoke them. The gates that held the prisoner that surrounded them. They were connected to Wad, to his heart hoard, to the place where the 1,000 gates of other mages were imprisoned. They had shouted all the time. Wad hardly heard them, but it was possible that these voices carried with the gates, that an isolated child with nothing else to occupy him might have heard something. Especially if there were gates in his own heart hoard, gates that he was yet too young to use. But the captive gates cried out to the captive boy, and if he was a gate mage himself, he would have heard them in the same way that Wad, at the height of his powers a millennium ago, could sense the location and the owner of every gate in 2 worlds. Wad took the boy by his hand. "Would you like to come with me and your mother now?"
"And my brother,"
said Anop.
"Him too,"
said Wad.
"Of course," said Anop. "It's good to be out of the cave. Eliuik is even happier than I am. He's eager to go with you."
Again, Wad looked from the younger boy to the silent elder one. If Eliuik objected to his little brother speaking for him, he gave no sign. Anop took his older brother's hand, and Anonoe held him on the other side. Wad passed a gate mouth over them, and they were standing in the stone circle where the wild gate now shone plainly, obvious for anyone to see and use. It was good that the place was scarcely inhabited, that people shunned it. Stone circles were shrines no longer. Since the great gates were taken, they were regarded as dark places of ill fortune. They were avoided. All to the good. But that could not last forever. Someone would figure it out.
"Don't let go of hands," said Wad.
And then, after a breath, he stepped through. The great gate swallowed up the 4 of them, and they were standing in a barn, with cows around. A woman was attaching a machine to the udders of a cow.
"Is someone expecting you?"
she asked politely, in a heavily accented version of the ancient language of West Illinois. Wad understood her because he had already spoken to Danny North and said, there was no hope that her words would mean a thing to Anonoe.
"I wasn't expecting you,"
Anop answered her, imitating her accent. Another sign the boy might grow into a gate mage, to have a knack for languages.
"I've come to speak with Danny North," said Wad.
"He isn't here,"
said the woman, turning her back. Angry at this stranger for such treatment, Wad gated to the other side of her. But before he could speak to her, a cow kicked him hard in the leg. He cried out and fell, then passed a gate over himself.
"The only way to punish a gate mage," said the woman,
is to take him by surprise.
Punish me for what?
I know who you are, gate thief, said the woman. I told him never to bring you to Middlegard, yet here you are. Do you think, because you have these darling children with you, I won't hurt you? Especially the damaged one. Why did you bring him here except to play on my sympathy?
I didn't know you were here, said Wad. I don't know who you are.
She's my wife,
said a man's voice. And in that moment, Wad was falling into a crevice in the earth. Not a wide one, but it was enough to swallow him. Wad gated to the loft of the barn.
I'll never die by falling, said Wad. Didn't my wife inform you that our stepson is away?
He'll be here, said Wad.
How can you be sure of that? Asked the woman.
Because he's been sensitized by passage through a great gate. He knows when someone passes through any gate in the world. That was when Danny North strode through the open door into the barn.
Chapter 13. Trust. Danny was getting dressed for another morning practice when he felt it. Something had happened at the wild gate. He stopped pulling on his running shorts, froze in position. The feeling didn't come again. He tried to think what he had actually experienced. It came from that portion of his outself that was entwined in the great gate in the Silverman's barn. It felt like when Vivi or Hermia passed through his gates, only far stronger. Why? Because it was a great gate? Because it was more than one person going through a gate at once. He had felt it before when his friends went through his first great gate, but had not been able to think about it then because he was immediately engaged with the gate thief. Now he even knew the direction they had passed. It was a group of 4 people, and they came from Westel to Earth. Whoever it was had arrived in Silverman's barn. It was milking time. Leslie would be there. Danny even knew who it was. Because lingering after the sensation of the great gate being used, there was another feeling. A quickening in the gates that Danny held captive inside him. The strange gates were saying, not in words, but deeper than words, "He is coming, he is coming." And the gates that belonged to Loki himself were brightening because their true owner was now in the same world with them. "Let us go home," they were saying, straining ever so slightly against the restraint of Danny's heart hoard. The gate thief had brought 3 people with him through the wild gate. Danny pulled off the shorts and put on pants and a shirt, socks and shoes and a jacket. He would not be running this morning after all. Once he was dressed, he stepped through the gate in his house that led to the Silverman's upstairs hall, then walked from house to barn through the biting cold of this autumn morning. The trees were dazzling with color. There was a trace of frost on the grass. Inside the barn, Leslie and Marion were standing side by side, looking up at the loft where Loki stood with a woman and 2 young boys. "Took you long enough," said Marion. "I was mostly naked," said Danny. "I stopped to dress." "Thank you for that," said Leslie. "Danny North," said Loki. "I don't want you here," said Danny in Westilian. "I need your help," said Loki. "But it will be hard to converse with your friend prepared to make the ground swallow us up." "Only swallow," said Marion in his heavily accented version of Westilian. "Not chew." "His mercy is noted," said Loki. "That's why I didn't gate him to the bottom of a convenient river, or into a tree." "You didn't harm him," said Danny, "because you are afraid of me." "I didn't harm him," said Loki, "because I am an intruder, and he is protecting his home and his friend." "And you didn't leave because you wanted to be here when I arrived." "I promise not to do anything to anyone here," said Loki. "I will not try to take back my own gates or swallow any others. In return, I hope you will not try to take the few that remain to me." Danny turned to Marion and Leslie. "May I invite them into the house?" "Guest law will apply then," said Marion. "I know," said Danny. "It will bind you as well as us," Leslie reminded him. "It will bind us all," said Danny. "Aren't you curious to know about the woman and the children?" "Anonoe, one-time mistress of King Preyard of Iceway," said Loki, "and the unofficial but potentially useful sons of the king, Eliuik and Enop." Danny nodded to them formally. It was a ritual greeting that all the children learned very young, to be used on important and solemn occasions. Only, as a child, Danny's bow had been deep and from the waist. The nod he gave now was that of a ruler towards subordinates, the nod that Baba bestowed on those saluting him as Odin. No one could mistake what he was asserting, and indeed they did not. The return bow of the woman and her sons was deep, though not so deep as to imply worthlessness, and Loki also bowed slightly from the waist rather than merely nodding in return. The hierarchy had been asserted and agreed to. "May we enter your home?" Danny asked the Silvermans again. Leslie sighed. "Gate me to the kitchen, please, Danny." He did. "I'd like to walk with our guests," said Marion. Loki understood, and instead of gating down from the loft, he descended the ladder, Anonoe and the boys after him. Then Marion drew Loki with him and walked beside the ancient yet youthful gate mage toward the house. Danny knew that Marion would make dire warnings about what would happen if Loki broke his word. Danny also knew that Loki would agree cheerfully, knowing that in a pinch he could always gate away, so Marion's threats were more symbolic than practicable. Meanwhile, Danny looked at the woman and smiled. "You're a mother. I had one once. I hope a mother that you loved." "Devotedly," said Danny. "Why don't you and your older son walk ahead and let me talk to the young one? Enop, is it?" Anonoe took Eliuik by the hand and walked him from the barn, whose smaller door was still standing open after Marion's and Loki's departure. "These are cows, aren't they?" said the boy Enop. "They are," said Danny. "They're huge," said Enop. "Cows may be bigger here than in the place you came from," said Danny, "but these are particularly well-fed and healthy cows. Leslie takes good care of them, though at this moment I believe they still want milking. Would you like to help me?" The boy nodded. "I'm only little," he said, "and I'm not very strong. I've been in prison, you know." "I'm sorry to hear that," said Danny. "Did you do something very bad?" "No, but I'm dangerous, because there are people who think my brother or I should be king after my father, and not the child of Queen Bexoy. She's from Grey, and her brother is our enemy. I'm glad you're out of prison, since you didn't do anything wrong." Enop shrugged. "I'm glad to be out too, but it's dangerous for me even to exist. I don't have to actually do anything." "I know the feeling," said Danny. "I was older than you, though, when people made the same judgment about me." "Did they put you in jail?" "I'm a gate mage," said Danny. "They couldn't if they tried. All they can do is kill me or leave me alone." "Or kill someone you love," said Enop. "Ah," said Danny. "I see you understand how power works." "I'm son of a king," said Enop. "I think I'm going to be a gate mage too." Meanwhile, Danny had attached the milker to a cow. "Do you see how I did that? Does it hurt the cow?" "It's designed to fit her teat exactly right," said Danny. "She likes it." "What does it do?" Danny spent the next 15 minutes explaining the milking machines and letting Enop help in whatever way he was large enough and strong enough. "What do you think of Loki?" asked Danny. "Who?" asked Enop. "The gate mage who brought you." "Wad," said Enop. The word made no sense to Danny in this context. "You want bread?" "His name," said Enop. "That's what Mother calls him." "Wad," said Danny. "Not a noble name." "He used to be the castle spy. He would climb everywhere, watch everything. Hull named him, the chief baker. She's dead. Somebody murdered her because she refused to murder the queen. It would have been better if she had done it. The queen is an evil bitch." Danny was amused at the way Enop echoed what he must have heard. "What about Wad? Is he evil or good?" "He kept us in prison," said Enop. "But when Queen Bexoy said to kill us, he didn't. After a while, he gave us better food, and he got us out just when soldiers were trying to kill us in our caves. That sounds frightening. It was, said Enop. They were my father's soldiers. Did they know who you were? Enop thought a moment. I don't know, he said. But they knew I was little. You have a point, said Danny. Enop, why did your mother and Wad bring you here? Enop shrugged. It isn't safe for us in Iceway. I think they want us to be safe here. This world isn't safer. People die on both worlds just as easily. When I'm a gate mage, I'll hide where they can't find me. Are you sure that's what you'll be? I'm already good with languages, said Enop. That's a sign. It is, said Danny. Are you also a devilish little brat? Enop gave that more thought than Danny had expected. I don't know. I have only been free of my prison for a few weeks. We'd better watch carefully then, said Danny, so we don't get taken by surprise when the pranks start. They kept milking till the job was done. Only then did Danny take Enop by the hand and walk with him across the yard to the house. In the kitchen, Leslie had the table spread with small plates and a big platter of warmed-up sliced bread and an array of butter, jams, and honey. Everyone was eating. Enop ran right to the table beside his brother and started jabbering to him. Danny saw that Eliuik did not answer him, or even show a sign of listening. But Enop was undiscouraged by this, and it wasn't as if Eliuik were inert, for he was eating steadily, though without any visible pleasure in the food, which Danny knew from experience was extraordinarily good. "Did my son bore you?" asked Anonowe. "He chatters as if he thought himself a great philosopher or statesman, with the world eager to hear his words." "I could not have been more eager," said Danny, adopting the arch-formal tones he had only overheard when spying on the adults meeting in the library of the old house in the North family compound. "Your son is surprisingly happy for one so recently a prisoner." "He is resilient," said Anonowe. Danny could not help glancing at Eliuik, but then looked at Loki, as if he had only chanced to look at Eliuik as his gaze passed from Anonowe to the gate thief. "You have achieved your first purpose," Danny said to Loki. "You have passed through a great gate." "My first purpose was to see that no such gate existed," said Loki. "But having failed in that, it is true that I thought it wise to refresh such small powers as are left to me." "You know more than I about how these powers work," said Danny. "But it seems to me that while our brute force depends on the number of our gates, our dexterity depends on knowledge and experience. I have the brute force, it's true, but you have the deftness of long practice." "Long practice followed by far longer disuse," said Loki. "I have spent 14 centuries and more drifting upward through a tree, aware of little but occasional flashes of gate-making, which I quickly extinguished." "Yet you did come out of the tree," said Danny, "and apparently some time before I attempted a great gate." "But not before you made your first few dozen gates," said Loki. "Your first few hundred, I should say." It was the gate thief's admission that he had been aware of Danny for some time, that he had sensed, however dimly, that Danny was alive, a great mage in potential, if not in accomplishment. "I didn't even know I was making the gates," Danny admitted. "Be careful what you say," said Marion. "He knows," said Danny. "He has been watching me even before he knew that it was I whom he watched." "Aren't we the lofty speakers now?" said Leslie. "I feel as if I'm in a school studying Westilian style." "These gate mages and their linguistic show-offery," said Marion in English. "I am learning your English a little," said Loki, and while his words were slow and stilted, his Ohio accent was nearly perfect. "How?" demanded Leslie in English. "Who in Westill could possibly teach you? Do you have spies here?" "He does," said Danny, also in English. Leslie stood up and paced to the kitchen counter, then turned around, as if somehow the sink had been besieged and she were its sole defender. "Me," said Danny. "His spies are inside me. The gates I took from him. Thousands of them. and through them he can glimpse a little. He can hear. How much? Demanded Marion. What does he know? I don't know, said Danny. All his gates ever do that I know of is demand that any working gate be eaten up. If he had succeeded in swallowing my gates, then I could tell you just how much a mage can learn through his captive gates. But I'd rather have my ignorance than his knowledge. If I could hear more, I'd speak better, said Loki, reverting to Westilian. In truth, I see nothing. I hear nothing. I am inside the womb of his mind. But there is where his language dwells and his memory. I cannot search at will, but I can overhear his thoughts when he makes them into language. I can see his memories when he concentrates on them. I am not spying. Where he has imprisoned my out-self, I have no choice but to see and hear what he shows me. But Danny didn't believe Loki. The trouble was he didn't know in which direction the lie was leaning. Did Loki see and hear far more than he admitted? Or had he seen and heard nothing at all until he passed through the wild gate, enhancing his powers and coming so much nearer to Danny himself? What did you come here for? Asked Danny. You came with these three, so your purpose was more than your own enhancement. Their lives are in danger, said Loki. Here they will be safe. That's absurdly false, said Marion. All the mages of the world would be assaulting us if they knew this wild gate existed in our barn. There's no more dangerous place on earth. But who would tell them, said Loki. Then he raised a hand. That was not a threat. Marion did not relax, his posture even more alert. How else can we hear that statement? An observation, said Loki. This wild gate has existed for days now, and yet they leave you alone. If your secret were out, they would not wait. They're afraid of our power of defense, said Leslie. Marion and I have passed through a gate. No beast mage can hold onto his heart bound if they come against us. The ground surrounding us is under Marion's control. Danny could gate them away, even if they got past our defense. So you think they do know and bide their time? Asked Loki. What do you want? Demanded Marion. I don't believe you brought this woman here for her protection. I feel a great power in her. I felt it first, said Leslie. She's a mage in her own right, and passing through the great gate made her dangerous. It did, said Anonowe. But the very fact that you mistrust me shows that I have used none of my power on you. It took only a moment for the implications of her remark to sink in. Marion rose to his feet and joined Leslie by the sink. Danny, she's a man-mage, Marion said in English. I got it, said Danny. But as she said, she hasn't used it. Or she's so powerful that we can't feel that she used it on us. So you think she's making you so suspicious of her? Asked Danny. If she tried to use it, I would gate her away myself, said Loki. I gain nothing if she irritates you, and neither does she. We face a deadly enemy on Westel, a fire master at least, if not a light rider. Queen Bexoy, added Enop helpfully. Our father's true wife. Danny looked from Loki to Anonowe and saw that Bexoy was indeed Anonowe's objective here. The grim determination in her face, the hand that rested on Enop's nape, the little toss of her head, all these testified to Enop's having said the truth. But Loki was another matter. His approval had come a fraction of a second late and looked too much like an imitation of Anonowe's. He had a very different goal. You want Anonowe empowered, said Danny. You want her battling this Bexoy. But that's not why you've come. Said, Leslie suggested. That wind mage who stayed on Westel. I've befriended him and stopped his storming all over Westwold, said Loki. I have him studying with a tree mage to learn how to still his in-self so he can control his powers and use them with finesse. Still only partial truth, Danny saw. Do we have to talk alone? He asked Loki. Loki studied Danny for only a few moments, But in those moments Danny felt the gate thief's gates stir within him. "You have something that I need," said Loki. "Take them back if you can," said Danny. "But I warn you that I know enough now and have power enough that I can take the rest whenever I want." Danny was telling the truth as far as he knew it, but he also had no idea of what defenses Loki might retain, especially now that he had passed through a great gate. "You misunderstand me completely," said Loki, "and I have no desire to hide from your friends the thing I came to get, the thing I need so desperately." "If not your gates, what?" asked Danny. "Your trust," said Loki. Danny looked at Anonoe. "Is that why he brought you? To use your man-magery to make me trust him and not you?" "If that were his plan," said Anonoe, "is it working?" "No," said Danny. "Then I think you can safely conclude that this is not his plan. Whatever he wants from you, he hasn't told me anything." "Trust isn't the prize in itself," said Danny. "What do you need my trust for?" "There is a war much older than you, much older than myself," said Loki. "A war as old as humankind, between the Bell God and the Mither mages." Danny waited. "I need you to take over my work," said Loki. "I know you don't trust me, and the very fact that I said this much has raised your suspicions even higher. Yet the war must be fought or lost, and I don't have the gates to do it. The job of protecting against the Bell God is yours now." Danny thought again of the runes he had read in the Library of Congress. "Hear us in the land of Mither came. Hear us among the great ships of Iceway, among the charging dunes of Dap-nu-Dap, among the mages of the forest and the riders of the wold." He was reciting in the old language of the inscription, a language Loki had to know. Fist talk or something near it. The language of the Norse as it had first been bent and twisted by the Semitic language of the Carthaginians. "This is very old," Loki murmured. "Where did you learn it?" Danny went on reciting. "We have faced Bel, and he has ruled the hearts of many. Bold men ran like deer from his face, but Loki did not run." "I am not that Loki," said Loki. "You know the tale, then?" asked Danny. "Is this the war that you're still fighting?" He thought he had won, just as I thought I had won. But we never win. He can't be killed, and he outweights any wall we raise against him. Eventually it wears down. He keeps returning.